I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. Let me just get centered up here and locked in. I am Rivington here with Zobi as we're about to bring you, it is round 6, stage 6. No, it's round 6 Swiss stage here. We're cutting holes in everything, and the teams are starting to break apart. We have a top 3, we have a middle pack, and then we have teams that just couldn't find their footing today. But it's about a bit of both as we get into our games today, Zobi.
100%, and for once today we get both of the promotion games, right? Two spots to that main event up for grabs, and like you mentioned, you're running out of time, you're running out of chances here. We are almost completely working through this ladder of matches, and yeah, we've said goodbye to some teams along the way, and on some of the B streams today you'll also see saying some goodbyes to some teams as well. But have there been really any surprises, you would say? Maybe the order in which teams have qualified, I might say, Rivington, but otherwise I think the teams that have made it through to me have made a lot of sense.
No, absolutely. I feel like FlyQuest getting right through. I feel like those top teams would have fought it out more, but they're like, hey, thanks very much. We'll just slip in. That's amazing for them to now just watch the competition. Seeing some of the other teams, I do kind of miss like Catface Val being up there. They had found a lot of footing before, but other teams now reforming and coming together, and you got your Axolotls, Spiders, MVSKs, Himmers. Like, they're all sitting there at 3 and 2, and that is such a dangerous spot to be right now because you're trying to get to the top teams that you're already trying. Like, there's so much firepower in this Game Changers season. It's hard to be one of those teams.
Yeah, 100%. And I think stage 1, if anything, proved that the teams that are in that round 6 qualification, that round 7, can go on deep runs like Ghost Gaming, now Cloud9 did, right? Last stage. And that's why I'm not too worried about them, even if they are playing an elimination game today. But we'll have to see if they don't make any mistakes and don't slip up on one of those B streams. But this is where our focus goes for our first block of matches, right? I feel like Axolotl's just been like facing every single like crazy firepower team and falling lower and lower, but this feels like their time to punch their ticket. And honestly, for Senotters Himmers, it feels like such a close match, Riv.
Yeah, Axolotl, FlyQuest, Sen, Shopify. It's like, hey, do you want a litmus test? Here's one as you start this. And they're one, it's actually kind of showing up to the test there and getting a lot of learning out of it, I bet. And yeah, we start with Senotters versus Himmers. And I think the percentage is going to favor Senotters here, but Himmers can absolutely take this match.
100%. And I mean, I don't think we should hold off any longer, Rivington. Why don't we start introducing the teams for our first match of the day, starting with the team that you said might be favored coming into things, Senotters. I mean, we've already talked about how important it is to keep rosters together throughout the stages of Game Changers North America, and this is one of the teams that are trying to stick to that formula, stick to that agenda, right? There were some changes going from Swiss into main event, but once they got into main event, they kept this 5 of Avery, Battison, Invert, May, and Oasis. And I mean, these are players that are standalone firecrackers, and now together it's just very hard to catch someone a quote-unquote off day because someone will always be stepping up.
It's crazy, right? Battison in just the last few games, and like I think it's like a Phoenix in her heart, like is just loving the Phoenix. I think if they could play Phoenix every game, they would. And the Phoenix meta with Neon for Senotters is something that they love to be in right now. The team plays so well off each other. Oasis is constantly topping. Invert doing absurd things versus MVSK in their kind of like come back and feel good, confident building game when they were able to win that. And they just had a recently strong game against Catface Val. So they are understanding their identity, I would say. And that is just to be a very aggressive double duelist team that gets in your face.
Yeah, and I mean, this is honestly one of the best metas for it, to be honest. And again, this is one of those teams you expect to see in main event. It's just a matter of when. And I mean, for today and for how their stage has gone so far, I do think that they've similarly been thrown into some crazy teams, right? When you get both SRG and Axolotl, which again, Axolotl is your Puppy Thieves and your Water.X core, like it's going to be hard to get through without those 2 losses, I think, unless you staged an upset. And I mean, they had a respectable OT up against Axolotl, and SRG, we'll call it a fluke because SRG was like wanting their first win of the stage with a new roster as well. Yeah. But Rivington, we think it's more interesting who they're going up against, right?
They are going up against Himmers, if you haven't heard, and they are Himmers. Definitely coming through with quite a squad here. Slandy, Sin, Colby, Enwi, Yunnan, and Sin going up against their old team.
Yeah, this one's super interesting to me when I got to talk with them, and I loved seeing this roster and I expected big things out of them. Again, you have a bunch of main event level players that were looking for a home to call their own, to pug out, to have fun more than focus on stressing themselves out about the stakes of a competition, right? You have Slandy, right, who is a big air quotes retired, always coming back into competition, right? You've seen, like you mentioned, who was on that Sun Otter squad and is now looking for revenge and even is super excited for the match today. And then you sprinkle that in with players who have been pug masters like Enwy, like Colby, and Yuhan, who is actually a newer talent, is really close friends with Sin, and they have become such a dynamic duo. And I mean, it's a team that you can tell from their gameplay and how they've approached it. They don't really practice, they pug it out, they have fun, but they figure it out as they go. So that's what makes them dangerous in this late stage. They've figured out a lot of their compositions. They're getting more repetitions instead of changing things, right? And one of those changes, big ones, was I think Yuhan navigating where she kind of fell in, whether it was on a controller or a double duelist capacity. And I think now that they've kind of drilled that in alongside Colby being locked in on this controller that has been just top ranking almost every single game they've won, they are very, very dangerous.
They are in the mentals there too. Their game versus Spiders, they were able to win that 3-map series. They got beat 1-13 on the second map and said, no, that's not us. We know how to do that. And they came back and won the series on the third map. That is some mental fortitude if I've ever seen it in competitive Valorant. So it's definitely a team that you cannot underestimate. Main stage dark horses, maybe, right? If they go there, and I think a lot of people do put that percentage in their favor. So seeing Himmers go up against Senators today is going to be very telling.
Oh, 100%. Like, I do think that this could go either way, just depending on what form the players are in. And I will say Sandy as well, they have a unified caller on the side of Himmers, despite it being a pug squad. That going up against Oasis on the calling side for Senators, who's that primary Senti. I still know how I feel about a Senti IGL most of the time, just because it does require very, very strong communication and intel gathering from your team and conveying it to you to make the right call when you're on an outward lurk.
It's always a back and forth instead of being there to absorb it.
Exactly, and that can delay some of the calling. So we're gonna have to see how that affects the mid-rounding. But yeah, all in all, Rivington, I think the fact that we get both of the 3-2 matches today and can't really call victors of either side is what makes this a fun super week, right? These teams just played a match on Monday, for crying out loud. It's Wednesday and they gotta go again.
It's that pack of 5 in the middle, and they're about to do battle. We're gonna see what maps they're about to do battle on right now, as the teams have picked. Banned Himmers, banning Summit and Lotus, and as we would expect, Senators banning that Breeze since their Spiders match, honestly, and Sunset as well to come in there. And we have Haven, Split, and Ascent.
Yeah, this was an interesting kind of head-to-head for me in terms of the map veto, just because it felt like the strong maps were the gaps for their opposing side. And I think Senators took better advantage of that, opting into Split, which is their best map this stage, aside from Summit, which obviously is Himmers Instaban. And that's because we haven't seen Split. We mentioned this is a team that just figures things out as they go, so if they haven't had a rep on it, it's going to be dangerous. And to me, them coin-tossing into Haven, which hasn't been their best map, but does have the most reps, means that has to be a surefire win here for them, or this could go really poorly really fast, like an 0-2 kind of territory in Senators' favor. On the flip side of things, if we make it to Ascent, that's again one of those maps that a lot of reps for Himmers. I think they looked a lot better in their most recent match with their newer composition, stable composition of the Jet Reyna, but Senators, we haven't seen it. So again, a lot of questions are going to get answered, and some of these teams' map pools are going to be filled out before they get to main event one way or another.
I mean, the Haven composition already for the side of Himmers, if that ISO is still in there, which it looks like most likely should be, very interesting, because when you know where that ISO is, I feel like you can put up a fast lane and just dip around a wall. Obviously, that's more retake potential for them on that site hit from defensive side for Himmers, but is it a plant kill contract? I mean, where do you use that and hope to grab one of the duelists or somebody on the backline kind of thing? Just playing chess out there with the strategy of ultimates.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it functions. And I do think it'll be a pretty decent counter, especially with the double duelist. You're probably going to see some operator action on the Senators side for them starting out on the defense as we jump into this map. But yeah, I don't really expect changes on either side. Again, this is one of those maps that despite it being 2-2 for Himmers, they went through a lot of different looks, figuring things out. They also had, obviously, a sub of Clea stepping in a few times, so they had to sort through those role swaps as well. And this has been their strongest look for sure. And Honestly, again, we talk about the duelists and how they take front and center, especially on such an exec strong map like Haven, but I'll be looking towards, I think, Colby on the side of Himmers 100% on that Omen, assuming that they reprise the role. And on the flip side, I think, yeah, I mentioned Oasis and just calling while being on the Lurk Cypher, and I do think this is one of the maps where it's a bit easier just because your teammates are so close if you're on the mid Lurk, but jumping into Agent Select, yep. No surprises anywhere across the board, Rivington.
It is indeed normal across the board. Let's have Himmers on this attack, though. Like we said, pistol rounds are important. Folding into the bonus round is big here. I think they need to get their momentum versus Sen Otters. Badison, you'll see if it happens again. The scoreline isn't as great as everybody else, but the first blood, first deaths are unreal. Honestly, last game going in, Badison was, 10-3 on those entries for Phoenix, and the rest of the team benefited that from so much. Just green on that VLR scoreboard. It's such a selfless act, so Himmers is going to have to be ready for that to either happen mid-round or on those retakes. And I'm really interested to see how they shut down the Neon Phoenix, because it's the meta right now, and I'm always in favor of somebody that says it doesn't need to be played that way, though. And Himmers is doing that.
Yeah, 100%. Leaning to comfort for all of their players. And I am interested to see Sin as well. She's flexed around on a lot of roles. I think when she was with Sen Otter, she was even on the Duelist, and I saw her on Duelist as well in Collegiate, actually, where with University of Toronto, she got second place in Aurora Series, which is Collegiate Game Changers. And yeah, getting back onto the Senti is definitely, I think, one of my favorite looks for her. I'm just Senti biased, guys. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, just the fact that it's then the roll for roll with somebody on the Sen Otter side as well will be fun to observe that head to head. But yeah, getting ready to jump into things. This Jet ISO, we kind of talked about how the ISO is going to be functioning here. I think it's going to be honestly better on the defense because of getting out of those chokes on the C retakes. You talked about the kill contracts and where to use them. I feel like it's more intuitive when you're playing retake than, like you mentioned, on this attack side, and it maybe not being able to catch out some of the anchors that might be playing off, that might be very mindful of the pickup. But all in all, looks like we are getting ready to jump into the server. Honestly, this map, a lot to prove for Himmers and why they picked it, and Sen Otters as well. It's been a coin flip for them so far this stage, so let's see who gets off to that right foot.
Out mid is the oh, it looks like we're gonna have a little walk to grass for everybody. A tea party to start here down mid. Extremities covered here for Sen Otters. So they will be happy to just keep eyes forward and protect each other on this. And from invert right now, very hurt, and we goes around the corner, isn't able to stay alive, and this is right off the bat. Sen Otters swim right up river, and they start giving some trouble to Himmers.
Oh, but the regroup, the re-swing into window looks imminent.
They swing right out. Oh, the double tap too. Such an advantage on the pistol round. It's the duck and cover, and they get out. They take the fight straight up, Zobi. They say, yeah, you want to take this. It's a family photo coming from Himmers. And now have the spike and the advantage at A.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Sen Otter's got the element of surprise onto Himmers, but you saw it, Colby trying to support and refrag and then Sin completely refragging the rest until that regroup came through, got the chip damage that Yuhan could finish the job. And now, I mean, trap wire on the flank. If it was jumpable, the cam would have covered it, and now you know where Avery's coming from.
Bandito? Uh-oh. Oh, that didn't see. No. That was really, really close. Timing. Gonna slip the net. Just slip the net. Okay. This now makes a 1v1 in sight. Everything happening in favor of Avery, but the time is ticking, and they're going to be able to set back up. Yeah, they split the site. Very nice by Avery to hear the sound.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, okay, that happened so quick.
Yeah, that feels like a moment where you might not be looking at the recon, but your teammates are like, on the mini-map behind you, and then... Fortunately not the clutch this time. Yeah, Slandy. Yeah, secures the trade, and that will be Himmers securing the pistol, which you mentioned is really important for this team and their momentum, right, Rivington?
Yeah, seeing how many times Himmers could grab 4 or 5 rounds together in the middle of a half. It just spelled if you had that bonus round after your pistols, that would be the 7, the 8 together. But it seems like they continue to fall apart. They aren't aware of the state of the game. Once ults start popping up is where they seem to have a little bit of trouble in the game. So following through here is going to be big. Those are 2 Guardians, a Bulldog and the Marshal. So they're actually looking to keep this safe and at range to make sure all that money and momentum stays on their side.
And Recon catching somebody right in a corner is not a great sign. It's some indication of a stack from St. Otters. So steering clear, pivoting back towards where they maintained that A garden space. And St. Otters are kind of following them on this rotation now across the map. Ooh, the pause,
Lots
the double
of
back.
bangs.
Do they clear short though? The pathing, if invested into from Colby, would be late. And no, they're just going to bypass it altogether. This poses a liability with the site smoke coming through.
Yeah, great anchor smoke there. Yuan gets a little tripped up trying to go through. They don't fully see, but Envy and Yuan going to work to start this one off. And now they realize somebody's short. They say, wait a minute, this shouldn't be happening. No, it shouldn't. Not almost a third. I was going to say, if they didn't have to reload, that was going to be a hat trick for Oasis. But they finally shut it down. They get to the second. And they save quite a few guns there. Not too much damage.
It's funny, it's similar to the first round where it's like St. Otto get a surprise element, but Himmers are quick to stabilize and to contain. And Yuan, those shots with the Guardian were pretty clean, and I think that's the confidence as well that's going to come through with this double tap is even on the the ecos denying them, and even with maybe not the best shield situation, you'll be able to just confidently dive on in, and that's what you need is that disrespect to this space and of that reflood mentality at St. Otters. And now coming into the bonus, I mean, you have the kill contract already, and they can take it from B. Might be able to split up this double stack from St. Otters between Invert and May.
Loading at A as well. I wonder if they'll do the stairs spam into that little hide spot where May is almost right now. There is a spam there. All right, drone into B. Oh, a little low to start. Invert actually gets tagged by that one.
Go, go, go!
They're not committed.
Ooh, huge shock though. No shield left. Can't really be that full defensive anchor any longer, so pivots back, falls back into a link. In the meantime, St. Otters seemed to have called this was going to be a garage re-clear, a C-end, and that's why they had the double stack here, but Himmers, Slanty making a good call to regroup towards A, while Sin is going to fix some pressure down C-long, and we'll see how far they make it before St. Otters realize.
They want to full anchor around the smoke that they'll throw in A. What a kill by Oasis to start off, so there's not going to be any map coverage on the left. This is red. We're going to see St. Otters start to lean over to the right side of the map.
30
And the
seconds
defense is set up. And he pushes through, but it's going to go down for one. The bonus slipping away, but Yuan tries to pull it back. And Slandy's there for the kill. They got to keep pushing forward. They have to keep the aggression on. Slandy grabs another one. It's just going to be an upgrade of weapons for now. And she lets it rip. Invert goes down, though. It's the flank. It's the big flank by Battison. A safe pair of hands here. Tries to cook it. Stops the plant. Knows she can push up and just cause the chaos. This has to be the stick. Battison waiting for the actual push, but pros don't fake, even on the plant. And it's going to be the swing, and Battison comes up with a kill. A beautiful clutch to steal the bonus away from Himmers.
Oh, and that was almost disastrous for St. Otters, and it came off of a crazy pivot from Slandy, who gets a kill into the side smoke after handling the backside pressure that was mounting from the St. Otters reflood. And it's crazy that you then asked more of her to try and finish off the clutch. I mean, unfortunately, just not able to do so, but you can see the repercussions, right? Judges, light shields, guardians. The only thing you carry away is Avery and that Odin, and that might have been part of the undoing, right? Invert. The Odin's not for everyone, we'll put it that way. And on the flip side of things, the full buy coming through, the double outlaw even to punish the damage they did on their bonus attempt shows they know what they were just accomplished. And we'll see if St. Otters can tiptoe around this half buy. Ooh, that seems so far so good.
Quick peek. And they'll hold off, actually thinking the short peek is also going to come. Himmers wants to test this now. Say, how ready are you for a fake fast strat that might actually explode once they get to the front door here? This is already something they've conditioned before. The drone went up and they didn't hit when they saw invert. So they'll condition it again. They'll start to head the other way.
Yeah, huge info off the drone. Avery, going with the idea of scaling forward here. Meantime, this is the benefit of that ISO wall a little bit. No spray through window, no lucky connects on the shots, and my only concern is that saw how fast St. Otters got back into C-Link, and now it's like double dipping from Himmers. Ooh.
Oh, that's a step. Who did that? Uh-oh, into the smoke. What a
paranoia.
precarious position to be. May just on the other side. The crossfire's there. One rips. Oh, the paranoia actually stops him from getting the shot. Beautifully done by the util from Himmers there. And Henry cleans it up as we start to trade towards A-Link side. Oasis just waiting to get in. One kill. A second. No. Yuhan collects the kill. And it's Himmers stealing the round control right back.
We talked about the firepower the Sun Otters has in these quick headshots. That's starting to punish them, right? When you're up against Yuhan in this double tap, right? Headshot doesn't matter, and by the time you get the recollection on something like a Guardian, per se, from, again, that fragmented buy, Yuhan has killed you, has refragged the team, and the util, like you mentioned, was great, but also that little 3-2-1 swing between Slandy and Enwi, when that common off angle tucked close to the dark cover goes uncleared, and we see catastrophic multi-kills usually in GC. So, all in all, Himmers staying ahead here. Still haven't dipped into a cohesive plan off of this Hunter's Fury or this kill contract, and looks like Sun Otters want to keep it that way. Fast scaling down mid-rib. Whoa!
Blades is up. Doesn't need it. Spots another one. Might have needed it. Good kills. Ooh, a headshot too. Taking that armor off of Yuhan, who's been a pivotal impact fragger for these past few rounds. And just a few sheriffs that will probably get together. Are they gonna go back and forth?
Trying to get the gun off of May here. That'll be huge for the retake. Yeah, from Oasis now. I think we just gotta wait, and unfortunately, Yuhan's not waiting.
Oh, got the cape. That's why we don't wear capes. Ooh, Avery says no way, Jose. Yuhan goes down, and now it becomes a 2v2, very possible situation with util. God Dart coming up, gonna reveal the site. Oh, the peek right after the dart. The util game, the trick of the mind, a trick of the eye, and now Sin versus her old team trying to get it done. And it's gonna be so tough as they just wait it out for the peak. Oasis gets 3, and Sen go punch for punch with these rounds.
It'll not quite be a thrifty, but it's definitely an eco for the books on Sun Otters' side. I mean, you saw how quickly Himmers dismantled that mid-fight. You're like, okay, this round's done and dusted. And I even liked the kill counter being invested because, like you mentioned, Yuhan was so low HP from that headshot May was able to find that's the only way they were going to keep it, like, even or advantageous numbers, right? Like, win or lose. But it's just that little bait and swing, like you mentioned, from the God Dart, where Slandy's caught head turn that flips the script. And let's just say Sun Otters know how Sin likes to play out these clutches. So the high-low conversion, and now right back into touching distance here for the scoreboard, and Himmers gonna be able to find a dominant lead just yet in their attack half. That doesn't mean they're slowing down. Blades popped, and Sun Otters meeting them tenfold on that pacing.
Oh. May realizes how close that cloudburst came from. Trying to go off the pressure of the Hunter's Fury. Very nice by Sun Otters to force the issue for Himmers. They thought they had to make a move, and that chaos has sent them for a loop. Sun Otters with full control with that spike down, and they're just going to control some extremities now and make sure Himmers doesn't get too far away.
Sin, quick kill.
A little brazen, but you got numbers, okay.
Look at the timing to re-clear or try and bait out invert there. Yeah. Spike's gonna get scooped up here. It should be by Colby. There we go. They are going towards an isolated fight on the B side. If you realize it. Wait a minute. What?
Oh, nice trade. Good little jiggle peek by Sin.
He needs to wait.
Feels invigorated to open these fights up. A nice gate to get that entry into the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, wondering where the trap can go, but util is going to be a second thought now, as it has to be the aim game that's online.
I don't like. And they've realized as well they can't play long when May is alive, but the fast lane's for the quick re-entry.
Last player standing.
Whoa.
So tough, sliding around, breaking crosshairs, and a numbers game in favor of Sen here. That is 3 successful post plants when they're able to surround Himmers and take the round back.
Yeah, it was a good attempt again for Himmers to stabilize. That's what got them started on this map with that first, second, almost third round. But like you mentioned, Sun Otters just not making any more mistakes, playing content off of each other very, very well off this util re-entry. I mean, the fast lane recon combo as well, lethal. Revealed the exact position that Colby was playing from, and I mean, independent of that, you saw for a second May think about the overswing and then also fell back. So Oasis keeping things contained in that calling department for sure. And with the money broken, no ults like that Blade Storm, invest. This doesn't feel like it's gonna get any legs into the eco, and yeah, inverse. Making that truth.
That was a launch on the hot hands. Takes a bit to get it out that far. Nicely done to stop the gate play. 3-3 though. It's mid-swing! And there's protection there, but it's going to be another one. The trades keep coming. No, Battison makes them think twice, and Slandy's going to hold off so they can rethink this. A little bit of space is actually being gained. Bandit could do some damage here, but...
Camera taken out.
Obi. Waiting for a push. So Sen has done such a good job of when they know they can control the round early and not being afraid of playing up in the site.
Last player
benefiting
standing.
from it fully by gaining a bit more space on the outside to know their educated guess is no longer a guess. They're correct in where they're positioned.
100%. I mean, 2 rounds ago it was the Hunter's Fury that kind of shut down that garden space, that grass space, and here it was just that front side player on B. In this round, not over just yet, but when you're caught with your dart outs, that's some pretty chip damage that Oasis is going to rack up and utilize to secure the lead back for Sen Otters on this Haven pick. And looks like we might be getting some sort of pause here. Timeout, actually, for Himmers coming through. I think this is a good one. Talked about how they're usually the ones with that streak of momentum. Those rounds tied together, and it's Sen Otters right now with 3 in a row. It kind of deferred the old cycle as well that Himmers were going to use to perpetuate their lead as well. So I'm still looking towards Slandy and a strong exec off of this Hunter's Fury, but honestly, they've been losing a lot of first kills, right, off of these traps from Sen Otters, and looking maybe towards just a default into spawn in those late round calls that we saw them doing the first few. I think they've gone a bit harder on the commitments the last few rounds, and that's where they've been getting punished.
Yeah.
Yuhan as well, last round was dealing with the hero rifle, was front and center on that B corner, and just gets timing on the re-clear, like, fortunate timing after unfortunate timing. And I mean, Odin's back online, Overdrive's back online. Like, this is not going to be a fun round to get your act together, Rivington.
No. And where's the economy? It's actually, this is the buy, so they're
Exactly.
getting 2,900 on the, yeah. So we're actually throwing into a tech pause after the timeout, and we will let you know what's going down. It appears a player's game has crashed out, so we'll get them right back in to get back into the round. And Sen, we were just talking about how the post plants were successful. Then it's escalating. That round was just a shutdown. They started to snuff them out, and I think they're realizing that the trades that are going to happen if Himmers is taking a fight. There's multiple people there. So it's kind of worth to take the angles from the defensive side, use a bit of util, and they come out on top of these mid-fights with Himmers and 2 people left, right? And you're still a line of scrimmage on the defensive side with 3 people, 1 on each site. So Sen has no reason to stop taking these fights right now. And then for the following rounds, we're just kind of describing the alts and whatnot. Everything's really set to work out in their favor. So this has to be what was a big timeout for Himmers to kind of reset and figure out things, get Colby online. I mean, it's just a slow start. The safest pair of hands there in their last game, or their game rather, against Swim Trek Blue with 2 1v3s and a few pivotal 1v1s. So they just got to warm up a little bit on Himmer's side, and this game is very much online for them.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Oh, and 6, that's rough. And we mentioned how important, I think, for the greater context of the series this map is for Himmers, and that makes it difficult that it's now their quote-unquote warm-up. But have utilized ISO kit early, which is what I was thinking, to get through this layer of aggression that Sen Otters has. Something they haven't quite done yet. Now they've gotten the space. They're trying to keep the numbers at bay towards C. Recon and Phoenix confirmed towards that side of the map, so this would be a nice split to follow through upon.
I am the hunter!
Gotcha. Almost follows. They're dancing, splitting, and we tries to make that opening, and it is made. The team works off of that advantage. Here comes 3 members now. Oh, wow.
Joke's over!
So much delay. And the ult right off the bat. We're not going to give him any time to breathe, any time to think, and there's a kill coming through just off of the tracers. Now there's a big ping.
Spike
Neural
planted.
theft locks him out.
Oh, I know they're off and on the site.
Last player standing.
Sin with one, Slandy another. They're shutting down this retake, and it is over. 4-4 now as the Himmers timeout comes into play big time.
Yeah, they did exactly what we asked for. A strong exit centered around that Slandy ultimate, around the Hunter's Fury that breaks the first layer. And then while we talked about the beautiful like spike denial, the reflood util coming in from Sen Otter, Colby just completely disrespects it. And even though it says 1 in 6, like did get on the Phoenix ultimate, which was huge, and that's kind of what allowed them to solidify and then reframe after Spike went down to fight the remaining members of Sun Otters. So, all in all, that suspension ties it up 4-4. And hey, if Tampo don't fix it, they are going to run it back. And this is the weak side once again. And this is the big thing. The ISO can deny that kind of classic A-long spray down as well. So, now, Sun Otters, a second chance at redemption to correct what was last round's early look. And it comes from the double duelist grouping in front B. And Himmers. Fight from Sin is going to determine really the course of the late round.
Oh, that push up on the Cypher trip is always a feel bad if you're the Cypher getting shot and there's going to be no angle. Seeing that mid damage go back and forth, everybody's still unaware of the full strategy. And I mean, seeing an Omen Sewers isn't going to tell you too much, but they have already made their way long, and May is able to relay that now. The jig is up. The play is to happen here at A. They haven't made it in just yet. Waiting for a bit more util. There's the smoke and dash, but where's the flash? They're able to see still. Sen Otters just returning fire. Wait, Sim coming out of nowhere from lower. Overdrive is now where we're at. Invert showing up big, but Colby, we talked about
30
it.
seconds left.
The 1vx situations is where they shine. And this is going to be an Omen teleport that's being read already by Oasis.
I mean, Spike hasn't even been scooped up. I like the walkback idea, but it's being followed, so Oasis should get the best of both worlds in this situation.
10 seconds left.
They're gonna hear that tap on A, if they even get that far. There's no way you expect this timing.
Oh
There's no.
my god. So you're gonna be okay? Just push spawn. Just push spawn. Be even crazier.
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Colby. Remember, the 1vx's versus Swim Trek. Try to manifest this here. No, it is over. I thought it was gonna be just the creep into the smoke. But it was such a smart play. The moment that the initial play ended, Oasis was headed for that lurk position. There wasn't a second thought. The timing was already in their mind.
I mean, that's the brains behind the operation. They were all funneled towards that clutch that really sets them up so well in this half already. Even if this were to somehow end at a 5-7, that's big for Haven. And up against this composition for Himmers. And now immediately they're changing it up, right? The double duelist stack on C. I feel like that's been the most unpredictable element that Himmers have had a hard time pinpointing, and they're ready for a fight should Himmers show. But Himmers, this is the third round in a row we've seen at least the A start Remington. I don't know how I feel about the repetitive style defaults. And
yeah, I at least do it with somebody on C to see if there's the push, right? Not
Here it
just
comes.
let the trip happen. Oh, but they're already down. Sen's already in position.
Spike down. C.
Oh no. Getting there just a moment too late. They have to be seeing this on their end and make the correction for Himmers. As Sen Otters punished once again with a bit of a push, and again there with the trade.
Colby got the refred. This would have been 2v2 with Spike Recollected, but now, like you mentioned, it's all down to Sin, and yeah, just gonna take the chip damage and escape. Cage try and recollect Spike. Would have the neural theft to get one more maybe to throw into this, but look at the backstab from Avery. They're contained.
Drawn left, drawn right. Avery takes down Sin. 6-4 now. You said it was impressive. It very much is here on the defensive side of Haven if they start pulling away this much.
And you can just tell how confident they are, and you kind of mentioned this encapsulation effect that Sun Otters is able to achieve round after round after round, right? They know what space they're taking and what it means, and it's never too early either, like, oh, when somebody might be, like, behind their line they set up, behind their perimeter, right? It's always just right, and Sun Otters, once again, even now, perfect call. Look at the triple stack, front B.
Triple stack. Yeah, they did it the other round. Another game of it. We saw May go away right away, but this time they stay to play, and they get one from it. And you know that's the call from Yuhan. They're triple stacked in mid. Don't go there.
scaling
anyway,
around
Sen
it.
Otters can just get a little bit in the round. They're doing different things all over.
Yeah, they somehow have faint enough presence towards garage off of that side scaling to take the triple stack off B. It's just invert on the jiggle.
Go, go, go! Shocking!
Little vision check. Nice by Sin.
Gotta
Just slow it down. Hero rifle already made a play. Neural theft is gonna come out. Keep the sheriffs together is my request here, right?
The sheriff's
That
there,
power
but Sin's
comes
gonna
from
branch.
all three. That's perfect. Sin getting the lurks on the Cypher exactly as it should be. As Osis takes down two, possibly a third. The spam down and a hat trick for the Cypher. And the spin comes from Colby. Back in a tight spot again.
30 seconds left.
2v1 and no gun.
Ooh, playing for the CT timing. Don't walk into smoke with your knife out. Thank you.
Oh, there was the... When you commit, but you're like, they won't be right there. Ugh. So
Last
close.
round
Really
in the
well
half.
read there
No
by
point
Colby to
saving.
move forward.
Rifle.
But just obviously wasn't ready to take the shot on that first peek, even though it was there. 7-4. Sen Otters now finding themselves with another round of 3.
Yeah.
They're going to have pretty good money to end out.
And that was such an interesting round because Sin was like so boldly committed like on her solo fights, right? I mean, your neural flip just revealed 2C, 1B,
Leave them no
1A, and the final calls to end into that C stack. Like, it's an interesting one for sure, but don't have to worry about late attack round calling anymore. After this round, Addison, no. Orb collected means a retake smoke and a retake ultimate. You're gonna have
Scanning
smokes. You're gonna have the full 5 alive, right, for this. And look, even the trips are very retake-centric trips. The only thing that could disrupt would be Sin, and that she has. Oh, man, accidentally baiting. You gotta get the trade at least now, right? Right?
First bloods are so good. Have to clear that front side before the gate goes. Oh, the timing was there. You saw the shoulder fight inside the kill contract, and it is signed off by Yuhan this time as well. We get that kill from May as B is cleared. Paranoia was used right away there, and the pushes from Colby are perfectly timed, realizing that was a disjointed retake.
Oh, that is Fury, though.
There's more.
And there's more, but it's just Avery in a 1v3 now, right?
Planted.
Yeah.
They similarly tried to bait off the Sova util to set May up, but no frag come of it, and at this point, don't give the ones. Yep, there we go.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
No.
No. But yes, if you're Avery, yes. Hey, bullets. Oh, Slandy with the swing and sit. A nice shot takes down Avery, and that's going to lock in the 5th round for
Switching
Himmers.
sides.
It was a little close there, but still, this first half, 7-5, does not look too bad, but we are seeing the momentum in favor of Sen Otters.
Yeah, 100%. And it's from that back-to-back 3-round streak into 3-round streak, right? Once you kind of mentioned that once ults were into the picture, that Himmers had a hard time, and I do think that Sen Otter made better use of theirs, right? It felt like the timeout swing round of their Hunter's Fury, like that should have been happening, right? They should have been planning around the kill contract on the bonus, right? They could have
This goes
been
here.
a bit more intentional. And now, side swap, I did say that I was more hyped for this composition on the defensive side, even if you don't have like the flashes or the fast lane to get in. I think the
Let's do it.
stay safe.
close and vulnerability combo, right? The dashing from Enwy, it is going to require really strong coordination that's going to be put to the test, even off barrier drop here.
So it's just the I dare you situation.
Kinda, yeah.
The camera is going to be the first one to peek. Rip camera. Sheriffs and ghosts versus a sheriff and ghosts. A lot of firepower here from Himmers if they can stick together and just keep everybody alive. No reason to really go for these little picks.
They're just playing safe info angles.
Whoa, that
Ooh.
was a bunch of bodies. Slandy can make a really informed decision off of that.
Revealing area.
Yeah.
Hello.
Must be regroup. Are they gonna try and just play flank play on the retake? Yeah. And I feel like Sen Otter are like, something's not quite right with this exec, and I kind of expect to see May challenge in the spawn here, but Slandy gonna prevent that for the time
Huge.
being.
If they can
Spike
kill
planted.
Oasis and use all that ISO util for sight, this is even bigger. There it is. There it is. Double tap is up. Moving in, undercut there.
They're gonna flip the site. Look, they're fighting to spawn. The double hold though from Sin and Slandy.
Whoa, what a catch on the slide. May is able to pick it up though. The job is complete as Avery clears that double tap. Kobe now again in the 1vx situation, called upon for the third time in this one, being a pistol round. Himmers needing the momentum of the second half. They're tucked. Oh, the jump and Avery's that's all they need. What a shot. Right out of the air. Sen Otters get the second half pistol.
Man, we need an Avery POV of that shot later. Like, yeah, it was a body shot. Yeah, it's a sheriff, but the whole point was to get that confirmation, and that's her. I feel like Avery got the kill from hell to begin with, right? So I feel like that's something maybe the team could have filled you in on just a little bit. To kind of fuel that clutch, but like you mentioned, Colby's been in so many of those positions, and this time can't finish off the job. So no stabilization following the 5-7 deficit. No second pistol win. Eco Force either, so just gonna play it out as it is, and Sen Otter taking it cautious as they should.
I think it's smart. See what the hand is of Himmers. They have the pistols, which you might consider. One's a shorty, one might have splurged into a judge.
Hmm.
Fine.
Ooh.
Oh, nice out. That helps.
And Elon's like, I'll take a fair fight versus the sheriff. Why not? Oh, trying to play off a secondary reload timing, but not gonna work out. The regroup short. Yeah, what is this? Timing could be there if everyone goes long, or May, if too close on the angle, this Guardian might not pack the punch you're hoping for.
What are they gonna get? A sheriff? Okay, they're gonna get a sheriff. Just a classic bash right here. Classic bash. Oh no! Bash of the classics? That's not the way it was supposed to go! Zobi!
Yeah, it was just about that, like the skin said.
Left.
That's quick work from Oasis to contain this eco, and now, I mean, look at this. Defense is bolstered. There's no way you're getting through this, even with ISO hits. Even with maybe a little dash in from Enwy. I don't think any of that's going to quite work to break this cross.
Hips. I mean, they have some guns. They'll go. They're not just gonna use up to death. Oh, wait. Yuan.
One enemy
We don't have
remaining.
to wait very long. The push comes through. That looked so good on that right click, but I think it was spread between them. 4 coming up for Oasis. I feel like we've had quite a few neural thefts already from them this game, topping the scoreboard again, as we said in the pregame. Here it is, 20-9 on that cipher, as Sen hit 9 rounds.
Yeah, and I feel like they have some real potential to also convert a bonus, much like Himmers was in a position to last half. I mean, one off the neural theft, right?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Avery as well, if she gets some
Yes, this
sticky
should blow.
kills with the early Marshall. And, ooh,
Fire.
I mean, Sin? Aggro style Senti, okay. Finds the first, shuts down the orb collection, good punish. Don't double dip.
Wants to. It's something that surpasses ego. It's like team.
It's your
ferocity.
team.
It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I know you. I know what you can do. I should peek again. It's. You're like, don't listen to your mind. Don't listen. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
intrusive thoughts. I'm surprised they don't.
Jump.
I'm surprised they don't recollect and follow through on that though on this other side. In the meantime, right now, Enwy's taken down Oasis, who was that backstab A lurk, and now this is a good reclear because you don't want Enwy to keep this space. And I don't know if I'd like this. This would then be 3v3, open A, and you get the Vandal upgrade, but that's if they clear the corner.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. A.
That corner almost cleared.
Gotta go.
Holy moly. We're having some crazy pinned down situations here where somebody should be dead to rights and they are
30
coming out
seconds
on
left.
top. Invert stops the damage there, but it seems to already be done. 1v2 is doable. With just about full util here.
This position though, this late, do you expect Colby on the high angle? Nope. And
Never.
Colby gets their corner not cleared moment this time around. And 96 here, so bonus denied once again. Yeah, it was against a questionable late round call, it felt like. After some really fun work to bait your prior teammate to send out of her anchoring defenses on that C site.
Yeah, could have at least kind of took a sniff and been like, have they rotated? Are they going to use more util to cover C while we rotate away with one person? Yeah, it feels like, as you said, they're just a little too committed.
Yeah. Well, look at this.
What's happening?
We have a vulnerability combo ready to go to end we up. Really just is utilized that much conversion though in that early round. Aside from making them steer clear, and I suppose the adaptation, right? If Sin can't get aggro, we'll let Hopi get aggro.
Oh, Addison playing hopscotch with that first kill, but then Sin says hello up close and personal. Knows that's not the fight to take, but takes the judge for another one just on the other side. Okay. Wow, they're just running right in. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Yeah, could have had a little more util to it, but you got to respect trying to grab the timing. It is a play to get on in on the opponent. Sen was just too ready.
Yeah. I mean, you know your cage is dropping while playing a judge on the choke, and I mean,
yeah.
You have a shield, you've got to use it if you're the ISO. I think just unfortunate.
Nailed them.
If then we can't finish off this 1v3. I mean, Avery's 1 HP. Flying long though with the Hunter's Fury.
Nice little peekaboo game there.
Yeah. That's not the first time. I think that's like the third or fourth we've seen that kind of tag team timing to finish off these rounds. Usually it's traps they set up while playing retake though in the first half that we saw. So it's fun to see it get sprung in the defense and in the post plan. It's better suited for it if anything. And I mean, that's a frustrating round for sure. For Himmers, that's Senators on double digits, right? I feel like there were some legs to that side anchor shutout as well. It's just Colby needed to get one, then Sin follows it up with another, and I mean,
Get out of my way!
you have Avery just crouching under every single engagement and bullet spray, and that somehow works for them. But
if the
job's not
moon's
done.
aligned, Himmers should get 3 rounds here. We are just mirroring what happened in the first half. Bonus round being dropped and then going back towards the other team.
Ooh.
We'll see if Himmers can take this back now. Will they get 3 in a row? Already entering the site. Blazing speed once again here as it just seems like they aren't going to stop. A quick swing is almost the lineup. Oasis able to drop one. Sin picks up a weapon and can't get control of it right away. Yeah, is going to be the final touch as Slandy takes down May, and it is Himmers getting a round back for themselves. They'll get the defuse and quite a few alive here to stack that economy.
My ult is ready.
It was interesting, right? It's like that mid-side smoke, yes, allows Sun Otters to get the plant down, but then there's this, like, ISO running in like, hey, look at me, trying to shoot me with my double tap, and then immediately you look and see, oh, wait, Colby and Sandy have taken full backside space, are above you on Plaid, and jumping down, raining down upon you, and it's definitely not a traditional style retake for Haven, but that's anything we've but with this composition, and their style works out, at least for that seaside retake, and it talked about how this felt like it was due for the next few rounds to go away, but mirrored instead for Himmers, and when you look at the ults, you look at the buys, and the fact that Sen Otters are coming into an eco here, as long as we don't see another crazy Oasis Sheriff moment, they should be squared away.
They're going to meet a trip here. And I like this defense from Himmers. Already pushed up, have a line of scrimmage too. The shotgun doesn't push though, right? Damn, that's a cool skin. You don't push the shotgun either. Okay. They're just whispering sweet nothings to each other now.
If you double tap it, you might be able to re-clear it. But this is a beautiful deposit, right? And you have to question if that TP is still here. They're finding all this presence and re-clearing A. Like, this would be a great timing for May.
Shot Colby. 1, 2, swinging that gun around. Oh my god, what is this? Yuhan did get the garage control. Oh, the patience, the perseverance here pays off so big for Himmers. And they go from a round with 3 alive to, I was gonna say 4 alive, but I cursed it. And there is gonna be 3 alive. 3 alive again. And they're gonna get some guns. Again, that economy is still stacking and they string 2 together here. See what Sen Otters has as we go into round 19.
And we're starting to see how important this defense as well, that Himmers keeping that deep A main control is. And I think that's something that if you're on the side of Sun Otters, are definitely going to be pointing out here pretty early on. And it's funny, I was like, I don't like the Himmers repeated A default, but we might need to see that disrespect from Sun Otters early on just to break through the A main hold and then keep a player deposited there instead of like what they tried on the Eco last round with a garage deposit. But it was just that, an Eco. This round, though, now with buy up, you have, again, Hunter's Fury, which we saw Avery already utilize super aggressive, like on the defensive side. And it's being used in the early round, similar to how Slandy did out of their own timeout to get them back on the board.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a crazy match here, Rivington, and I mean 2 rounds.
It looks like it. That warm up started to come in. We got to talk about that Colby glow up.
Wow, 14-14, yeah.
14-14 now. Absolutely. Wait a minute. And just made that big purchase. Seems like they had an off in the shop.
Ooh. I mean, how many rounds was that? Because I don't think she was like this close either to the 14-14 at halftime.
No, it's been absolutely. The pistol was big. Got a few there. I mean, it hasn't put in those clutch situations. She's taken down a few, even if not winning. In here now, just getting that momentum going is part of the building block.
Yeah. We talked about having a few more players towards the A space. Might see that from Avery in the dart, but concern is if you're going fast into grass, then you've got Slandy and an Odin. Let's get some damage. Oof. This is something. Himmers, like, don't fight for deep space outside of A, right? They don't walk down grass unless it's, like, the round is secured or if it's an eco, right?
Uh-huh.
And I think that's what the drone's gonna find out here. Oh, good angle from him. And we put the whiff! The bait! No one following through on it!
I know exactly.
Oh, wait. Going in. Slandy. Oh, online. Trying to get it to help each other. Everything's being forced a little bit too much from Himmers. And that's what Sen Otters wanted. Oh, they are going to hunt this.
Spike
Look
planted.
at this. Tracking the timing of the runaway. Oh. I'm like,
oh, they aren't going to hunt
where's
it.
May going?
Well, I guess they don't have money. No, they aren't going to hunt it. And they have ults already, so there's no reason.
This is true. This is true. Say it. It is going to, looking at the economy, though, Colby will be able to buy Sin or Yuhan would, and they are good to go for another as well to at least try and keep Sun Otter off of that 12th that they're on track now to get to with that victory. And that was just a hard trap punish again in that mid-round from Sun Otter. It was, again, good theory setup, but a little bit of a breakdown between Enwi and Yuhan in the moment. And
yeah.
you have that plus that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, plus Battison slipping back sight was like crazy timing when you have both Slandy and Sin trying to fight for that space.
It seems like Sen Otters is always ready, realizing that Himmers is crashing the site. All those blue X's are like on top of each other immediately. See, they recrash C twice already. And yeah, I think Sen Otters likes the fact that they're trying to play as fast as the Neon and the Phoenix. Why not? I mean, the ISO double tap is great to have up front there, and then you just wall and try to do the same thing. So they're really just, it's the old school fight. But like, you're ready, we're ready, everybody run in. I like to see them test each other.
You have to be ready this time around. I like how the solution out of the last round is, okay, let's back off even further if it's not A long, right? Because they were getting punished on just holding B. Colby here, talked about that. Op getting carried over, gap on the cage. Oh, that need to be a kill.
Okay, one's finished. Okay, wait. Watch your team. Cooking some toes. Oh, wow. Absolutely fast right here by Sen Otters. Blazing one down. Invert's going to get a little bit more out of that one and try to go for overdrive.
One enemy
Just
remaining.
yelling. Sounds like she's playing tennis out there.
Foolish.
10 on 1.
Oh, wow.
It's not going to be enough. Sometimes you wonder once you catch that footstep, catch that sound, a few spams from the gate, and it becomes a very doable situation. But yeah, Sen picking up that pace a little bit more does seem to catch Himmers off guard as they are trying to match it.
Yeah, we mentioned how Sen Otters needed to address the A space that Himmers were getting if they didn't show any presence, and now that they're going for it really, really early on. And that round, there was literally 4 players towards A as well for Himmers, which makes that even more difficult of a round loss. And it was just a little bit of a mistiming on Slandy and that Hunter's Fury, and we talked about that up-tempo. That's exactly why. Like, it was hard to predict, but don't think there's much predicting coming into this. Just a full rotate, full exec. Feels like from St. Alders when you have Phoenix Sultan. And yep, there's the follow through. This is a crazy ult from Colby though.
My God.
You and me.
They're not even looking the right way. Oh, Oasis. Stack back up on HP. Gets a swing, gets a shot. Actually making noise. Oh, good lord. The first bullet was like, what is this?
One enemy remaining.
They're trying to protect each other. Colby's there. The ace for Colby to bring it all back. That's Himmers. Colby coming up with the ace.
I mean, that's Colby for you. I don't know if you saw, but just no defenses on that. Run it back from Battison, and somebody at A-Link probably hearing where it was invested, and Colby just ults it right behind it, executioner style, into a gun upgrade when they had it broken by. And then, somehow the communication isn't there from Battison as well, so that Colby gets even more out of the kill contract, whether you won it or not. Like, that is absurdity. That's the kind of round that should set you up for a last resurgence towards overtime, but you still need 3 in a row. You can't relax, you can't celebrate. The job's not done yet, and Oasis, and we...
Oh, the angle wasn't there. Oh, Oasis. The side steps have been so good to reposition. Literally clearing A by themselves, yeah.
Oh, wait. So the logical thing would be to end A because it sees nothing on there, but because they expected to pivot there, it's like 2D chests, and now they get the deserted C site. And now Oasis is set up to start off the rotations. They almost went for a counter race.
Slowing it down. Actually, who am I kidding? Look, they're trying to push through with a paranoia.
Watch your eyes.
Sheriff round to do it for most of them. A few hero rifles there. And they're looking to mix this one together for a possible final round. Sin can't get the first sheriff. Now, position identified. And the spike ticking ever so quick. Ult's there. Nice ping tick.
Cage trigger.
All right, to get out the ultimate.
This is no problem.
It's down on.
Last
Relax
player
this effort. Protect the VIP. It's not going to be enough. Seven Otters are able to close it down with full confidence on that match. Nicely done on Haven to take the map away from Himmers.
Yeah, and we said that was kind of a must-win for Himmers, so I'm a little bit nervous for what's going to come up on Split, but one last look at that last round, and again, how just in these team fight moments, that's where St. Otter shine the most. You talked about how it was like a broken bite, like double sheriff. Those players are being masters of mischief, right? Curveballs with no follow-up, buy time to the player with the hero hooking it back to you, and then Hunter Shuri coming in as well. It's just, I feel like they were getting more bang for their buck off the util, and that's without discussing, I feel like, the util disparity that there was, right, between the two compositions to begin with. But, yeah, just not quite liking what we were seeing there. And again, you didn't see the confidence that you need to see, or you need to be warmed up when running that style of composition where it's a jet, where it's ISO, very self-sufficient agents. And again, it's like, I want to write that off, but then we're going to Split where we don't even know what composition Himmers are going to be running. And it's up against one for St. Otters that they've also put some work in, switching from, like we mentioned, a raised jet now into their favored Neon Phoenix. So it's just going to be more of what we saw on Haven.
Yeah. We're going to cover it when we get back. Don't go anywhere. There is more Verizon Valorant Game Changers coming back after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Game Changers North America. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. Because it's going to be a good series. And we have another one after this. That first match, however, Zobi, Sen definitely put their foot down. And I feel like we had Himmers almost trying to replicate that pace and not play their own game.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult to see because, like we mentioned, the composition just didn't fit that style in the same way that it does for Sun Otters. And I will say, it being a 9-13 when we already know that some of the key players for Himmers weren't online gives me some hope that this won't just be what I mentioned was map veto-wise. It feels like if Sun Otters won this map, it was going to be a quick 2-0. But I think we're going to have to see that proof in the pudding when we get to our map 2. Because here, again, I mean, literally first kills mirrored. Again, the retakes favored that of, and the post plans favored that of Sun Otters. Like, it felt like they really could do no wrong. And I'm trying to think about like what some of the positives were for Himmers. Like Colby warming up was great to see. I think Sin as well was I think the most consistent player on their team, and Yuhan had a great start as well. So if they can again let all of those strong players overlap with Slandy's concrete calling, I think they could have a lot better time over on Split.
I agree with that, right? We said they had that, or I said earlier they had that mental. They went 1-13 on a Haven match versus Spiders and then came back to win the series. 9-13 is something you can easily get some fixes on, as well as look towards Split. Like you said, we haven't seen them, so maybe it is the refined thing that they're actually floating, waiting to drop, but that it's still going to be tough against Sen Otters, who are ready to play that against you. They really have to come out something. You can see Colby on top there, 20-16 from an 0-6 position, definitely heating up. And I think that as well, we started to see the team's confidence come online. It was really falling apart in those retakes. That pace is fun to watch, and some teams can really lock it in, but you have to change it up if it's not working. And they kept finding themselves going in one by one to disrupt the pace of the site take. And that has to be readjusted.
I mean, at this point, I'm looking at the fact that in a 13-9 game, we got 31 kills dropped by Oasis, right? On a Cypher, and also on the IGL, right? Like, I had some concerns about, like, like the calling in that department, but I do feel like they had a plan set in stone in the early round, and then they just didn't need a mid-round call. Like, everyone looked so fluid, so autonomous in their own positions and their own roles, and to me, that is only possible with a team that is stuck together through a full stage, and I think that's some of the benefits that we did see come out for this team in particular. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be something very, very similar when we get over to Split, because that's another map that requires some really, really strong mid-rounding, and it is also a very retake-centric map. So it feels like it's going to be a lot of something very, very similar when we get over to there, and it's just going to be, to me, right, if there's a compositional cook up for Himmers that is going to combat that of Sun Otters, and they're pretty much go-to kind of double controller, double duelist or not, and yeah. Or just honestly, again, I don't know what to expect for this map, because even on maps that like might parallel in compositions, right? They've run like your Ray's ISO. We can see Arena here. I really don't know.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it would have. They have quite a few things up their sleeve, right? They do have the Viper. If Sin wants to play Viper, I like that more than the Cypher here, because it's going to be. I feel like it's just a much better lurk playing with the wall. And I mean, Yunnan, play what you're comfortable with, because there's a lot that can go in there. But ISO is a little bit less of a factor. I think it's harder to get that undercut to work, especially if you're on A or trying to clear heaven. One of the things that's a benefit, though, is they are starting on defense. We've heard teams in the VCT say, I mean, actually, funny enough, it was Sen Redux that said it, that losing after having a lead, they lost 12-5 on a map after having like a 5-0 lead. They said starting on attack side was tough to get that momentum. So now Himmers following there get to start on defensive side. Might be a boon for them. They get to reset. They get to settle in and kind of look at that speed of attack they might get hit with every time and try to adjust a little bit sooner here. But like you said, it's very retake heavy, so their numbers have to be alive here. They're either going to choose to fight forward or really play that retake. It can't be in between.
And that's where my concern, I think, with what composition they pull out and how the anchor is going to work would function. But
Reina.
yeah, we're getting to see. I did name drop the Reyna. I was like thinking through it, and I'm like going through the duelists we could expect to see you hunt on, and I'm like, I think it has to be the Reyna, like because I expected anyway on the Raze, to be honest. But Sin Chamber. I mean, we've seen this on Sunset, the one win that they did secure on it, and we know Sin is that duelist kind of player already. We know she can op, so I think this is going to slot in quite nicely. I just don't know if it's going to find the most impact here on Split, to be specific, to be concise, but it's gonna help them, I think, on the defense. That plus the Astra has a lot more anchor potential to it. Colby as well. That means she'll be able to ground herself, or they'll be able to ground themselves in these fights a lot easier. So I'm curious to see how this is honestly gonna go for this team. I think has some potential. I definitely think it's a better head-to-head than their composition was on Haven for what Sen Otters is running.
True. I do like it more. I feel like even with the ISO is a little telegraphed when you're doing it, and you can be I guess it's a little more battle heavy, for lack of better words, because you are going up against the double duelist squad, and you're trying to still somewhat formulate that type of power from Himmers with the compositions you're bringing, only having that certain amount of power. So I like it. They have the Reyna and the Raze to combat the Phoenix and the Neon. Perfect. It just means they have to all be behind each other more, and it just requires a lot more coordination to hit that site, right? You don't have fast lanes, you don't have a lot of those cover smokes that you're going to be getting on the other side from a paranoia and whatnot. So we'll see. They still have their smokes from Colby, as you mentioned before, and a little bit more of that post game, so that can help them big time.
Yeah, well, barrier drop looks like it's gonna be fast up into B Heaven, so Colby gonna be under siege. Wow. Perhaps that late lurk from May comes through main. Making sure there's no walk down first, and maybe listening to where that aggro fight could come into main as well from Oasis contact, but I'm surprised that they still are not moving through market, like, at all here.
The waiting. Lurker players have said this over in tier 1, that this meta is so hard because before you could peek ramp and expect to fight somebody, now you peek ramp and a Neon and a Phoenix come running through and absolutely crush you. So Oasis' job here is so much harder in this meta, and that's exactly why. They're always ready.
Cool. This is where I do like the chamber pick, right? You just saw the aggro stack. You just spotted the 3A side. Now you're running to the chamber, holding with a rendezvous and a headhunter.
Spike down, B.
Okay, Sid. Exactly what the team needed. Challenged by Introvert. They're creating these 1v1 situations or invert, not introvert. Being extrovert right now, actually. Because they get some kills in sight. Ooh, wait, waterfall from heaven into sight here. And again, Himmers tries to pick up that pace and maybe just a touch less to coordinate that attack. But Sen Otters take pistol.
That's a scrappy one, right? I feel like they were given so many opportunities, right? With Baddison not quite recollecting there with Invert in the final 1v2, but I liked the reflood idea there from Slandy and friends out of having that waterfall effect that you mentioned. And honestly, I think that was a matter of the setup was good for Himmers. They just needed to finish off their frags, right? Finish off their kills, right? Sin gets the opener. Colby also gets gifted a pretty dry 1v1, and that doesn't go their way either. So it's just like all the pieces unfortunately got thrown out the window. And now this round, Colby, so B, Jiggle. Early smoke has got to be setting off some alarm bells as well. They're like, did anyone make a footstep? No. I expect the dog close.
Orb. Orb grab bandit tap. All committed. Just decided at the last moment to go back, but here's Immers again. Look, a 3 on site. They've chosen to lean the correct way, but they got to worry about Oasis now, who just cut the map in half. And
Yeah, they
that is gonna
reflooded.
be Sen Otters on the other side.
They immediately came into that B side off that paint shell front site, and that's what kind of fragmented and allowed for those first kill to go the way of Himmers. But yeah, mid kill, setting up now the pivot, keeping Heaven space as well. Here is huge movement from Oasis, and we're starting to see again how that lurk IGL is going to function here. The issue now is that you don't know that the 3 stack's already in screens, but we'll see if Oasis can clean it up after context made by the Prowler.
One enemy remaining.
Where did Teal beat him?
Oh my gosh, they're so active on Sen Otters. I feel like the comms sound something like, somebody can die here? Where? Okay, we're killing them. Somebody can die there. I'll be right there. Like, every time. And they're so confident with it. It's just nothing else but, oh, we can get a kill. Let's go for it. Perfect. Great job. That works. They are methodical right now.
And even if players on front side, right, on that smoke are falling, Oasis was right there ready. And even keeping the crowd with a snake bite thrown into the mix as well. That extra decay to set up the team from behind. Like, that is crazy work.
This should do.
And that was just, again, we talked about how hit or miss the mid rounds have been. That was perfect from Oasis. So coming into the next alert this time around, at least from the get-go, they want to challenge into B main again. I don't know. So it's a bit safer of an angle from Colby. I like the refight off the grab well too, but I think I liked Sin playing on site a bit more. And as I say that, at least they've kept Sen Otters off the site, so job done. There's a little mid-trap set up, but no one really on the side of Himmers to follow up from this flash, so it's just the dog instead.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. The chamber, I feel like things happen so slow, especially when they're pushing to a site, hitting and waiting. That you can get that rendezvous first, like you're saying, play the chamber outside the site, and then set it back where you are in heaven now. You
can even play it like aggro on B main if you want as well.
Yeah. Chance for a kill. You need that against Sen Otters, honestly.
Yeah. What was it, 9-13 First Bloods matching the scoreline in map 1? So,
yeah.
Going on here though, this is an interesting predicament. You haven't cleared out ramps at all.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful read by Enemy. Up and over. Cooks him up. Possible ace on the line. Oh, Baddison takes the paint shells. Gonna turn the flash.
Remaining.
Nicely done. Sin's gonna grab the 4th of the round. And now they hear Oasis making a little bit of noise. And a really nice reaction here.
10 seconds left.
Himmers using their own state of game when the ultimates came up. We lost Enwy there, and you thought it could be possible because it is Oasis. But Sin still sharp as attack on these rounds to steal away the bonus.
And we said that wasn't the problems over on Haven, was they had these ults early but then didn't use them. They sat on them as that 3-round loss, like, it kind of developed on the Sen Otters side, and immediately perfect use of that ultimate from Enwy. And that's what we said. We wanted to see Himmers take the fight to Sen Otters, and Enwy does just that, getting the perfect timing to stem that exec, even waste out some of the ultimates on the Sen Otter side as well to keep them at bay, especially if they can secure this next round. There's not going to be ults, there's not going to be money. That would be Himmers getting the lead back, and Sen Otters not going for the in-depth, well-worked mid-rounds any longer. It's just strong main starts, and fortunately there is a 3-stack here for Himmers, so not quite sure what this Fade Util is going to tell them about that.
They're dogging. They know that dog ran pretty far.
Wait,
which
didn't
is
check main,
telling
though.
They're deep in sight, and they didn't check main. So now Enwy almost has to keep an eye on it. Just a jump. They don't even have op, and they did the quintessential op jump double swing. They're just rifling this together because they're so confident. And again, Zobi, they're on a different level right now. They're feeling the team strategy.
I mean, yeah, the trades, you talked about it. In the comms, they feel immediate, right? You had opener on that site, was Baddison falling up invert on the entry, and then right there, that anchor of main between May and Oasis, Colby. For the Guardian, 4 targets. Cannot even strike the first. Oasis, another 3K. Continuing to rack up a counter for this series. And that was the round that was supposed to put Himmers back on the board, but they will continue to trail. And, sheesh. I mean, I think this is a composition where I don't think I can see, like, well suited for strongly attacking the defense, but Sun Otters right now. And as to they have stabilized. I mean, it was only the first rifle round as well. The bonus, right, that Himmers was able to deny. So, what more can we see from them, especially now with a broken buy and... I mean, I do like this. You've conditioned that Colby's solo anchoring, jump peeking, playing their stars on main, and surprise, on the close line, there's 3 players, but this is the safe start that we've mentioned for Sun Otters that been so well suited. And now, I mean, you've heard double flash between the Lear and the guiding light in front B, so it was either leave or reclear, and still weighing the options.
I'll find you.
It feels like Sen Otters is just in their head. They might push here, everybody wait, then we'll re-hit. It's still going to be strong sight. So what's the protocol to deny this? Drop a nade right at their feet, Sin with a good start, and that's what we were looking for, is more of an aggressive positioning, or at least on a main line, that rendezvous. Ooh, this has made Otters reconsider what the strat might be. I think they'll hit from heaven.
This is similar to what they did prior, but it was off of Oasis finding a kill in mid that they were able to pivot. So with Oasis falling A side, they instant path through heaven, and they're still going to be running to the stack, but it does allow them to isolate kills a bit easier.
Flash, dash, taunts, and sees. Right to the site. Bastion. Or Madison, rather.
One enemy
Getting
remaining.
some nice kills. Sin.
Spike planted.
Okay. Silent on the rope.
They didn't spot it?
Oh my god. The timing, the movement, the audio hasn't been made here. Not a step. They're waiting for that contact up on top.
I don't think so.
Just the outline
My
of
ult
the
is
player,
ready.
knowing there might be one towards Sands. That's crazy patience from Madison. What is that timing? No way. That's crazy work. That's
How do you
crazy.
even know to swing at that moment, Rivington? Like, I don't know which one's more criminal timing. The fact that Sin was able to go down the rope without May seeing, or the one that Madison was able to find to go up to 9-1, by the way, on the scoreboard. You talked about the relationship with the Phoenix. It's shining here more so on map 1. And is this going to be a Himmers timeout? It's feeling like a Himmers timeout. About that time.
I'm gonna time out, and I would like a request on what Madison's countdown time is for peaking. It's just like, was that a 4 3/4? It just seemed too exact to be a regular 5. What is that? I would call timeout after that too. You just, yes, you need to cool the Phoenix down, and we also need to re-strategize about what's going on here, because they have so much where you should have Sin, like you said, B main. Put Sin on B main. They haven't been smoking it. They have been peeking it. Get the peek and rendezvous. Slandy can cover A. That's why you have this guy. You should be sourcing info all the time, that or mid. And the last time we saw it, they did that Skydog from mid A site and then went up ramp with it.
Yeah.
And got hit from A.
That's a good spot.
It's just, it got to pull it back a moment in fundamentals. Again, I think Himmers is trying to say, oh, they're doing this, let's catch them. When
Yeah.
really, Himmers should just be clearing the regular stuff and playing against Sen Otters like they play against anybody else.
And that's 2 things. Is number 1, it screams they have a misunderstanding of the tempo that Sun Otters are taking. And number 2, they've been leaving so many gaps trying to funnel in where they've seen the presence of Sun Otters. But we finally got what we were asking for, but unfortunately it's a hard stop counter from Sun Otters. That's going to completely discombobulate people toward a force. Oh, or not.
That's what it is. The pressure from the shadows into the backside. Colby on 1, almost a second. And they have picked up the pace onto this. Oh, huge shot from Sin. Absolutely job done with 2 killed, and now Sen Otters is forced to push. Don't tell me they can flip this round. That's the util you want to see from the sky to reassure the team. Oh, the firepower is just too much, though.
B.
May left alone. Haven't seen this situation from them too much. First 2, and Yuhan pulls it back for Himmers as they just get in Sen Otters a little in their face a little bit more at the start of the round.
Yeah, some good shots. We mentioned how I feel like this was round 3 where we said that the setups were really good from Himmers, or maybe it was in round 2 where they like they were in all the right positions, but then we're losing their ones, right? Like Colby on site anchoring loses theirs, but this round it was like, okay, Sin wins 1 close with a headhunter, Colby wins theirs backside up against the entry duelist, and it just all kind of then the domino started falling, and there was that creative play from Sen Otters to try and scale into alley with a numbers disadvantage, but again, just checking the basics boxes, The dog reclear from Slandy was perfect, and they are going to keep these adaptations. Sin on a tour de force with the operator this time, deep on the B line with that rendezvous back towards default, and this is kind of what you wanted, right? Good trademark for the mids A splits, good line of sight for Colby, and looks like they've definitely stabilized and have a better understanding of how this attack works going in the rounds following their timeout.
Joke's over.
Very
You're
nice.
dead.
Much more of a trap feeling play. The traps are something you can work off of or
That
reset.
didn't kill?
Colby. Okay,
Knocking
Colby
them.
saved. Yeah, I was like, oh, good, they got the run it back.
Face
Just-
your dick.
One tag. Oh. No shorty. Just a headhunter. Somehow safe. Somehow alive. Sin finally gets sourced out of the site as they go 360 around the column. There's still a lot of members to come back here. They gotta time this. They gotta get Oasis. And they finally
Spike
stop that lurk
planted.
for one of the rounds as they dump a nade into the site.
Bomb buddy
Not
out.
too much damage onto Invert. None at all, actually. But they do source the position. I don't know if they have too many crossfires here, but Sen is in a position to return fire. They do it on a few, but wait, it's gonna be the trade in. Colby, the last alive to get another round for Himmers, and these trades are instant. Back and forth. It's like we're finding the last person in a matter of a second.
We defend this
And that
reality.
is so funny, right? Because in the early run on the exit, it's Baddison just brazenly disrespecting Solo, that backside hold, and poking and prodding and finding kills. And then when they actually get set up in these tradable crossfire positions, all of that is what fails, right? And Himmers
Yeah.
are able to flip the script and get back into it. And I mean, it's not just how that round's defined, but now how the scoreline might as well. Despite the few ultimates on the Sun Otter side, the buy is sour. Himmers. This is once again an opportunity to pull back in towards a lead, but this is exactly where we sat as well when the score was 1-3, right? And Sun Otters won that round up
Yeah.
a very start to exec. That seems to be the plan here yet again. Hastier split energy, and Sin calling upon you to get another opener.
Just up close and
There's no
personal.
trademark event this time either. Oh no. Why is there no trip event? No one's watching it.
Yeah, why'd they put it at B main?
Like your Astra's holding B main. Hello? It's okay though.
Yuhan's also looking down ramp, so now they realize
They got
there's a
it,
bit of an
yeah,
eye
yeah.
on about Yuhan. Okay.
But they're
Like,
having
wait a
them
minute.
both.
This is there's a gap in mid. Now, just in mid, Avery
What?
sits right next to Sin as they finally start trading. Dash out, dash in, and he takes down one. Oh, the instant unscope, but saved. Saved. Everybody's gonna backpedal here and reset for the 3v4. And Colby is going on an adventure to try and get an eventual backstab.
Colby needs to stay in B main at this rate, right? The trip's gonna make it seem like that they're not there, and yeah, perfect. Now all you need is Sin to survive.
Spike planted.
The full smoke, I don't know how I feel about that.
They aren't thinking about the timing at all.
Here comes the party.
Okay, everybody's heads drawn up towards
One
heaven. That's the
enemy
time to
remaining.
peek. There's the shot from
Oh.
Colby. Very nice teamwork. Oh, trying to get up to the stinger and trade it out for a bigger gun, but they get it on the way up. Another one for Colby, another round for Himmers, and it does feel much more their style than trying to catch up to what Sen Outers is doing.
Take aim.
Yeah, this was perfect, right? We identified in the early round the question marks of gaps of positionings, and then they fixed them all, right, as the round developed. And it was just as Sonata was getting into their own positions to exec and try to go for something on that eco round. So, yeah, very fluid, backfilling the spaces, setting each other up with plays that kind of set that tag teamed off of each other, right? Even Colby, while tucked away in main to play their own hero game, right, sets up the Nova Pulse so that and we can go satcheling in, right? And I mean, that just kept Invert at bay with the old out flip the script, but oof. That's... No, I would take that opener. I would take that opener, knowing what Invert's done with entries.
Okay, I'm down for that. Invert's been a menace. At this point, I'll take everybody moving at the same speed. Here we go, Slandy now on ramp. Oh, just seen. Paranoia doesn't do it justice.
Spike planted.
Slandy's able to close the distance, but the pit, getting into the pit here, the Seekers is going to be great for it if they keep kind of working off these audio cues. Dump a nade right in there, starts to disperse. Ooh, Oasis though gets one. Oh, they have it trailed all the way in now after Nightfall. This is going to be on Colby. This is going to be on Colby. One trade. going for the spray and pray. That's how we like to see it.
They
Little eye on
dropped the
Madison.
pit.
Last player
Playing off the
standing.
shots. Enwy, the benefit there. Avery stuck in the corner, and Enwy gets another one. They thought they were going to be able to catch Himmers with pants down in the pit drop, but it wasn't the case. Defuse comes through. Enwy gets another pip, and they're already halfway back to the showstopper. We saw it run the other round.
Yeah, I mean, it worked against one, like you mentioned, the first that Oasis was able to achieve, but the trade from Enwy is perfect. And the fact that Slaney started with a judge and had to go to the operator meant that they weren't quite deep or scale into that pit for it to have a bigger impact, right? They could still tuck away a main, they could still play the trade safe, and now it's Sen Otter's the one you need to take a timeout as Himmers have racked up a streak of 4 in a row, and I mean, Envy's 13-8, like every player. Slandy, you know, sometimes all it takes is a judge to get your first kill on the board, and then you snowball from there. So, how that's going right about now. And looking back towards Sen Otter, I mean, this round, I mean, last round was already kind of a rough buy, and you invested the ults on top of it. Here, it looks even worse, and Madison will be one off from the orb, so you may want to try and do something with that. Like, there's a lot of potential here, but you have to get creative, I think, to fully deploy it. So
Yeah.
see,
And that's where I'd love to see Himmers get creative. Out of the timeout, you know exactly, like you said it. So they have to know. You know exactly that Madison wants that orb. Set up a trap. Get ready to chuck this nade in and get a gravity well in there. Something. I don't know.
Sin
But I would
did
love
that.
to see that early round proactivity.
Yeah, I'm getting the flashback to like the Sin disrespect on the C site. If you remember, is the Cypher when they were trying to farm that orb?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
something like that, but again with the operator on main would be huge. That's what you kind of wanted to do towards A, it looks like, but I think they're playing it more safe because they know it's kind of a weird buy, right? They'll fight for the B main orb, yes, that's the easier one to set up a run it back for, but it's operator on the A line, and I'm curious at what time did they spring the B main re-clear? When you take those steps forward. Now, apparently. No wolf there anymore. And I like the angle now. Look at what the Colby is now holding. This should hopefully prevent that orb from getting picked up as well.
Find you.
Nope. Oh, there it is. Worthy
Stop the orb.
sacrifice.
Gave an orb, got an orb. Going up towards heaven. They're going to play right into the trip, but this has to be a protocol they have, though. Can they waterfall out? Do they want to go through the ramp? They hear the trip. Are they going to go back down? 50 seconds to decide how this one plays out, and that's exactly what they're doing, surrounded by 4 members.
Oh, I don't like Enwy and Slandy walking down mid instead of staying, but does it allow them to
Into the
position
grinder.
themselves?
Spike down mid.
Oh, my gosh. And they don't even know about Slandy. I feel like Slandy was over there with
30
her finger
seconds
over her
left.
mouth saying,
One
"Shh,
enemy
don't shoot,
remaining.
I'm still here." 2 kills
think
quick
that's
from
it.
Slandy coming in, and from the judge to saving the op, and now picking up some big kills, controlling the round. 6-4 for Himmers here on their first split.
Yeah, and it was perfect. When I was talking about how they were double walked down mid, it looked like they were trying to go water, like to flank behind them, and the fact that they pause and take a few steps back and frame for that pivot after the trademark's broken was just perfect calling and perfect group synergy between Enwy and Slandy. So yeah, looking great in that regard. Sen as well, still with that operator as well. And we mentioned how out of the timeout they had to understand what the game plan was for Sen Otters, and they did just that. It's a huge 180 from what we mentioned. They didn't even understand the tempo, right, of Sen Otters, and now, once again, just deathball into A is not a good look for Sen Otters.
Nice little teamwork. Beautiful protocol to take A. But you gotta have a way to go after this, or you're stuck in sight. You're gonna get paint shelled. You're gonna get hit. You gotta put these sheriffs together, and it looks like they're gonna try to fight good screens right away. Quick shorty kill, but it's straight in the
One
crossfires
enemy
there.
remaining.
But it's gonna be broken apart, and only for so long. Slandy and Enwy on the other side as well, able to get a few as they make their way to defuse the spike. Only losing 2 on that one. They still have Enwy's ult to come back firing
Don't even
on the next
start
round.
that shit here, mate.
Yeah, it was a creative little pop attempt into screens from Sen Otter to overwhelm Sin, who you know has the
Last
operator,
round
but
before the switch.
Prowler not clearing the shorty is just unfortunate to say the least. And we're in a similar position now, but flip the script fashion of where we ended the half over on Haven. And I mean, aside from it being defensive starts that might lend to this, Curious to see if it'll be the 8-4 or the 7-5 this time around, but it's even more striking that it's been 6 uninterrupted rounds for Himmers. And now, I mean, you don't have to worry about orb collection necessarily. It's just exec off of them, right? Battison, run it back here. And we not in a position to deny it either. Only Sin with the operator and... Oh.
Dodge on that. Has a chance to take another shot off Sound, but this one's going to be up to Colby inside sight. Oh, the trademark secures the kill. Confirmed on that. Beautiful timing in and out of the smoke, but it's going to go over to Avery. And Sin still holds the same position, finally getting out after another shot does come up with a kill. The eyes all on May right now as the showstopper from Enwy comes out. My God, there is so much action in these rounds. Everybody from Himmers has gone the other way, and it's going to be turned on. Yuhan found the timing now, so May has to reset and get back to
too
sight.
early.
With a 2v3. Smoke coming up, one more anchor to throw out, and that's going to be May's entrance into the site if they need it. Oh, that's a dangerous line to take.
Is it double swing this,
though? Smoke, though. They are going to. Cleaned up. Then that's going to be turned around. Himmers find it. An 8-4 first half. As their retake protocols on that defensive side really help to reset to start the second map.
Maybe the key is just, you know,
Switching sides.
not winning the first pistol of the map, Rivington, because both of these teams won the first pistol and then proceeded to be down at the half.
It's so funny because a few rounds ago, I was like, maybe they just need to pick it up in the middle of the game. I was thinking that. I was like, forget pistol if you're going to do this. Like, I don't know. A lot of teams will have, we talked about it before, that role. Oh, forget the first 3, we're playing a certain way. And if that doesn't happen, then you get even more messed up. So when it doesn't happen at all, you're kind of free to approach the game as you see it, and it does seem like they're more comfortable. That's not 100% the reason. But it's so interesting to think about. Like, they feel so comfortable here just mid-game running.
I'm going up.
And it did really just come after that timeout that they were able to solidify.
Yeah, it did. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
that's... And you could just tell how different it started being, like the confidence in how they were taking the early rounds, the positions they were putting Sin in. Like, Sin was the key, I think, to getting those first bloods and wrestling things back. And will continue to be first kill of the half secured. That would set up an A split here if they can find Avery along the way. Oh, don't overswing this. Try to bait it out.
Re-clearing with bodies. If you do, you jump. Come on. All right. I like the timing, the pressure that they're actually putting on two Himmers right now. There's the clear. Swing out, relay in, but they're going to see a few more. Wait. Invert found 2 1v1s there on the corner. 30 HP and a slide. Safe at home. And they're back to reset this defense. These rounds get so chaotic. No way you get 2 with the classic there. As Slandy takes him down, May made a case for it. But the 2v2 means anybody's game's over.
Oh, but look how grouped. Oh, no. Didn't pivot the way you wanted to. And Slandy healed Sin early, so no regrowth left. But the double timing does work out this time. They are trailing. Oh, the Sky Flash. Oh, the depth is punished the timing they had found. And now, I mean, they're splintered kind of. You're going to have a player that has to plant, and that's going to be the perfect opportunity.
Remaining.
Or would have been.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
There's one. Oh, again, Madison! The pistol! Oh, the lowest of HPs. That flash, though. Oh, the noise betrayed them so much.
That's what you have to trust in your timings and in your mind games there a little bit. That gave the game away. Otherwise, they would have had a safe plant, would have set up a cross, and completely punished the low HP, but...
Yeah.
I will say, I think Madison needed that 2K moment because we pointed Madison out when she was at 9-1 Rivington and then ended the half then with 11 kills. Or sorry, math. They're 12, probably 12 kills. And no, it was probably 11. Did she get a 3K or 2K that round?
2.
Okay, so then yeah. Either
Pretty
way,
sure.
3 more kills and we point out that you're 9-1. Like, that's still not good. And that's going to be a great kickstart when you know she'd be huge on the retakes, huge on the anchors as well, or on the hot hands, and the blaze ball, and good orb collection. Make the most of this eco round for Himmers, but surprised at how far back. Oasis is like, I got burned last round, I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, they just pinged it.
Ooh.
Oh. In the face of who? Says, nope, I got you. 5 HP there. Has a little walk in over here on the left side.
Wait a minute.
Oh. See, that's when a player, you go down and you're like, yeah, I shouldn't have made noise. Mate gets taken down.
This is the first time we've seen Senator kind of over-rotating, right? I mean, they saw Arena in a chamber, and that was enough for them.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, look
a
at the
little
positive.
lax here.
How? Oasis was 5 HP. Look at the
gun
backstab from
upgrades
Sin.
just yet. Sin slowly moving in. Checked right now by Avery.
player
Perfect
standing.
timing there. Headshot. Avery still able to clean up another with a head punch in action. Colby. Around. Finally goes down for their troubles. Oh no. Invert with the dance move there. Beautifully done. As we get the Oasis defuse. And another round for Senator.
The counter jiggles to finish it off. And yeah, no,
Yeah.
Avery, the mindfulness there while full anchoring after they reflood again off that fast lane. I think the hope there, and maybe it was a bit of a miscomm, was for Slandy and Colby to refight off that Sky Flash, but maybe a fat finger and that flash, that smoke that comes out just completely prevents all of that from coming through. And I mean, again, there was a lot of layering things that could have happened for Himmers, but and in practice, that's where Sun Otters seem to excel, and they shut down a lot of that. And now, I mean, look at the tempo change. Badison fighting front and center when it's been Oasis on a lax anchor. This is nice. Ooh. You just saw the chamber, so I don't think they're going to expect the entire team to reflash and re-swing this either.
Oh, nicely pushed offline. That's what the Sky is good for when you get close enough. And the team's going to swarm in here. Why wouldn't you swarm an Outlaw? Beautiful start. They're going to get a plant for Heaven. So, are they going to keep moving? Or are they going to
Looks
take
like
this fight
it.
straight up?
I mean, you had Slandy solo entry, right? The players are still main. Now they can regroup and refight up ramps, and you have a crossfire on CT. Like, this is such a good setup. Only difficulty is, again, Sun Otters, this is where they thrive.
Oh, invert. They have control of the left side of the map now. They're playing this one a little horizontal, which feels weird. Avery back and forth, trying to get position
One
back.
enemy
They're
remaining.
stuck at the alt orb.
What?
I'm befuddled.
I don't understand. You planned for Heaven, right? After WK Gaming from Slandy solo entries in this site. And then you get complicit in your main position instead of taking a ramp control and reflipping into Heaven. Like, you especially needed to do that when you saw the players funneling out and taking out your crossfire on elbow and front screen. Like, that is just a fumble in the late round. And that's where we kind of mentioned Sun Otters on Haven. You could tell they didn't have too much of a dependence on Oasis in the late round calling because they had individual autonomy and role understanding. And that also came from the fluidity of playing off of each other for so long, with each other for so long. That we just saw Himmers don't have that same quality in the late round. And that is rough. And is what has allowed now Sun Otters to claw their way back so far and probably complete that, right? With the sheriffs that we see on the Himmers side.
In a little bit more puggy in a sense with the way I think they approach the posts. The mid round is there. They're kind of behind each other. If they can just thread in a few more kills, these post plants, Storm will be a little easier to weather. But as of right now, they're taking the full force every time as they try to get in. More sound. That's denied. Even on the flash, it wasn't that high, and they're able to just return fire. So the flash hits nobody, and that's one of their main points of util to get into the site.
Yeah, I will say the few times we've seen them get onto that B site was off of timings and it not really being full anchored by Sun Otters. So getting to see a first look at that anchor, and it's pretty flawless at that. So Himmers taking a timeout, understanding that this is a must-win rifle round, or Sun Otters will fast track to double digits, maybe fast track even to a 2-0, and all that work to win 7 rounds in a row might be for nothing. So all in all, though, this is what set them up for those 7 rounds, was a timeout after being down 4-1 instead of 0-4 on the half, and coming into the next, I don't know. We also were putting Sun Otters under a microscope, and they were making a lot of mistakes they normally don't make in the early rounds.
Yeah.
So the fact they were able still to win those rounds anyways means that what can Himmers exploit?
Yeah. their little adaptions and what they're seeing. Like you said, it can come down to firepower and individual skill. These little mini fights that they take, everybody's pretty confident. And that's got to, you know, relieve a little bit of pressure on Oasis when every call doesn't have to be made. Your team can take those fights.
Oh.
It's a tough one. These are two of the 5-3-2 teams. It is a battle right now between all of these squads to get into that main stage.
And I thought Himmers was going to be one of those main event dark horses. It wasn't a matter of if they got in, it was a matter of when. And I just don't see enough structural development as fast as I was hoping to so far.
Yeah.
For the names behind this roster, I think that just is because they don't practice consistently and just like knock the dust off every time they come out to play. And they all hit their highs. We've seen what they can accomplish, but right now it's Sen Otter looking like the more grouped and team-centric squad. And I did like the early defaults from Himmers, right? Sin poking and prodding, looking for first blood, and cutting off the punishing, right? The over-rotations from Sen Otter, but mentioned it. They're not making those mistakes anymore, but this is some nice feigned pressure from Colby and Slandy. I'm surprised no one's pivoted from Sen Otter just yet, and that curveball you'd think would allow or would fuel more people rotating since you didn't see anything in mid.
40 seconds.
Go, go, go.
Oh, no. The play. Here it is. I was going to say the tight plays have been favoring Sen Otters. So maybe Himmers has found something they can groove on here. Beautiful timing by Yuhan. We're seeing a little more scattered in their previous map when they would do this and really behind each other. But this is where they need to lock it down. Even a few members down, I don't want to see that. Let's see Himmers lock this up right here.
Uranus holding the cross.
One enemy remaining.
Very
Really
clean.
cool.
Got to build that teamwork, build the confidence. Little lane lap. Whoa! A nightmare flashed before my eyes. Just for a moment.
I mean, it's still that moment of feeling falling your death and waking up for Himmers, because how much of money damage was done there, and you need a long streak to finish this to send us to Ascent. And that was after a brilliant plan. We just mentioned how they can't really deathball into this anchor on the B site anymore, based on how last round went, and this was just a surgical dissection of it to get them in. But yeah, Avery, crazy cross transfer, and now big ultimates for Sen Otter. Like, this is gonna be that swing round for the series, and Sin almost catching Battison on a timing means early blaze wall to throw some question marks up on if they're still there or if they've crossed to safety. And okay, early contact. Last time the curveball didn't quite catch anything, so this is gonna keep this cross established. Of the op from invert hasn't come out yet on the B main line. A lot of moving pieces suddenly changing, and I feel like that novelty factor in Sen Otter's favor could be what they need just to get through this round. If they do.
Himmers moves right.
Bring them down.
Are still watching left. Oh, the timing. Okay, so it doesn't see.
Oh no. We just praised them last round for not over pivoting. Now Oasis, I mean, yeah, you're holding the wall, holding the close ramp angle, but this team just goes funnels through main.
Face
Oh,
your
they're not
chair.
going to? Really? And okay. Actually, that's a really nice nightfall.
Holy moly. Yeah.
If they
Everyone
went main,
tapping
it
out
would have
ramps.
mattered.
Let's push. Behind. It's got to be the kill. There it is from Sin coming through the vents. You gotta get to the site though. 20 seconds left here. We said it was gonna be big. Now they actually have that having control.
They're
gonna split. They're gonna dip. They gotta transition across the map. It's
Invert's
gonna be
gonna
met though.
ult.
Oh, invert so fast. Invert so fast. And they're gonna get it. 8 seconds. They're gonna dip. But wait, May's here too.
Good old
Eats the rocket.
Spike planted.
Might
Wait a
not
minute.
matter.
Avery's there. Again, they're not stopping. It is just continuing. There is no pause to these rounds. I say that. And everybody gives each other
Last
a moment
player
to breathe.
standing.
Now, Slandy Has nowhere to go. Hoping to be looking the right way. Just look the. Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect. What was the switch? Oh my god, the style points!
And that's the Red Bull clutch for the IGL of this team. Slandy, just when called upon, getting these impact kills to secure rounds that Himmers desperately need. And that's after Avery's been like an awareness Andy in the server through and through, right? Knows exactly where Colby was coming from. And should have shut that down, but that was just... In these swing moments, like sometimes Senators are favored, sometimes Himmers are favored, and that's the chaos. The instinct fueling these two squads.
You want
now,
to
I mean,
play,
4 ultimates
let's
and
play.
a decent buy. We're still tooth and nail fighting for that chance at a map 3, and Sin. I mean, they've learned not to give her any openers anymore over towards the A site, but last round, priorities started out of whack, and then again, these mid-round calls from Himmers.
Yep.
See what it looks like this time around. Didn't expect
So
Sid to hit
clean.
that one, did ya, Oasis?
When they played on defense, Slandy was also on A heaven to shoot those prowlers or anything for Sin. That little teamwork they have there, giving Sin the opening, is so smart. Really nice by Himmers to get the first blood.
All that word to get made a positive, and the Seekers come out and say, nope, get out of
Yeah.
here. And then you have to TP, you gotta regroup. It's more surprising, though, that once again, Sen Otters, I mean, because they got the kill A side and didn't see those Seekers for a while in mid, thought this was gonna be an AN. So they over-rotate. Sin now gets them on the back pivot, and, I mean, Cosmic Divide, and plenty of time for Himmers to get posted up in this post plant. Yeah, Sen Otters are just gonna call for the save. As the spike goes down, they realize that they blundered, and you think we get the second time out for them after this round, or you think it's too early? No, I think it's good.
It might be good.
Yeah.
Timeouts, though, we got to give credit to Himmers. Well, they're going
100%.
timeouts. They start to surge back. First map and this map. And this map, it's going to count even more.
Yeah,
Holy moly.
100%. Let's see if they can finish the job off now. Off of all that elbow grease. And... I mean, for that exact feat, that goes to Kaiser and Torakat, the coach and the assistant coach position. Being able to course correct here for this squad, and yeah, I mean, from a round that was salvaged with a Red Bull clutch from Slandy
Let us see
into
what
a
they have
flawless,
planned
like,
for us this time.
this is the definition of a rebound team, right? You mentioned how it got them through previous series, and now it's getting them through this map, and I mean, the buy-up was the smartest thing St. Otters could have done, and actually not gonna get the timeout here. Huh.
Yeah, Slandy's had a bit of a glow up on this one too. Started lower on that sky, and now having quite a good game here with some impact frags in these rounds and opening up the sights to get in for the takes. And gonna distract on the left side here as Himmers runs a bit of a troll strat. Oh, yeah, I think they heard Slandy run away though in the end.
And this is Avery playing very safe position. Just for confirmation, so the players would be able to rotate and play retake on the St. Otters side. I think this is why the timeout wasn't taken. You could see that they themselves called a fundamental swap and how they wanted to play this defense. We're gonna see the 5-on-5 determine that point or not for Himmers. And we talked about it, son. Himmers have struggled in their priority in these post plants. Let's see if they have it right this time.
They already have the Astra offsite, Star on plant, and a bit of util to get back in here, so they just gotta throw it off to run it back. Careful. A lot of util out in hands, and there should be guns here, but they still have a lot of time. Himmers knows what's going down, and it's going to be St. Otters trying to waterfall into the site a little bit while pushing 3. Battison low as we watch Yuhan clear 1, and it's just a gun in a second. Almost clear here, but Himmers have control of the situation. They do not look pressured, and Sin is going to sit down invert for a game point on split.
Match point.
Yep, just simplified that post plant hold to a T, right, Yuhan? No util to go into the fight, just plays the aggro Reyna exactly how it should be while enemies layering delay utility on. And I think you kind of saw it there, Oasis trying to snakebite reclear into a main. It just clips the corner and completely slows down their pathing, and to regroup with that team coming out, funneling out of screens like you mentioned, and everything falls apart. Now it's suddenly Himmers on map points. Seconds away from sending us to a set, and it's Sun Otters that need 4 rounds in a row.
Himmers be changing their names to "We don't want pistol round." It works so much better. It works so much better. They control these mid games to the late. Now they're going to try to control B site straight in, but it's actually a shortstop jump. They clear back site together at the same time after the fact.
Oh.
The kill in mid slows
Spike
things
planted.
And that's no post plant util anymore, at least in the form of a Gravwell, but it does veil the fact that there's a double flank brewing from Sin. Question is it going to get there in time? These players are so far forward and kind of isolated.
Oh. Easy call. That means everybody in Heaven Consent has to go forward unless they go back to fight. And Force does not work for them. Yuhan with the final shot, a 3K for the Reyna, as a 13-8 scoreline comes online for Himmers here in the second map as they show a split for the first time.
Yeah, it takes their counterparts map pick in even more dominant fashion, and that was their first debut of that map, and it took them some growing pains, honestly, with those timeouts, as we mentioned, coming through, but when they figured it out, boy, was it ironclad, and you really didn't see much of a response from Sun Otter. I still think that 11-8 timeout should have come through, just to even talk about how they wanted to play that retake game, if they expected that to be the conclusion that we saw from the way the macro shifted. But yeah, all in all, we don't need to play out the rest of Ascent, right? It's whoever loses the pistol will win the map, right?
Exactly. It might be the slowest pistol we've ever seen, because it's you just don't want to win it, not lose, if you know what that means. This series has been crazy. We are watching Sen Otters and Himmers go head-to-head 3-2 in the Swiss stage bracket, and now we have our third map of Ascent coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America. I am Rivington here with Zobi as we get into map number 3 here between Sen Otters and Himmers. I think a lot of people thought Sen Otters would come in pretty strong here, but we've been mentioning Himmers, and they've been showing up in a lot of these games to show us why they can reset, and no map loss ever means they're down.
Yeah, I think it just blew our expectations out of the water. I think it's funny we're continuing the trend of first bloods equals rounds secured here, like what happened over on map 1. But all in all, I think that came from players like Sin, again, stepping up. We kind of questioned the chamber, and rightfully so, with how the first few rounds, I think, of the map went and how it was being executed. But as soon as that first timeout was taken, it was smooth sailing through the first half, and a similar case of the second timeout was taken in the second half as well. And honestly, it did feel like Sen Otters, they just were making mistakes and we don't make, like we didn't see on Haven as well. Some of the over rotations on their defense and on that attack half as well. I mean, it looked some basic at times, right? There were just some death ball rounds, right? And that kind of got repetitive as well. And it was just feeding into the swaps that Himmers had already made.
Yeah, I feel like Himmers slowed it down ever so slightly to not play at Sen Otter's pace, which forced a few of those mistakes. They would be going for those swings where Himmers would be throwing somebody into the site, except they swung outside of that very close trade zone we saw on Haven, where they were able to protect each other on Sen Otters. So I think that fell apart a lot for them. Plus the sites don't work half as well. As there's a pillar in the middle of one, and there you got Viper walls cutting off. I think they did a good job playing around that on the side of Himmers. Enwy 26 and 16. You talked about Chamber, Sin on Chamber rather. A lot of those first bloods are what helped open up Sen Otters and stop them from having effective retakes. So big plays all around. We talked about kind of Colby having a glow up game on the Omen game 1. Slandy definitely had a slower start and had that glow up game on Sky, and it really mattered for the impact frags for Himmers on this one.
Yeah, we talked about like intramap, but intermap glow-ups as well goes to Enwy 100% on that squad, right?
Oh,
26 kills, like from the Jet to the Rays. And yeah, it was fun to see how fluid and reactive she was. And honestly, the showstopper, like saving that one round that sets Landy up for that clutch as well, right? Think about it. Whatever would have happened, they would have bomb rushed the spike planter. And that's how you salvage a disadvantage situation. It's just that kind of quick thinking, that intrinsic quality that really cannot be taught. But I think heading into a sense, now we flipped the script, right? We said that for Split, it was Himmers that we had zero expectations about, didn't know their composition, and they blew it out of the water, right? With their, again, mid-map adjustments as a team that doesn't practice as much. And for Ascent, we have not seen this since lower round 1 of main event 1 from Sen Otters. And that's when we had Oasis on Duelist, Badison on Senti, and a Vice in the mix. So I really...
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah. So I really don't know what they're going to go for here. Do you think we get invert off the Neon onto the Jet for this map?
You don't see too many Neons, so I would bet yes.
Okay.
The note said. Is it a possibility?
Invert has played Jet on Breeze and Lotus, played it on Haven before swapping to the Neon, has played Jet and Neon on Split, and has played Neon on Split. So yeah, it's Jet or Neon, take your pick now.
So I do believe it. The one thing is when it's kind of like a random tangent but applies. Badison played Neon and they played Jet on the Breeze, and they lost the Spiders that match, and they don't actually play that combination anymore. Badison just went completely to Phoenix on maps that they play, and I wonder if Jet was a piece of that, and comfortability. For Ascent, it's just too good, so you would take it. But yeah, we haven't really seen that combo from them, which we wouldn't hear, but I think the Jet is the play. I think the Jet is the play.
You're not wrong. Even on Lotus, where they were running invert on the Jet, they also like lost it once and haven't played it since. Maybe not as direct as banning it out like we've seen for the Breeze, but something that they aren't comfortable with, which does mean that maybe coming into this, Himmers have an edge in the veto that they haven't had so far today. And for them, this has been a decent map. They've played 3 different compositions. It's been 1 win, 2 losses, but they were pretty decent like losses. And you're probably gonna see the Raidiant again, by the way, from Yuhan, which we did see a slow start to, but then a quick warm up there. And as they learned to play alongside Enemy with it and fine-tuned that level of aggression we needed to see from it. And then outside of that, I mean, you'll have Enemy back on the Jets, and then pretty typical like KJ from Sin, Slandy, Sova. So we'll see. I feel like it's just gonna be like what we mentioned, Jet Phoenix. Do you think Oasis is gonna go back to the Cypher? I kind of want to see the Oasis Cypher again.
I would take Cypher. My Sentinels always Killjoy on this map.
Same here. Same here.
Always and forever.
Always will be.
I mean, the retake is so good. If you plan to do a lot early with the Cypher, I feel like the trips you put out, they kind of like need to be played off of. It's a lot harder to play retake. Some of the hardest sites to retake. So you always kind of can have that readability of the Cypher, and you have a Sova, so it's easy to clear. So we don't get the Cypher. We have a Chamber. That is gonna be the Phoenix Neon that they stick with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's as much of a surprise to me as the fact that they put Yuhan on the Phoenix. I could be mistaken, but I think this might be their first Phoenix this stage. That's really early stage when they went around that experimentation of like, okay, that Yuhan doesn't have to play the Phoenix, they would put Colby on Phoenix and Yuhan on like the Clove, right? On that Smokes.
Yeah.
And now the fact that they are just saying like finally Yuhan just run the Phoenix is either Yuhan saying like stepping up today and being like, guys, I'm not having a good day anyways, right? Like let's let Colby shine on the controller or something of that nature. It's if they're not feeling the Reyna, I'm not quite sure. Or if they learned from last match that the Reyna is not even nearly matched to the Phoenix in terms of the flashes and the space taking of the walls, then it might not matter. Yeah. So I'm curious to see. We're not taking
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that versus an experienced Phoenix like Battison's kind of crazy.
Yeah. That like setup I love for the third map because we get to at least pit those two together. I mean, you can do invert and Nia, Envy as well. But Phoenix walls, they work so well, I think, on Ascent because of all the tight corners. Like you're instantly cutting off the gaps that you need to run, like the archway there mid, and all you can just swoop that and you have every angle cut off. Another one is I always do like a 30-day. For the agents played, and you're right, because Yuan's is like ISO, Reyna, Omen, Clove, and Killjoy in the last 30. So it's been more than 30 days and there's a Phoenix in there. So it must feel comfortable for something that Himmers have planned out.
Definitely we'll have to see. I don't know. It might just be kind of a puggier style of... It'll be more that util, and I think, again, having some strong, like, you just have to ask for the util that you're going to need from Yuhan, I think, if the Phoenix isn't as, again, in their wheelhouse, but... Talked about the sides and starting sides. It's Himmers once again on that defense, and Ascent is a defense-sided map, which...
Oh, yeah.
Is a bit worrying for that momentum to carry over from the split win just a little bit, but... We'll see if the pistol curse continues to plague these two teams or not as we jump into our map 3. Reminder, winner now of this map of Ascent gets qualified to main event. Guaranteed that top 8 finish versus the other squad will fall into round 7. The final opportunity to qualify. And really no team wants to be in that position. So all in all,
no.
have to see.
It's bad. Those teams fighting Spiders, Axolotl, Otters, MVSK, and Himmers. I mean, 2 of those teams right here. So yeah, you're gonna play one of the other teams if you do lose this one. Who else lost their game? So we'll see how this one starts. A frenzy for Yuhan. See that often.
All right. And the Oasis is a good pick to get out of danger, right? But Rendezvous's not even put up. So now there's no way to escape said danger. The response from Sen Otters is good, though. Executing into a deserted site, but it feels intentional as well, right? With Sin just completely declining that space, priming instead to regroup on mid and ideally clear out Pizza. Ooh. There it is.
Spike planted.
Found him. Nice shot. A lot of sheriff power coming back in here, and they say, let's gather together and make this work. Colby on the long range, just making sure nobody got swung there. Here comes the first smoke. Make sure they can fight off of B main. Envy starts the site off. A flash to come in. They play off of Yuhan's util. They got to follow up, though. Everybody was in a reload mode for that moment, and it almost cost them. But they still have the teamwork. They make the dream work. And Himmers grab pistol? That's a question. No, Himmers get pistol. It'll feel good.
Was that important?
And it will. Again, it's kind of a huge kind of buff to win the pistol on this defensive side.
It is.
Sorry. It's to deny a defensive pistol if you're Sen Otter, right? Because it is a weaker attack sided map and it feels like that's the most even footing you're going to get in the half. But
Placing swarm grenade.
just from the barrier drop, right? Himmers looked like they had a new life to them, a new approach to them, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, are you sure the nameplates aren't swapped kind of thing? No. But, whew, coming into this eco. Got 2 snipes on A and mid, and the stack itself is funneling right into main. The shock. Quite collecting. Oh, but the swarm
Nice
will.
control. Sin playing the ledge. Gotta watch out for the left though. This time he's gonna become big. Covered by Yuhan. Nicely played in the site, and this should be cleaned up. Nice gun protection. Keeping that out of the hands of Sen Otters.
Down, B.
It's just gonna be a few more sheriffs bought on this round.
I'll be careful. It's a 2v3.
Smoke. Get position. Grab another weapon. Oh, Henry's not even gonna grab it. Colby has that Marshall just over the shoulder of her teammates.
Got spike switch. All you gotta do is hold on to it.
Yeah. Will be the welcoming committee. The rest
One
of
enemy remaining.
contacts.
I can't miss.
Oh. Nice identify. 2 shots, 2 people. 12 shots.
One enemy remaining. Team
Okay.
Ace.
Slandy gets that one. Nicely done. Himmers has actually done really nice crossfires from a map like that. It might look scary, but they lock it down each time.
Yep, labor but closed out. 2-0
Yeah.
here. And honestly, it was really funny to see Invert get 2 kills just off of fragging the teammates while being tucked away into main. That was pretty funny. Happened on Yuhan and happened there on this leave protecting Addison, who was in that closer space, but surprised and a little bit worried. We mentioned how Sen Otter, they got a bit repetitive on their attack side over on Split. They'll be getting played with the same thing, but it's a rifle round, so at least try one more time.
Okay. Sen Otters want to play it fast here, but in these next rounds, I also want to see Orb grab and maxed over and over by Battison or somebody on the squad. There's a shot. Battison maxing headshots. Oh, it's taken down. They don't have the coverage on that.
Spike down.
They
B.
are able to swarm it a
One
little bit
enemy
more
remaining.
somehow. Again, it comes down to chaotic 2v1, 1v2 now. Oasis, as the dust settles, is trying to mix about. Spikes down far on the left side of lane.
Trying to isolate
Trying to
any
get a little
fight.
wrap
What's ready?
Once the long range fight, isn't gonna be giving it.
Colby is basically looking at where Oasis is rotating from, saying no.
Colby's long gone. This
Yeah.
trip's gonna be so funny. Wait, Colby has a smoke.
They found my trap.
Aww.
Well, does Oasis think they can create a 1v1 fast? Oh, that rendezvous is going to be dangerous now.
One enemy
So they
remaining.
focus on the right. Oh my gosh. Thought they were going to fall to Slandy there, but they do not. 20
have
seconds
the
left. An
spike.
easy plant could get this safe by the boxes. And now it's up to Colby again. Who else in a 1vx? Shows in the correct side, and Colby takes it. Gets the clutch. Takes down the defuse. 3 and a bonus now for Himmers. Something we've been looking for, Zobi, to see how they carry that momentum.
And I'm just trying to figure out where the Colby Vandal came from. Where did they swap guns? Like that's some crazy pathing. I mean, I don't think anybody died switch, but
They went around the
regardless,
world, so it could
yeah,
have been
that saved them. Like if you had a judge going into that position, like that would have been nearly unwinnable and an easy clutch for Oasis. But yeah, and that's after Invert got those 2 refrag kills, like all in the entry, right? Like that's gotta hurt. Finally pivoting away from just B main. We're gonna get a mid start, but look at the double posting now from Emily.
Mid control for the first time.
Colby, this is dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna wait till the alarm bot goes off. That's the idea here. Bye. That's exactly what they do.
Nice shot. Slide across, try and break that distance. A little bit of a jump on Cat. What great coverage by Himmers. Pushing out a little bit more. We said they didn't do too much on Haven. They had slight control on B main extremity when they were on split here, but they're getting that early info to know they're not getting rushed. Set up a post plant that they want here.
I mean, we mentioned it. They have reps on this map. They know what their game plan looks like. They can play into that. Sin surely is. Instead of figuring it out as they go. And I mean, now the balance, unpunished, is that drone's protection. And now it feels like every single player for Sun Otters is isolated playing their own game. And I don't think they're going to win any of them.
Uh-oh.
This would be the easiest one to win. Invert.
Yeah. Just
One enemy
shot.
remaining. 30 seconds left.
Slides back in for a kill, and Enwy is able to take that one. We might get a timeout out of this round from Sen Otters as they look to just squeeze a plan in, grab the orb. I mean, grab the orb before you go down. It's gonna be hard to
They
get
can even
across
cross
now.
back, yeah.
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh, the turret shield.
Flawless round.
We are
Right as
strong
you hear
because we
that
are together.
recon
Don't
careening
forget
back
that.
down. Yeah, you'd have to have that timeout. There it is, as you mentioned. 4-0 start for Himmers. It's Himmers that's been in this position time and time again, right? So it's interesting. Oh no, we made the joke that if you win the pistol, no. It would be something for suddenly Sun Otters to have a similar kind of timeout impact what Himmers have achieved all series, but looking at the buy, I think it's the best time for it. Overdrive Tour de Force with the full buy from the rest, so allow you to spin the next few rounds as well, economically speaking, but I don't know. Himmers. Slandy won off the ult. Blades and a kill, and a run it back from Yuhan. So used to them being on the ice, though, no. I feel like this, what you have to do if you're Himmers, is kind of play how they played the pistol. Very disconnected, very retake, right? Like Sin did. Go aggro on one side of the map, but otherwise, like, you do not want to be anchoring against this next round from Sun Otters.
Okay. Again, more orb maxing. I mean, Ascent is the map that people started orb maxing on. They're very easy to grab and fight for initially, especially with the utility that you have right now. And they're playing defensive on A, so this could easily be Badison 1, Invert leading the way. Spike's gonna have to get over here quick though. If it stays, it looks like they're gonna just play it slow.
Revealing
They
area.
might just dart and head right over.
This is kind of a offsite retake setup, right? And we would dash off with the operator.
Right.
You have the microwave setup from the Killjoy util on A, and instead they keep mid space and then get behind and really go wherever they want. The only complication would be, again, Oasis holding mid with this Tour de Force, and with all the information, that paranoia and curveball combo, I'm surprised to see Senotter not speed up towards the site, but instead try to directly counter it head on here with so much util.
There.
Mid. Invert's been able to find at least one body mid. Whether that's a fight or not, they've usually danced it out. As that's great util clearage. Especially to get into A site to do that by May.
Ooh,
It's
this
drawing
off
people
timing.
over.
Look at Enwy. Sandy gets the tuck on the corner.
Oh,
This
this
is a
is
really
dangerous.
nice pivot. Oh, what the smoke timing. That's gonna hurt.
Splits the defense. That's a good read by him, or by Sen Otters. Kind of playing the head of Himmers on
30
this
seconds
round,
left.
cutting off the line of that op every single time.
Here we go.
No, the clear. Okay, it still gets cleared by Avery. Addison drops the one, run it back, knows how that works, so it's pretty easy. Then we starts going with the blades, but
enemy
go
remaining.
really quick. It's a trades. Sin up versus 2 now. Alt runs out. Into the wall to try and pierce through, but Avery is gonna be ready. It was going to be a tough one to play overall. And
A
the
second win.
post-plant
Let your
fights, these are
senses
some
come
of the
alive.
quickest return fires I have ever seen from these
Yeah,
two teams.
100%. And Sen Otters just getting the one up this time around in that regard. And I think it just comes from the delay of the time needed for Yuhan's body to reform, right? There in CT, and then the play that's following it up is kind of isolated, and that's where the frags start falling like dominoes. And again, to me, they could not get caught out trying to anchor up against that exec. And what did we see?
Right here.
Colby, Slandy both forced into that site and forced to anchor. When they previously, if they were coming from main, if they were, again, going towards A, they would have been able to just play the retake from market. Not the case this time around. So that was a perfect mid-round pivot from Sun Otters. For now, though, we're towards A main. And the pitter-patter of a jump up bike side. You full baited. Might not matter. And we good for the trade. And escape.
Denying those orbs.
Ooh.
Playing a little bit of wine control. Really the first time Himmers wanted to take that fight. Been a lot of Killjoy utility being set up.
Yeah. I like that too. The fake dash away so that you can have now Colby reclear all of A main. It's gonna be a good backstab continuing that Senators are in fact pathing into a tree to A exec. And we back off, trusting Colby's position.
Oh, I was gonna say if Colby has a paranoia, but they just used it rather. Right across the backside of them as they came through tree would be amazing. And now they're gonna rotate all the way
30
across.
seconds? If Slandy gets off,
30
Slandy can just
seconds
play
left.
the Hunter's Fury here, right? Oh,
Looks like Slandy's
wait.
committing.
Don't
That
swing
dart
into B
didn't
main.
clear. The dart didn't clear anything. False confidence.
This is a good
Maybe
angle
it's
too.
true confidence. Knowing under pressure, paranoid but unknown as well in the situation as the team starts to take fire. Slandy comes alive. Looking now into the site. Beautiful damage. The shock dart's going to do the trick. If it lands just short of the planter. Oh,
Spike planted.
a little to the left. Sun was in her eyes. Now they know Enwi's position as well. Just about 1 1/4 V2. As Introverts trying to be the first contact here to waste a bit
Last
of
player
HP.
standing.
Keep Avery alive. As Avery might play the roundabout. First shots there, but Slandy's gonna get the better of the Sova v Sova action. Great job anchoring the site overall and somehow stays alive in that chaos for a 5th round for Himmers.
Yeah, that was a crazy round. And again, it felt like right up until the exec that Himmers weren't quite sure where this was headed. And Slandy, combined with the timing of the mid-market kind of positions, just they're able to buy that timer out, get some crazy chip damage onto Avery that while they still get the spike down, will matter when it comes down to that final 1v2. So Hemmer staying ahead here, 5-1.
That's some insane play. Like,
Yeah.
to have 4 alive and want to anchor deeper into the site.
Quick peeks now.
I mean, it's not big brain when they're not expecting it, honestly.
Yeah, I was in awe. I'm like, you even have a Hunter's Fury, so you can just play for that denial off site too.
Yeah.
It's like, all right then, all right. But coming to the next, May with the hero rifle. Then you get a spike down. Avery will also have a Hunter's Fury for the post, but for now it's slow rolling. Little line deposit. Oasis looking for a G-Give winner for the HUD Hunter, and immediately cross established. Hemmer's not trying to give these kills over. Oh. I think that was supposed to do it happen. That was, there we go. There we go.
The sun over there is crazy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
The second time.
Ooh, it worked.
Addison rattling off shots on the right side. That's an upgrade. Because they got the wall and a lot of uptick in this round. Instantly on both sides of
Sign
A.
ult, right? Maybe?
Looks like it. That's going to be a difficult organization of
And we're
the
solo.
aim. Looking for hell. Looking a little deeper. A little off the map. No, that's through the site. I'm just kidding.
Also,
Great
gonna have
dodge
the KJ lockdown here. I kind of expect Invert to a low HP. I was maybe expecting to try and take a heaven timing, but gonna play it safe, play it regrouped here.
Let me see that Molly. Dump the Molly into wine.
That's when you need those lineups. Come on.
Yeah. See some lineup Larrys in here. Or Lisa's. All right.
One enemy remaining.
The
All right.
definition of a crossfire. Beautiful job. And the 6th
You
round
failed.
now. Where
Roughly.
like Himmer's heat up in a series is unreal. Sophie.
And at this point, Irvington, I'm just gonna say it feels different than the first two. Not just because it felt like it was from the get-go, not like later into the half, but because sometimes this is just how Ascent goes, independent of the teams that are in the server, to be honest. And so I'm not gonna be convinced until I think the second half this is a runaway draw for the side of Himmers, but Sun Otters definitely need an answer sooner rather than later, because 10-2, 11-1 is gonna be hard to come back from, and with a full buy in ultimates, this feels like the best chance that they've got. And I'm once again gonna be surprised that we're gonna see them fight in this. No way. Just TP out,
I mean,
Colby.
clearing
What are we
one there
doing?
is still kind of crazy. What? I mean, this has been the story of the game. Continue to go from the shadows. You can see already in sight. This is not a defender. This is May. And the team is in and safe. And it looks like a 7th round will be pulled in here when it is a chance for Himmers to buy. Sen Otters go for the throat.
That's not over yet. Recon confirms the players in main. That's over that Neon and that rendezvous now, that Chambers. That's gonna give a lot more space now over to Himmers. Oh, that's the extremity. Now you know they all should be main.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Oh, the
minute.
timing.
3v3. Yo,
remaining.
util. No, we're all peeking now. Oh, no. That slight I think I can situation where you continue to peek, but now, Slandy. Oh, nice dart. Good util use and repair of the round. Sen Otters. It's a bit shaky there, but they pull another one into their favor. 6-2 as they battle back here in the first half to try and bring it even.
I think that sun was in Sandy's eyes because of the recon. Yeah.
Gun here.
But Sheriff reset now for Himmers. Great opportunity for Sen Otters now to bounce back for sure. And the only concern is it felt like two things. One, yeah, you're gonna be able to get into a site with the Hunter's Fury and from the shadows to backstab off of that distraction effect, right? And second, Himmers just made a mistake fighting 2 front and center into Sen Otter, right? This is a composition you can't confront head on and get away with it. And they're gonna get that proof in the pudding right now. And wait, electrocuted by Invert.
Clean in the teeth of Invert.
Almost out.
Or Invert, clean the teeth of Envy, sorry. Now, Invert. These pushes through the smokes. Audacious. Oh, finding the pixel. That will be the advantage right here. Crazy stuff. Love to see what Sen Otters is trying to put into the mix here. Just to throw Himmers for a loop. This could be a good right click. Stinger dropped in the hands, but Jig is up early. Nice shock dart to trade the damage in. And already rotation around here, Toby. May is going to be ready for 2 insta kills up top and faster than you can blink. Sen Otters, sorry, come up with that round, a 3rd in their favor, making a case for this to really even out.
Yep, and that's why Invert was playing distraction. That's why as well we saw the shocks from Avery. It was to keep those players in position for the May backstab, but any semblance of this half falling to the wayside, and that is the Himmers timeout immediately here. And we know how scary they can be, so we'll see what the ending scoreline is after the fact. But yeah, I think they just need to address this ace site, right? That's now 2 back-to-back rounds where they've kind of gotten caught off fighting these entries alone, right? Colby, that was a crazy commit with the Sheriff in a main. At least got one, but still cannot be having these one and dones up against Sen Otters when we know that players like Baddison and players like Oasis can clutch out 1v2s, 1v3s, and I think the plan here is going to be either get an op on A main, stop fighting for A main, and try a retake, or you can get some more mid-scaling. I like when they actually had the KJ util on A main, now that I think about it.
I was just going to mention that. They moved so much less, and that just spells confidence. Like they were ready to hold their original angles, back each other up with easy leans from whoever is in mid, instead of trying to rotate around not having the util there, like you're saying. I think it just lets them move a lot less, but still, they're going to focus that on BC. That's kind of the standard of what you want. If you want to spread it on the map, you got your duelist A. So they're still going to stick with this. They feel it was working, and they want to fight it. That's what this tells me.
Yeah, the difference last time was they had the retake ults. Don't this time. But I like this swap. If the Omen's not enough, add the Phoenix flashes to the A main fight. That will improve it if you are trying to stay on this side of the aggressiveness spectrum. But again, Sen Otters, as soon as they come out of timeouts, expect these swaps. Trying to get the lay of the land here, and it's just going to be a matter of if it's the same catastrophe or not.
Little util this time. Oh, that's just a bzzz. Feel that.
Like,
and we can't do much with the util coming through. Very nice kill. And they're just securing what they can now. They're realizing Himmers is doing things that they can exploit. Oh, we found one. Let's use the util to get them out of that corner.
yeah,
Easy
again,
for Sen to start.
and did not want to see Himmers try and continue to fight for A main in a different way out of that timeout. For that exact reason. Just flush util and protocol, so good for Sen Otter. Now, that launches them into the A exit off the run it back, where it's a nice kill from Slandy and a great ultimate. Wait, we're not doing this again, Colby, are we? Oasis got flashbacks and has handled them.
30 seconds left.
One kill for Slandy, and that's an ultimate online if they need room to use it. Sin's gonna come up. Now
Look at the chance.
just trying to clear out A main. It's so tough. They don't have smokes to make this happen. Already getting tagged up. And Sen
Got the wall
Outers
from
just need to
Johan.
really position for an exit.
This is where we talked about that Phoenix and needing to know what the kit can add to these retakes. Good wall off, shuts the crossfire in half, allows the jump down from Sin. Avery's alone as well, but Avery
Kobe
can hold
One
their own.
enemy remaining.
No way, no way.
fuses out in the open. This is going to be tough. Yeah, Oasis still has the rendezvous if they need to get back. The 3K for Oasis, Tour de Force online, so they can string a few more together, and that's exactly what Sen Otters is doing right now, as they look for their 4th round in a row.
I feel like I cursed it when we were sitting at like 6-1. I was like, I'm not convinced till next half. Maybe I shouldn't have been convinced in this half. Rivington, I mean, Tour de Force for Oasis, if things get dicey. Another broken bye for Himmers. I'm not saying we need like a second timeout because the half will be over next round, but like we need to see that call not to fight for A main next round. This round it's an eco, anything goes, see what happens, why not? But even then, Sen and Otters have found what works and they are just drilling it, right? Top mid, A main, start here, let Oasis lurk, and then end kind of on an A split. And again, we needed. I would have even been okay if Himmers fought into mid together instead.
Yeah. Also, you see, Avery's using the shock darts mid. So use your util on A. Like you said, let's keep that KJ flowing around. Sen Otters is seeing too much of the same thing, and honestly, that's a good thing for them. They can play off it every time. If you know the duelists are going to be A, you know they're going to peak eventually, and that's exactly what Sen Otters looks for there. They take down Yuhan, and a little bit of that retake diminishes for Himmers.
I am a little concerned here, Rivington. We're less than a minute left, and they're just now going for the A regroup. If Envy gets the kill dash away, I just leave. Leave.
Always want a little bit more. Clean up.
Wait a minute.
Hits one. Colby doesn't stand still. Doesn't even move. Why would you ever ult your own team?
Don't
Stop
breathe,
moving
don't
to the
breathe.
smoke. Oh, you just totally
player
stopped.
standing.
And Colby still goes down. Sen Otters leaving nothing to chance on these takes, realizing they have met resistance at the front of A site each round. And the barrel gives Sin away. May cleans up another one here. 5 now for
Last
Sen Otters in
round
the
in
first
the
half.
half.
Yeah, there was some potential, but like you mentioned, just dotting their I's and crossing their T's, that Sen Otter are trying to tie this half up with a bow, 6-6. And this is that swing round where we've got to see what Himmers have taken away. And honestly, I think that's where the way in which they started this as a 4-0 is starting to catch up to them, starting to haunt them, because they think they could just win these fights head on.
Yeah.
And might be why round after round they're fighting to A main and not learning their lesson. Even this round. And we back on A main. At least has the blades this time around, but it's more the same thing on this defensive side. And yeah, it does just feel like the side swap's the only thing that can save them at this rate.
Where were you when the pistol curse hit in round 6 was?
No way, no way. You're so right.
It's crazy.
If it actually happens.
Oh no. Just Mercury is not in retrograde anymore. You can't do these kind of things.
When did it change? I don't even know.
Sometime at the end of July.
Oh, okay.
And people have to get
Then
with
you're
it.
like a month late, yeah. And we? Different anchor position. Now having to be taken. Dice side. This is also different. KJ turret, probably not going to expect them in the close to positive Sin either. I really like the potential for this. And even if Sin dies, it's going to be that early detection system for the rotate now.
Oh, the smoke. May
No
give
way
Sin
they're
up
going
a
back
little
A.
bit. Okay, so nobody peeks.
There.
Sin's gonna run into the trademark. They, Sen Otters are loving red right
30
now.
seconds left.
Running
Colby doesn't
that
have a
clock
paranoia.
down. I mean, it's in the name. Almost cleaned that up from Colby. That forces the hand again, and this is gonna get chaotic. That's what we love. Invert's already encroached back behind enemy lines, but do they know it? It's gonna be the slide that gives it away, but Invert and Avery are too fast. That's just the run it back down, so you're still looking at a
10 seconds
3v4.
left.
Sen Otters is trying to get through.
I mean, you have the Tour de Force from main. This is going to be hard to retake into no matter how you spin it.
Blinding through the scope. Doesn't that magnify it? Burn the retinas. Drone's gonna have it. Ooh, smoke action saves for a second. Looking for the ping. Shot from Yuhan. They drop in. They waterfall and start to suffocate the site here. A great dash, but it's not gonna be enough. And Hammers at the final hour in the first half steal back the momentum to make it 7-5.
The spike is defused.
Did Avery just try ulting from Jenny? Like, that just allows that timing to slip in while she has the bow and arrow out. Like, if they have the bow and arrow out, I'm just like in awe. 7-5 for Himmers. I mean, I'm glad they finally learned, let's just play retake on A, I guess. And that's more from St. Otters, not continuing to hit directly A, but playing that back and forth ping pong to close out the half. So I'm trying to freshen things up is what fortunately leads to the decay of a tied game at the halftime, and we'll see if they can win the next pistol. I mean, I will say 7-5 on defense are, like, when St. Otters starting on the attack, pretty good already. So we'll see what happens. Let's start with the pistol, Irvington. These have been the hot topic for today.
That's a good point. I feel like St. Otters are pretty comfortable where they are right now. Even 2 rounds down. And right now, they put quite a stack in mid. Rotates towards the drone, as it's called out by May.
Yeah, drew a lot of players. This is also just a lot of trust that they have in Oasis, too, on main. And that early trade marks. The rotates come back, and huge opener.
All right. Yuhan will be spending time at the Oasis for a pistol round. There's a few more here. It's great protection, too, from Yuhan in this position. It leaves Oasis for another shot, and that's the power from the Headhunter that they can get again. 13 seconds for a real safe peek. Play that. Can't get any help inside, but Madison still tries to go for a kill. Oasis is still kind of waiting on that. 3 seconds left, but was forced to peek the site on Rendezvous. And Himmers benefits from it all.
The Sin to Oasis head-to-head continues in the impact department, and low HP concedes their weapon to Colby to finish the job.
They're all just hunkered in boathouse.
As they should.
Gonna be tough to get him out of here. Another pistol round for Himmers. Is this how you break the curse? Is the question.
One enemy remaining.
That is one way. Oh. Yeah, May dives into the smoke thinking it might be another one, but Himmers is ready. 3 for Sin. Lockdown comes online a little bit sooner if they can keep that going. And a second pistol round.
I want to answer your question if it breaks the curse. I think the answer is no, considering St. Audrey got both over on Split. But we'll see. We'll see. I think what more stood out to me is just, number one, that round for Himmers was a mix of heroics from Sin and really strong closeout. Again, once you give them time, they just become so stable, right? It's like just water solidifying into a block of ice. Like, even just the way in which Envy and Sin contacted into that smoke together, because they understood how low HP Sin was if they ended up taking isolated fights. And into the next. St. Otter playing aggro on main behind the numbers stack. Get some answers from this double duelist challenge into main. And I love this angle from Colby. Now you should have the speed up, right? From Himmers. There it goes.
They better. They're about to get shot at. Now they're like, wait, how many judges are in here waiting for us? Smoke's
just
gonna
Oasis.
delay. Yeah, just Oasis. Honestly, that is the judge right now, about to lay down the verdict.
I'm surprised Slandy's actually the one on the back lines here. Slandy should be the one, like, re-droning close, getting Oasis off this position.
Cool range. What a cool range for the Rendezvous to work through. The anchor smoke works in an offensive manner for them that time. Avery sitting in the Slandy spot.
Drone didn't spot the cross.
They can do. This should just be a walk-in here. Oh, the paranoia! Wait, they're not looking. Oh my God! Almost gets the cut down, but Slandy does it first. And there's 2 pistols coming in. Wait,
30
wait.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Wait. One more. 2 bullets left. Just saw it all.
Gun here.
The eyes flicking back and forth, and Slandy takes advantage of the chaos and the tense situation. 9-5 now, and this bonus becomes a big turning point in the match.
Slandy is the glue right now holding this squad together 100%. I mean, followed up the frags, broke the crossfire after well-placed paranoia, kept player high and dry in logs, right? Like, That's an unfortunate round because Sen Otter, for it being an eco, played all of their cards right and still got outdone by a low probability draw from Himmers. So, yeah, all in all, it's funny to see the Stingers come out, though, to complement the rest of this bonus buy. And I think they're realizing that they can just incrementally work through Oasis in this hold. And curious to see if they can get through it once again.
Ooh, down to 61. Forced off. They're looking for this position. No, they're not. They thought it was cleared already by the switch dash. And it just seems to plague them for one member. Traded both Sovas as we get to the post plan.
Fixed the mistakes of last round, right? Cleared out switch, cleared out boathouse, and they're good to go. And look at NV.
Oh.
Front center is going to time it.
One enemy remaining.
Go button. Himmers just shuts that down. Oasis gets a bit blocked by the fast lane, so there's really no help there from the top side of market. And that is a very fast Himmers round as they return fire. 10 now as they really put the pressure on to Sen Otters.
It's feeling like the curse is starting to break here just a little bit. But what did we see second half? We saw Sen Otters win 4 in a row, a timeout taken by Himmers, and then they proceeded to win until the victory, until we got to Ascent.
Yep.
So we'll see if it's something like that. This is an eco. No timeout yet for Sen Otters. Just want to see if they can do it themselves. First time we're actually going to see as well, I think, a player on this competition with a double duelist, and boy, are they getting cooked. No scale up though.
Hands.
Yeah, no finisher.
Wow. Himmers just doing a read of the strategy. Realizing they gave a bit, took a bit. Look to reset.
You mentioned this rendezvous and how it has a nice exploration radius. It doesn't let them peek deep into tiles, though, without a safety net. And so, can't get that firm confirmation that nobody's there unless they chance it, which now Oasis finally has. It's going to keep these players on A, but it might just be a red herring if NW and Wuhan find a kill at mid. How are they trying to bait it? To open up an A hit late, and I don't think that's going to work because of Oasis's positioning. Now you got to throw that plan out the window, right? There's no way you can end A here. They're
through there. Now they got to push through all of this. One protection helps them out. That happened.
30
Wuhan
seconds
with
left.
a great little flick through the smoke.
Placing swarm grenade.
Now they're just sourcing out the last few members. 25
One
seconds.
enemy
This
remaining.
is actually running the time down. Okay. Clean, cool, and collected. We're just waiting for our Phoenix to fly through the door.
You man ready for
11 to
action?
5. I was nervous there. It's like your enemy knows that you're not B main. Like they should have the stack on A. Like you should know you're running to a stack, and they just didn't care about the stack. Work through it at their util again. It's funny to see the full circle moment when we thought on Haven they weren't taking full advantage of their kit, and now they are. Right? Swarm grenade comes out, hot hand comes out. Even that blaze wall from Johan was used on that fake out spawn to kind of fuel the B's rotate. But a 11 to 5 map point. No time not taken by Sen Otter either.
Careful now.
They're gonna play full retake. And denial ults. Cross established on the front line of CT. And the backstab from Colby. You have to respect the lockdown. There's gonna be so much time eaten away. And look at Colby finding May on the exit. And then from the shadows, where you'd think it's back to the team. Instead, it's for a secondary backstab that Battison seems aware of. That's taking so much time. This is to prevent them from saving weapons. That's all. That was like 40 chests. They're like, it's like, Colby's like, okay, they're saving. Let me go ult here to prevent them from running away. Like, and it still doesn't work out. At least they're gonna have a bye coming into the 12th, but this is very similar how the saves went over on Split, and it did not change their outcome. It did not in Salvation, so 12 to 5 now. It's even worse odds than what we saw over on Split, needing 7 in a row to keep their chances at this ticket to main event alive. Otherwise, invalidated, shut off the train, and forced to rebook towards a later date, aka next Monday. Or never.
Placing sentry.
Eyes up.
May going to be taking the contact here on the two that copy position, and it's going to actually work out off of the hero rifle from Battison, the ping pong Enwy, trying to pick up the pieces, trying to stabilize now, and also just waiting for Colby to find the timing. Something that once again Battison aware but cannot handle it this time around. Door closed, sight hold solidified, but even this is a fake out because your spike is in tree, your KJ's in mid. They are just playing deathmatch mode activated. It might just work.
Oasis
Spike
takes
down
down
A.
Enwy. Very nice.
Last
Colby.
player standing.
Oh, so looked at the wall a little too hard for the perpendicular peak, and Invert takes advantage. Beautiful hit by Sin. Trying to pressure. 35 seconds. I mean, this could actually play out in her favor. Oh, the Odin says no, though. Odin says no, though. That's always dashing dreams. Oasis keeps it alive. Sen Otters keep this series running.
I swear Sen Otters have rehearsed just how to like play off of the Sova darts and just like frag off of them and those timings and shutting them down. The quick flicks from their opposition, no match. And yeah, this one just felt like some of the players on Himmers were executing different game plans, right? Like Colby, beautiful opener, beautiful space gain on A, but where's the rest of the team behind it, right? Door gets closed and we can't cross. 3 needed Colby like to smoke and they didn't need to close the door, and it's just like, or you needed Spike to be heading back towards mid with Sin, and I think it was that trademark that prevented that from happening. So, yeah, Sonar kept them in check. 6 rounds needed now. Correct on the B stack. I mean, this has been a crutch for Himmers. It's what got them the start to this half was just B, B, B. Now, we'll slow down.
That Odin slow things down. You hear that too. Around the map they go. Dodging out on this drone will be nice too, so they can move back and forth through mid to see if this is actually a peak.
Yeah, when I saw positioning of Oasis, I was like, oh, they probably have an operator. And I look and I'm like, really? Only a Vandal? And this site seems really weak now. Now the question mark is, when Sin breaks this trademark or triggers it, will the entirety of Sen Otters rotate over? Or no, it accelerates the B main fight?
They do. And they've actually called the Omen away already. Nice trade. Invert denies even more. Remember, they keep running the clock down here for Himmers, so this is going to be 30 seconds. This is Sin working on a very big backstab. Gets past the midline. Wait a minute.
She's going to hear them rotating out.
They've
They're
done
just
the
going to be able to
reset.
walk into B. Oh, it's down to Battison only. Do they smoke it out? Do they walk out? What do we do here? Last time, the Flash gave it up on split.
Double swing it. Double swing it. She gets one. Next actually traded though. The cutoff is going to be Sin here. This is a big frag coming through, but Invert's going to come out on top. They flash in. They just want to stop the plant. They want to pressure it right now and get that overdrive in with as much damage as it can do. Mike is planted, but it's going to be Invert coming in. Can they keep the game alive? Yes, they can. A 4K on the Neon as they slide to safety. And another round in this series.
And looking towards Himmers, the fact that they only have one timeout left. Just feeling like right when you might need one. Things are getting a bit stale. Right. I heard a little message in chat. Is it called for? Emergency brake pull. There it is. And this is when you've got to look towards the success record of this timeout. Effectiveness and... Honestly, you look at last round and it literally is just Sen Otters playing into RNG stacks. 4 stack A, 4 stack B, and where there isn't a stack, it's Oasis. With what was a tour de force, last one was just the operator. Or sorry, was it just the just the Vandal? And that's where I'm surprised that Himmers haven't found out that they're very, very strongly stacking and weak siding the map, because they find that weak side and get into a post-point position, that's where Himmers look the best.
It's like these little fights that Battison was going into wine and just they're like, okay, we don't want that anymore. We'll keep somebody watching it, but we don't fully want it. It's like, you gotta test the map, try it out. You have 5 rounds left, and there better be some information sourcing. I mean, you can even use a few of these rounds to go back and forth. The economy is there, right? Colby can be bought a gun next round. This is kind of a limit test round, I would say, for Himmers. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're still in it. If it does work, you're in the main event, right? It's a free round that you usually don't get, and obviously, you don't want to play lax against Sen Otters. That's a legitimate test here that they could put forth, and it looks like they are going to set up a bit of piles this time.
All right. They put Oasis here last time with the op because they knew they were splitting mid-space. Will it work this time? Whew. It should be all systems going to the B split. But again, the fact that they wait means that look at the... I really thought they were going to fight into Cubby on the Sun Otter side. And they still might, but without the Phoenix, this is dangerous.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, right at the end of the slide in the relay bolt stun. Somehow, Yuhan still finds one. And now the case is there for Himmers in main event.
Oh, look
Numbers
at May.
up as they move to B.
It's all going to come down to May. And if she can get 1, 2 here, wow, the rest of the team's rotating over.
They have to realize main needs to be cleared here. Who's going to be
Look
on
at
main
Colby.
duty? The trust is there. Okay, I was going to say Colby just backed up.
Spike planted.
And now Battison and Avery, Alt and Util ready to go through. Watching from the eyes of Avery here, the Odin needing to scream out as they enter into the site. A good dink, that's going to be called out. Could be a wall kill. Colby just on the edge, somehow staying alive in the heat right now in the frying pan.
One
And that's a
enemy
heal.
remaining.
There's the kill.
What?
Finally touched it. Just a moment as the fire waves back and forth. Slandy to take their team all the way to the main event with a final round. Spike's already on the fast tick. Oh, it's gonna be the collateral for the Red Bull clutch. And Himmers find themselves locked into the main event for Game Changers.
Slandy and a clutch, name a better duo, and the fact that Slandy comes out of retirement to play with this team and is the one to punch their ticket. And usually it's that mind games, that high-low, right? That step-by-step approach that has gotten Senators through those clutches, and this time it is their undoing. If that was for elimination, that would have been painstaking, Rivington. But the fact that it is, at least they have round 7 for Senators is going to be like a sigh of relief. But Himmers, congratulations. And this is why I think that they could be dark horses in the main event, is when all the pieces start coming together like this.
Absolutely, and we see what that full control in the third game looks like, pistol to pistol, gaining control if they did lose a round, and 100% props to the coaching staff behind the scene because the timeouts were clean with what was delivered after Himmers was able to take them.
Yeah, 100%, right? You could see sometimes the course correction was done by Himmers themselves, but especially on split more than anything, I get mad that you don't have like any scrim or any practice reps, right? Is when that coaching staff needs to step in, Rivington.
We have more matches today. MVSK versus Spiders coming up next, but we'll break down this match and get an interview with one of the members of Himmers when we come back. Don't go anywhere for more Valorant Game Changers.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch side access.
Are you?
David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, where we just witnessed Himmers being hers as they take down Sen Otters. It was a fantastic game. Really showing again that they are a team that can reset the mental and come back very strong in situations and also control the game. I think that's one of the big things we were looking for today, that they could fully control one of those maps and make the other team play their way.
And Ruinton, you said they were the hers, but I think they're the win-hers, like winners. But yeah, exactly. But yeah, I kind of thought this at the beginning, that this was going to be a team that gets stronger with time, and I think they proved that today, right? Winning a map that they hadn't had any reps on in Split, which was obviously Sonata's map pick, and their strongest map in the pool, to then ending here on Ascent, where they had such a dominant start and finally disrupted what we mentioned was the first kill to round convergence theorem. And you can see just they improved their post plants while also improving their retakes, and I think that just those strides were huge. And yeah, it lulled towards the end. I think that was some of the confidence, some of the repetitiveness in their calling that we've seen plague them and required those timeouts to get them out of that hole. But it's the fact that they've know how to get themselves out of that hole before it's too late as well.
Look at the conversions, being able to take so many rounds with 12 first bloods going to Sen Otters. Only your 8, but you make it work.
I think most of those were the first half. From what we're fighting in A main, most of those first bloods had to have been like Oasis invert, but this is a fun one too, because it wasn't like there was a player that was dropping 30, right? It was every single player for the side of Himmers actually like right on par with each other. And we kind of question Yuhan getting back onto that Phoenix as well. And again, their Yuta was exactly what we needed it to be. Made the space on the retakes where it was, set up some of these joint fights as well within we, and that's what we wanted to see. On the flip side of things, I think you can't be disparaged, I think, from the individual performance at Star Duelist of Oasis on the Chamber, right? I think this is, again, a team that nobody is going to be wanting to face off against in the Swiss Round 7.
No, they are not. And the Dark Horses of the main event are slowly galloping over the horizon to another victory, maybe. We'll see. We'll have to see how confident they are. Let's get Slandy in here from Himmers so we can get a quick interview with our winners for today in the Verizon post-match interview. Slandy, what's going on?
Hello.
Congratulations. First off, just replay the clutch. How did that feel? Bringing the team to main event, 2 in the boathouse, and you were good to go.
I feel pretty confident from Boathouse. Like, I think Ascent has been in the game forever, right? It's like the place to be in those kind of places. So it's like, just kind of feel pretty normal. I feel like I'm pretty calm and collected in those moments. So not really too worried about it, just kind of playing my game. And I know that everything throughout the round, like my team's already done so much for me. So I just got to finish out the round. That's my only job on this team. So that's it.
Do you like that position? You're like, I like this pressure.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like I never miss those, and I it's what I do, so I'm there for it.
Very cool.
Oh, man. You had some crazy clutches today on Split as well included. But the thing I wanted to talk about is the gradual progression of this team, right? We saw Split for the first time today. We saw the 4th iteration of compositions on Ascent as well. And from what I've gathered from Sen and Yuhan, this isn't a team that like drills practices or anything. Like, you're having fun with competing. So what's your philosophy, I guess, going into match days and using that as like the stepping stones of this team getting stronger with each passing rep and each passing victory?
Yeah, we don't practice or scrim on this team. We're solely just like, this was a team that like coming in, like I was just emergency subbing for them for the Open Qualifier. Like they just needed somebody else and they're just playing for fun. And I hadn't played all year. And it was something that like, I was like, you know what, like I'll play the E-sub, like it'll be fine. And then I had a really good time during the Open Qualifier and we played really well. Like it was really fun. It's a really fun group of people, and I've been calling them my youngins to everybody else because I'm significantly older than them. I know Senna anyway. She said decade diff to me one time, so yeah, that one felt interesting. But it's been a good time, and the progression has definitely been like. Again, we're not practicing or anything like that. So it's just kind of like building on in-match steps and like kind of like getting comfortable together. And then now that we are comfortable together, it's kind of like, okay, how do we like build on the mechanical skill that we have and like the knowledge of the game that we have, right? Because like we have players like myself, I have like the experience, right? But I am not drilling my aim these days, I won't lie. So like it's kind of like I have my younger players, my duelist players, kind of like they do their thing, and I have Colby on the side who's making amazing mid-round calls and also popping off and stuff like that. So it's like really starting to come together. Like it's kind of like a mixing pot of like skill and of different avenues and stuff like that, and it's just kind of like slowly accomplishing the goal together.
I wanted to ask, you were probably asked on the day of the game when you had the match against Spiders and it was a 113 and then win, and how you won that second map. But I want to know what you took from that series that has allowed you to kind of now tackle these later series that you're going up against and now the main event.
It's that, like, again, like, we're not a heavily drilled team, so our main attribute as a team is like having fun and making sure that like the performance will come. Like, we're all good players, so the performance will come as long as we have a good time and we like just kind of like keep trucking forward. So just remembering that, like, in those times where we get 13-1, or it's like it's not always going to work out for us, and that's okay. We just have to be okay with those moments so that when we get to the next one, when we get to the next map, the next series, the next whatever, we're all still prepared, we're all still having a good time, and we're able to continue to use the skills that we have and not shy away just because like something didn't go our way. You know, like, we can't always have something go our way. So it's going to be just about picking up those pieces where we can and making sure we keep trucking along.
And for my last question for you, this kind of touches back on what you mentioned, was like, it's been just shy of a year actually since we last saw you compete. And you mentioned like not drilling your aim, you know, just having fun. What does it mean then for your first try back in a Swiss stage to make that full run to main event with this team?
It's good. It feels good. Like, you know, it's like I still got it a little bit, you know. It's kind of like you take the long break and like, yeah, I played some like Deadlock and some other games, and like I kind of just missed competing. It's something that I love to my very core, and like while it's not something like right now that I'm putting full effort in, like, again, we're not practicing, I'm not doing aim training like that, like it's not something that like I'm like afraid to get back into at all, you know. Like, next week I could be practicing, next week I could be aiming again, you know. Like, it's kind of like, just for me, it's just like about the experience and about having fun. And like, as soon as like I'm not pressuring myself to continue doing stuff that like I feel like might be too much or is going to lose the elements of having fun that I'm having right now. And while I'm not like adverse to hard work or anything like that, like, I'm having a really good time just kind of competing right now. So it's kind of nice just to be able to do that and not have to worry about all the other things. But at the same time, it kind of like keeps kicking your itch, you know, to be like, all right, what if I just keep going all the way? You know, what if I just keep going all the way? But it's just about finding the middle ground right now for me, and it feels good right now. So I'm enjoying it.
We love balance.
Heck yeah, that sounds awesome. It definitely sounds like you're having a lot of fun, and the team confidence is there because it's fun.
Exactly.
Last one for you. The floor is yours. Fans, family, friends, teammates, anybody, shout outs.
Of course. I want to thank Ellie, my girlfriend, obviously. Like, those of you who know Ellie, you old heads, like, she's awesome, obviously. And then my team, pretty much, like, we got Senna, which is NUI, sorry, I keep saying Senna. Sin, Yuhan, Colby, like, everybody's having a great time. Kaiser, our coach, Tora, our manager, like, it's a great time. I love these guys, like, they're amazing. So it's like, it just feels good to compete, you know, and it feels good to be back, and I'm just happy that I get to do it with an awesome group of people.
Very cool. Well, Slandy, thanks for taking the time to join us. Beautiful clutch. Congrats on the win and getting the team to main event.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
One down, Zobi, and we have another to go. MVSK Secret versus the Spiders on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant Game Changers right after this. Welcome back for more Valorant Game Changers here in the area of North America. And we will be seeing our second game, MVSK Secret versus the Spiders, coming up now. Our first game into that main event. Our second game, a tussle of the middle. Still trying to figure out what they can do to also get themselves a position for that main event.
Absolutely. And I mean, talking about this matchup in particular between MVSK Secret and the Spiders, it feels a bit different to me than the other 3 and 2 teams. I feel like Spiders is very much like Himmers. They're kind of like that main event level team, right? Practice, proven names. MVSK Secret, on the other hand, are like true Swiss dark horses, right? That you maybe wouldn't expect them to be one step away from qualifying for main event, right? There's gonna be like a recognizable name or two, but nothing like the ones that we're consistently seeing in main events. And I think the fact they bring in those new names as well and are finding that level of success is a testament to how much work they are putting in behind the scenes and are reaping the rewards as a result.
Yeah, they get a win in their last 2 series. Those games did go overtime for MVSK Secret, though, so they've been extending a bit. Need to look to clean that up. Spiders will be a big test for them today, as they have been getting a lot of reps themselves in and out of different games. Different fun havers and stuff, but there is a sub there, so things don't seem to be clicking for them to fully get their footing.
Yeah, they again are putting in so much work behind the scenes as well, like MVSK. So why don't we start with Spiders then, since we've kind of set them up as the team to beat, right? And I feel like this is the one that's going to have a lot more recognizable of names anyways here, Rivington, right? And some new ones as well. I think the most recognizable are obviously going to be Bunny Bee, Kalsushi, and Scary Shark, right? Obviously Scary Shark, right? GCC with EG, like YFPX, like VCL, right? Like he's probably the most experienced on this list. Kalsushi, obviously from the old Taddy Tactics days, and Bunny Bee most recently, right, was that player that stepped in on the Waterdot roster, filling in for Arya's retirement. So that plus now with Fate and Ruincrest, who have also been just completely adding to this roster, it makes them really, really scary. What stands out to me, Rivington, was when I asked Kalsushi, and I'm like, hey, yo, who's calling for this team? They're like, no one, like directly, right? Even, which is crazy when you have an experienced IGL like Nora over there. But Cal was saying like, hey, it's kind of like a split thing between Buddy B, Nora, and I. It is just a collaborative effort.
Okay. There's like an omnipresent voice, and I think almost everybody has a say too in the end, which is nice. But yeah, that system, it's gonna work great. They have incredible veterancy across that squad. Again, the flex on them is amazing. If you look at their VLR, it's like a list of this many players in just a short amount of time, or this many agents. So it's like, no matter what they come up against, they've played it, they've probably flexed in it. So all these situations and their mechanics are at a very high level, and it's the reason we're seeing them here at this part of the tournament, ready to get to that main event.
And Nora swapping back over to the Senti too has been a real treat to watch, because I feel like her VCL and even her last game changer cycle was characterized by her taking hits to the stats because she was focused on supporting and uplifting others and being that IGL. Now she's like put that to the wayside, and it's like, it's my time to reassert myself, to reprove myself and all. But MVSK is going to be a real challenge for them to go against Rivington. Taking a look at that roster and going through there, some of the names that I feel like are the most recognizable are obviously going to be Carly and Logic, but I think for me, I also recognize Sober Sushi a lot as somebody who's put in that work, again, has improved with each passing main event, and is also kind of like Sin was in the last series, a collegiate game changers mainstay player. So her also stepping into the IGL role and developing on that alongside the support that Zeke as a coach and that this organization has given has been really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, Zeke as a coach, I love his resume. Is quite big, brings so much to the squad. Fel may not be a name that everybody's up on. It's probably going to be some crazy play again. 16-8 on entries is crazy work on Neon and Jet, and that was what their last game was. So absolutely not afraid to go in. You can see that the MVSK identity is very real behind this duelist aggression once we get into the server.
Absolutely. But with that, and again, this being another ticket punch to the main event, we don't want to keep you waiting any longer as we jump into our vetoes process. And whew, Haven has sunset in a sense, and we'll get some repeats in our veto this time around with that brief break of Sunset Rivington. It's a very different story, where we kind of mentioned in the first series of the day it was like filling the gaps of each other. Here it's like, whew, Spiders got out like a thief with their best map, and then Sunset's not a terrible map either, and Ascent, if we make it the whole way, is their big like question mark. So it's kind of like for them, they want to close it out in 2-0. If not, then MVSK get one of their best maps to close in Ascent.
I'm just thinking of the MVSK overtimes and how how many do we really want to go there for them? Well, they were able to come out on top of those. I think they've learned a lot throughout their matches of Senators and Axolotl. They couldn't find footing against some of the tougher teams, and maybe that allows them to figure out, MVSK is maybe that allows them to figure out really how to take down Spider. But Haven's a chess game. I think that'll be comfort play right out of the gate anyway, so it's really going to see what team feels like they can flex their muscles first.
Yeah, there was a big swap up on the MVSK side for Haven in terms of going away from that classic Jet Phoenix kind of double duelist with a classic Senti into the double controller with the KJ. So I'm curious to see what kind of stability that is. And I think that's a Sober Sushi preference. I feel like every time I see her on, that's just like what she likes to play. And again, that might be the role that she's been filling as an IGL. For the flip side, they are the epitome of, again, frag out, pug out, where they are also running a double duelist, but the chamber on top of it, like I mentioned for Nora. So the only change they made was Fate switching from a Jet to a Neon. So being that comfort pick to try and go up against Fel, probably, like you just mentioned, is going to be a great head to head, we'd be like, fell fate, and we're just be like, wow, okay. And all in all, with that, and I do, to me, need to see MVSK maybe have an upset here on Haven out the get-go, but expectations of the Vita we've learned from Series 1 don't translate to reality, so who knows what wild ride we're in for, because MVSK clearly have earned their spot in the 3-2 standings, like you mentioned, in these OTs, in how they've bounced back from those tough losses, and to be one step away is only going to get them more fired up.
I think starting on the defensive side helps. Killjoy, we talked about, they aren't, with not being attack focused, this is their best chance, and I think they have to play aggressive until those ult come online, because you expect the Killjoy and everyone to wait for the util to do the damage, but I want to see some long C extremity, some A long extremity control all the time here from defense for MVSK's side, and then maybe rely on the util to tell them they're hitting the site, not to get kills off it. I think it needs to be teamwork here against this this team of spiders.
Well, these teams got to sit by and watch the first game of action. Hopefully they were hitting the server, hitting the warm-ups, and should be hitting the ground running here, because again, MVSK, this is a 1-3 map for them versus a 3-1 map for the Spiders. So yeah, a team that's gonna have to be dialed in if they want to upset a very aggro style composition as to what the Spiders are running. And as we kind of mentioned, no real changes from either side. And I mean, dialing into these roles a little bit more, I will say it always hurts me when I see someone on like the Cage or the Cypher over Logic, because to me that's my favorite role for Logic. But Logic in this roster has definitely been taking on an iteration as that flex player, right? You'll see possibly a Phoenix later, you might see the Chamber, and I think that they do have the firepower needed to match someone like Nora later on. So I think it's going to be really, really fun to see them go lurk for lurk. And
shout out to that. To Logic as well, safe pair of hands for 1v1s as of late in their series, so nice to have the Viper in that position to be able to control those situations that are going to probably get pretty tight. These games today have been a little chaotic as teams are kind of throwing themselves in to test each other. Like we said, that was about a little limit test for both teams in the last one. As we get here on to Haven, MVSK's defensive side needs to be strong, as we spoke about. I think Fate and Bunny B are going to put on a show to start.
100%. And that's the difficulty, is if Bunny B's having one of those days, Bunny B will look like they are smurfing in the server. Like, that's just the honest to truth about how her gameplay works and why she was picked up by Wadada to begin with big shoes to fill from Arya's side. But MVSK versus the Spiders. We've had one, maybe quote-unquote, upset today with Himmers being out Sen Otters. Can we get another? And you mentioned it, the very, very hard style anchor composition starting out on that defensive side, and it's going to be the aggro starting out on the attack, and looking like they want to ramp into grass into mid pretty early on. So I'm curious how this is going to work with the counterpart of what looks to be Fel wanting to scale down A long.
Relay bolt in just for that kill. Nothing happened. And Spider, they're going to be crawling straight into Garage. And that fight, Logic, presented with a 1v1 and shows us it is true. Good at 1v1s. What a shot from the Ghost. And that Spider's kind of rethinks the situation. Reset, play B.
And it's funny, if the turret hadn't got that extra ping, you think about whether Bunny B would have survived or not. But I like this. Tag team scaling, trying to regather this space that you mentioned the relay bolt was invested to kind of appease early on, and they're going to catapult their way right back into the site off the fast lane, and left Scary Shark to clear off early, but now she can play around this poison orb perfectly.
Wait, gotta clear the back of the site.
One enemy remaining.
Already trying to get in the plant position, and Logic was just at C. They got a journey tunnel that goes through the map or something. They rotated real fast, understood the play, and Logic gets 3 from being all the way over on platform with the first one.
Yeah, that is crazy rotate timing and just a good headstrong read from this squad. And I mean, just, the speed in which they're able to address backside while they're trying to take full advantage of that fast lane. And I never think about how crazy an Omen smoke versus a poison orb is going to be on that anchor smoke, because usually it's just going to be like disrespected, right, when it's an Omen smoke. But when that decays in the picture, you avoid like the plague.
Rinse and repeat that first round play. Except running after the relay bolts this time, and now up towards alarm bot.
Scanning ahead.
Force plant. They go all the way through. Oh, they're gonna go around the back behind enemy lines, and Sober Sushi realizes it right away. Very heady.
Oh, they're still gonna plant though.
They're
On the
gonna
B
plant.
site, it was just to look for that kill, keep that space. That was a quick drone cancel if I've ever seen one from Sober Sushi. Now they're just kind of waiting, trying to appease, waiting for the window pressure to mount. But not quite sure if it's ever going to hit its impact, especially with the drone re-clearing all that front site space now. It knows.
Know where it is. Oh. Making a case for this.
Terminated.
Spooky. Quick work of one. They got to watch the crossfires back from A main and the smoke peek at the same time. The time is going to
One
be tough.
enemy remaining.
Nicely cleared. What teamwork here. Tied hip and hip. MVSK move right in, and all of that only lose Sober Sushi.
Spike's dead.
Yeah, and a quick discussion over who should get that orb as well. We'll send it to Feld, send it to the overdrive, but I think it was the double smokes, honestly, that were coming out from MVSK and from Carly that allowed them to close that distance and get these Spectres into kind of spray and pray positions to close out that round. That's exactly what you need with a, we'll say, lighter second round buy than I feel like the current meta has presented itself with, of Bulldogs, Guardians, even STG forces, but coming into the third, this is where Spiders should be the ones to get on the board. Full shields, aside from Fates, and those Vandals in hand. See what they're able to accomplish. Trying to disrespect the traditional A fights that MVSK have been going for, and it is just Sober Sushi playing here with the Sheriff, so it's the info, backs out, and you get that redistribution of players that have been really clean from MVSK so far.
What space are they going to take freely? That's the question. I feel like Spider might be able to do a bit of... Oh, not that way, though. Felt quick face onto A. And that's exactly what we want to see from MVSK all the way up on the sides.
There's no smokes now for the exec. Oh, it's going to be a hard anchor for Spooky here. Right on the split. Has double storms to play around and a really nice recon logic here, too.
Take this. Go, go, go.
Right timing on the pre-fire. Just seeing a shoulder there for the rest of the body. And the
Look at the
spike is
timing,
down. This is going to be everybody from MVSK converging onto the site, and they're trying to clear Spooky so they can get the plant, but there's been always someone in the site, and this looks like it could be a bonus round. But wait, Fate's kills turn this round on its head.
30 seconds
Bullets,
left.
though, and Scary Shark at 37 HP. Job's not done yet, and Carly is upgraded to a Vandal.
Teleport down. Just a few paths being created.
One enemy
Get the
remaining.
safety, but it's gonna
Last
be
player
the relay
standing.
that's not. Oh my gosh. Carly gets it. I thought Fate was going to be able to sidestep the relay, and Carly alive to the whole thing as they plan the double peek from spawn and garage. Bonus round for MVSK.
Yeah, I don't think I came into this ever expecting this level of Dark Horse galloping to be happening right now. 3-0 here. Obviously too early to call, but a great, strong indication. And the fact that they aren't backing down either when there's a scare of aggression from Spiders, right? Like, barrier drop, they explode an A main, and what does Fell do later on? Re-walk it. After Sober Sushi says the coast is clear, and that gets a kill, forces them into the C site, where we had some pretty safe anchor util if you noticed, right? Like, the double swarm is instead just to keep the backside space, so they can rescale it out the toxic screen, and that timing and re from Logic as well was just chef's kiss. So, not quite sure now from this POV how a C long exit is gonna go. So yeah, 4 Spiders for this exact reason.
Logic was deadly with the Ghost. Why not with the Phantom to start? Clear out that mag, reload, and reset, as they still have an A line all the way over there from Fell with the operator. And now MVSK really just waits for Spider to make noise.
Yeah,
Without them knowing the op is online too, this it becomes such a winnable game, or winnable round.
And even now, when they've disconnected from the C long hit, like, you're still going to be running into the KJ util that you have not destroyed from this default, like, by any means. So the armbot gets triggered, and Carly just going to probably pivot with the paranoia immediately onto the main choke.
Not ready yet.
We know Spider likes to go fast. This round a little tempered due to the purchase, but they still use that utility to get themselves in the site. This time holding fully. And the turret's going to get Honeybee. Wait a minute.
You have to have heard the flames. You have to.
Yeah,
Okay, Spooky's
kinda
watching.
looking? Kinda? Okay, cleared out by Speed.
Excusez-moi.
You thought for a moment, and you think again because Scary Shark hits one. What a clear from Fate. They didn't check Gong. What a slide from Fate. And Fel has the operator. Is this really something you want? There's so many angles to get into the site. A clear crossfire just from the entry. Overdrive get a delay by the relay bolt. Wait a minute. Not doable though for the time on the spike. 4 for Fate. And they do decide to grab the op.
Yeah, Chamber, you might as well, right? I'm just jaw dropped that we go blow for blow, right? Carly's 4K into Fate's 4K. I mean, that's just a difficulty clearing Gong because you did have to worry about Bunny Bee first, and they seemed aware that someone could be tucked there as well, but there really wasn't much information going into that exchange because of the early contest into A-Link once again out of Spiders, so default pays off. I really just wish there was that paranoia that had come out from Carly a bit sooner off the alarm bot, because that would have stopped them from taking that deep space from the drop, but now they downloaded what Logic likes to do on the C site and have handled it with grace. Should be speeding up here, you'd think, and I mean, okay, wait. That kill might allow them to pivot instead.
Yeah, they don't give anybody time to set up here. Logic was caught a little bit getting into position and then displaced by the hot hands. You're right. Kill on the right side. They start to rotate. And now with this operator, it seems like they're playing a little bit more of their game as Spider takes control of round 5.
I'm being extra safe to make sure this doesn't slip through the cracks. Thrown out short. A bit worried that the timing could have been caught. There's a deeper window trademark, but full flank should get caught. We'll see. I'm still not convinced looking at that mini map, but
yeah.
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, it smoked off exactly. And there it is. Bunny be taken down, but the operator's on the case.
Oh.
Here.
Nora is just too good. Had some crazy stat lines for the past game. Looks like to put up a few more. Attempting a shot. Calling for
One enemy
well, goes
remaining.
for the wide swing and still outsteps Carly's fire on the Bulldog.
And now it's just playing exits at this rate.
Oh.
No, you can't miss that!
Just to the top left.
Yeah, this is a team that's gonna fuel on the confidence, so celebration where it's due, and flipping into their favor alongside the buy. Have to see, I mean, some light shields, some regen shields. If MVSK aren't careful, they will lose the lead at their 3-0 start. Got them off to the races with, and this is where, like, Spiders maybe came into this series underestimating VSK, and then as soon as they're down 0-3, they're like, wait a minute, lock in. And now they're rebounding,
Yeah.
right? That's what it feels like, but we've got to see how this swing round goes.
All right.
Enemy tagged.
Still, I'd say this is a tempo up round. They are looking to hit the site. Run it back. All right. Oh my God, that utility is cooking them left and right, but they're still coming up with the kills they want as they throw everything at the kitchen and the kitchen sink and see. And somehow MVSK is still alive. Distribute some
Spike
frags in
planted.
sight. But still a tough retake with an op and a vandal here. As Spider
Take flight.
has really upped the pace of the game.
Enemy
Yeah,
tagged.
first up is info, though. Confirmation for the pre-fire, but safely tucks away into hulls before going back on the aggressive. That's the Bunny Bee style. Off angle held, and this might just be a save call, honestly, from MVSK. Sober Sushi would be the only argument really for ult orbs, but I mean, they're going for this?
Seeing $0 on your neon means safe.
Yeah. Oh, or it means ninja defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, no ninja defuse.
Oh.
And
they
opt
grabbed
out
that.
for
They had an
Nora.
up grab. 3-3. Instantly turned around there. And it's just been kill rounds too. Spiders is coming through. Fate 10-4-1.
That works.
Sliding around, causing a lot of trouble here.
I think this is a good time to mention, as I meant to in the pre-show, but we didn't cover it as well. There's a lot more for Spiders to prove, right? They just got signed by Team Digital, right?
Scanning
Yeah.
ahead.
And so you don't want to lose your opening debut game 100%, and that's what they definitely have done now, locking in. Nico around without big swing ultimates for the side of MVSK just yet, but it is Spiders contacting into a stacked site.
So these protocols are refined, but it doesn't mean the defenders are not ready. Set up on the other side. A nice double swing by Bunny B and Squad as they take a little bit more space. Sober Sushi tries to play cat and mouse here, as they actually are able to gather with the team. Really nice backpedal there.
They need to recognize that short is not under their control and like leave the site through spawn. And this is why.
More fight, I guess. Ooh, Sober Sushi just cleans them up. They were running down. Got a little careless there. But MVSK was locked in.
And she picked that gun up from the first kill she was able to find. That is not the round you want to be losing if you were Spiders by any means. And that's where that lack of information from the toxic screen as well. And just a beautiful regroup as well, right? It's not often you'll see the player who was originally anchoring the site around the smoke like Sober Sushi to tuck into short and buy enough time for players flanking all the way around to regroup. So huge forward thinking there from MVSK. And now, I mean, when you've mauled them with an A stack to that degree, it's smart to stack towards the C and B sites. Operator, somehow you need to require a flick to get this open.
Spooky. Getting a kill down long. C as well is still trying to get out of this alive. Just jumping straight might have done it, but Bunny B is able to clip that. Now, 4v4. Delay of plant put into place here. Team fire. Not a problem.
Nice cut. Trying to get these players to use some early util to get out of a link. Dodge.
You should run.
Now I love this retake ultimate so much. And look at them. It's going to funnel them right into Carly, who took the timing out of grass.
Paranoia for flash as they fight out.
Oh no!
Oh, and Bunny B catches Carly with a bit of util out. Logic, though, is alive. Kale Sushi comes around the corner. A lot of util to play. It's going to be the run and gun as they challenge each other. The thing is on. Oh my gosh, they are just going back and forth with util. Oh, it's the win for Logic. Kale Sushi pulled off, and rightfully so. It was 4 HP, but you need that 4 HP.
That's your clutch player in Logic, and you see the little nod to a prior teammate as well, right? A little Tadex massacre in the server, in the collection. That's like a moment where you think like a teammate was like, yeah, shocks or something, and so you try and knife and like tuck back to play the shocks instead of finishing the job. 4 HP if you realize that's how much was left is gonna hurt in the morning, but MVSK, we mentioned how this map felt like a must win, and they are treating it as such. And we'll see if that is the case and if it continues to be that way. Spiders don't really seem like the ones that would take a timeout and definitely not the type to slow down Carly. Great position to counter this judge play. See if she can finish the job.
Flash! Such a tricky position to correct your aim for. Nice flash, garage noise. Spike is committed to grass here. This is a lot of noise that Fade's going to be grabbing. As they start to walk that spike back. Oh, the judge.
Wait a minute.
This is the situation, right? You get both, and you take it A.
Bye-bye. What if you get one, though?
So fast.
What happens if you get one?
And that means your hand is a bit forced. They're trying to take the site here. Do they have to wait for Bunny B to get back, though? They're going to have to run it in without really a flash. Paranoia goes to the left, but nobody's going to be hit. Carly delivers back.
They're leaving.
And now it's relayed. Watch the re-hit B, though.
This is interesting. I think that's a call from Bunny B saying, hey, Logic didn't hard commit to the fight. Might have left to further commit to the A rotate. So we're going to have some open space here. And no Hunter's Fury this time, right? No flank play off of lockdown. Makes me a bit nervous how this retake's going to go. But with the chipped HP off of Bunny B, I'll have to see.
Oh. Laying on the shelf. Bunny B already with a forward kill here. Very nicely done. Start sourcing out where the members of MVSK could be, but a little tempered on that one. And Spooky takes advantage of the situation. Good old turret peek to get some early shots and figure out where they are. Fast lane.
No
and they bring it to 6. It's going to be tough. Ruin Crest with 2 already from a very close position. And this is going to be tough here for Fel to make it work. Crossfired by a Scary Shark and anchored down. Another round coming in for Spiders.
They're keeping it close. They are keeping it competitive. And that was, again, just a really great pivot after what we mentioned was you really wanted SPID to find both to solidify that A hold. So finding one and Carly doing a great job, honestly, at keeping that door locked and shut on that A site as well to force them back towards B. And it just becomes difficult when you can't retake with an operator either in Fell's hands. And it's also more difficult when you don't clear the corner of that fast lane like we saw in our last series where everything gets committed into clearing out these tight corners and smoke negative spaces. But MVSK, what do we think of you're an up 5-4 timeout on Haven defense?
Yeah, I think it's we need to just be less rotate heavy. You get a trade but a kill down in sewers, which then pushes the team back. But then we were only seeing Spooky rotate all the way back behind B, and Spider has already shown that they love to take B, especially towards the right side. So even just a little bit of sight on that early can speed things up. They kind of gave up on the extremity watch that gave them so much good info before, and it's just Spider coming back in now. Okay, bye up. Right over the edge.
Yeah. It's a tough one, but when you want to keep the pacing high, it makes sense.
That's true. That's a really good point. They have been go fast.
Going to this round too. I mean, you're really gonna judge entry and run it back. That was the plan. Does it still exist with the pit? Nope. You're just gonna commit Bunny B for kills and then leave and get an open A side. This is for ankle breaking, but look at this. They strapped on their supports and turned tail. Carly's over Sushi here, but spoiled around. You just leave again.
One enemy remaining.
Nope. Okay, they're good.
Having Scary Shark enter and rendezvous to steal the crosshairs. It's so good. Nicely done by Spider. And they get an easy plan on the right side. One of the most ferocious ones they've had for A side so far. The C trick was very nice to play with the macro of MVSK.
I am still convinced that they were planning on ending C, and as soon as the Viper's pick comes out, though, they're like, psych, 180, to be honest. But that makes it even better, though, because that means it's that split-second reaction where everyone's on the same page with a team that doesn't have a concrete color. So that just means that they would have a joint understanding of the game and what's right and what's wrong, if that is the case. But independently, the results are there. 5-5 here, tied up, squared away, and it's maybe that's why MVSK wanted that timeout for this next round. And honestly, Logic, I kind of wish Logic had a judge, and I would have really liked the choke play. But Fell caught sleeping.
Nora's going crazy already. Watch out for all those shots. The chain, look at pushing up already, following the kill. That's not something you see a lot of the time. Carly takes down Rune Crest in that. Look at Scary Shark's timing, knowing that, wow, they finally played B, but that's probably all they put there. And Carly is wondering. The sixth sense kicks in.
Just because you have the sense doesn't mean you have the willpower to counter it. And what are we doing? This is Bunny B at Celius. Full bait. And to clear out the corner, to clear out long. And, I mean, yeah, there's a frame brewing, but Trademark has that covered. Or does it? Can they sneak by the wall? Aw, nope. They know this time.
Toxin screen down.
Taken. So they do have numbers up, but one more kill changes that. Was a little reckless. Ultimate there for Cal, though. Move in.
One enemy remaining.
Here with the other kills. It should just be a quick peek, and Scary actually gets a fourth. Two are on line overdrive, and a few there for Spider.
Last round before the switch.
That'll be a great stabilization after an 0-3 start. I love how back and forth it's been this half as well. And I'm thinking we're leaning towards the 7-5 possibility when, again, you look at the light shields, you look at, Nora literally juggling an outlaw here purposely to try and punish, and the ultimates as well are going to be a big picture promise. And I think the thing is, MVSK, because they are playing this composition with the double smokes and the KJ, they don't feel like they can go aggro. Like, they've departed from fighting for a main space, right? And they've never gone for like a walk down unless it was to play retake. And I wish they fought this team head on to say an overdrive trap. But now, I mean, 100 Fury, gonna just kind of solidify things if Carly can't dodge and weave.
Yeah, they move that wall from C, put the Viper wall back on A, and it does do the trick for a few kills, but with that plant sound, it's gonna force the hand of MVSK. Bell finds herself going down. Traded by Carly. Logic steps in for another kill, though, and that's Spike down, so everybody takes a breath here as MVSK can back each other up. And it looks like they will be able to even this up with a 6-6 first half, as long as Kalasushi doesn't do something otherworldly.
I mean, even if she gets the kill on the Carly, screen gets popped, and you have to walk through a decay into a firing squad since Spike is down hell. Like, there's no way, right?
Not
Logic
ready
on the
yet.
other side.
Youch.
No way. 6-6 first half. But the same thing with the first game. The momentum feels very, not one-sided, but at least to one side here, as Spider really kept controlling the 3-round runs.
And this is something that's just so rewarding about the Swiss stage structure as well, right? You'll have experience names like this and be like, oh, they're gonna stomp MVSK, but it's proven that MVSK are here for a reason, and as the Swiss stage continues, the matches just get that much more competitive. And again, today there's only one spot up for grab, and the next time there's only one spot ever in stage 2, so we'll see how this next pistol goes. And if Spiders can continue seizing that momentum in these swing moments or not, or if MVSK and that stability will pay off. I don't know. I think they needed a bit more than 6 when I think of the composition they were running, but prove me wrong.
Oh, they saw a hand. This is going to be another B strat. Looks like MVSK wants to start conditioning that they might want that early in their half. This pressure from Spiders already kind of makes it an informed decision that they can stay towards the left side of the map.
Just a rune crest here. Saw what they needed to see, and they are gone. And gonna play the retake with the team. They're going for the paranoia. And she can feel the Bell's actually low, but the refrag, careful, careful.
Yeah, they're gonna try to swarm the site. Power of numbers. See what Bunny Bee's timing is on this one. It's gonna slow down a bit, and they're not playing against smokes, just a wall maybe? No, not even hot hands. Or sorry, curveball. So this is safe for them to play long. Kalasushi opens up the site, and it's fine. MVSK expected this. It's just the 2 sheriffs and the ghost can do too much damage. There's one. Oh no, they're gonna be able to rush this down, and there was a rotation around from Spooky, so the guns weren't actually all together. Spider comes in and runs down Long C to find the kills for the defuse.
That's exactly what you needed to do, though, right? Ruin Crest is falling early. Both of your walls aren't available since it's a pistol. There's nothing else to do when so many numbers are stacked off-site for MVSK, and I mean, just the fact they were able to win those engagements is kind of crazy, and tracking the final player's timing to a garage wrap as well is just where their experience and recognition does shine through. And I'm glad to see that's how that works out, because it did feel like in the last round of the half, they were on different game plans, different pages, but here it was like smooth, seamless. They know what their intent is, and they carried through on it. So buy up here. No way they get thrifted again, right? Well, we'll see. I mean, Scary Shark, ooh. Against Spooky Scary. Season's coming, and Bunny Bee, this is brazen and might work out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Yeah. I thought there would be at least be a little bit more to that fight, but flawless coming through here for Spider. Shows just how much of that read they might have on MVSK's starting sides. And they put that pressure on quite early. The bonus round is going to be telling, I feel, for the momentum of this one. If MVSK play this too timid, I don't think it goes well. So we got to see Fell making those openings we were talking about before. Previous series, 16-8 on entries. And that is basically an entire game in itself. Like, 16 rounds opening for your team is huge.
Yeah. Crest again, under siege this time. Takes one down with them. Logic, though, again, sense of stability. As the refrag opens up the C site. He'll keep garage control at this trademark for now, so quickly filled in by Scary Shark. We'll see what the double pronged retake looks like, because I feel like Spiders are going to ramp back into it pretty quick. It's a goal.
Shortcut.
Paranoia used. Spiders is able to avoid that as they go in. A really nice detection here. Judge can just get into range. The jump does quite a bit of damage as they followed up on. No! Logic clears too, and they're still looking towards the backside. Timing on Garage is there. The util shuts it down, and so do the shots. Firepower from MVSK to grab the round.
Ace stolen away, but something tells me Logic won't mind as they get up to 1, trailing up against Spiders. And I mean, that's what you needed though, because that was the buy round up against the bonus. And again, Spiders looked like they were coming into that with a very cohesive split retake plan, but Logic is the one to split them down the center instead. Just 14 and 9 right now. Both controllers having a heyday in the server, and coming into the next. And it's this composition for Spiders is so dependent on just fragging out, right? We've seen Kalsushi and Bunny Bee do it on the eco, but now, I mean, I'm loving MVSK and the confidence, right? We felt like they didn't quite want to fight into Spiders on their own defense, but now, I mean, look at this. Disrespecting, shutting down, and taking space and names.
I mean, it usually is a duelist and the Sova combo today, but I would love to just see some Fate and Bunny Bee protocols here at the beginning of the rounds where they're just kind of hitting window and using that almost like they are on the attack side. A one and done possible position here. Walks back into rendezvous range for the safety.
Look at the lineups.
Oh my gosh.
3
watching everything come in, stepping at the last
Spike
second.
down,
Nicely
C.
played to get into their head and make it look like the position was clear.
That's just like you accepting your fate, right? Looking at the sky and see what's coming. But might not be their actual future, their outcome. As they flip through Garage off of intel, it's gonna be Kalsushi to trap that, to veil now the fact that Fate is also scaling down long. Oh. I'll just pose it again.
Oh, the spin, the hopscotch being played. Kalsushi and Fate get 2 scrambling kills at the end. And the opponents were scrambling.
Not a fan.
Wow.
What happened to the positioning?
I think it's just kind of the systematic fashion of Spiders, where we mentioned it's every player kind of doing their own thing, and when it comes together, it's lethal. And it also makes it hard to predict, right? Since that's not something that your IGL can micro every aspect of if you had a decisive IGL. And so Fate coming in with Kalsushi, who's like, okay, I'm gonna Hunter's Fury, like, it's hard to track. And you saw, right? MVSK trying to track it, that's why they were trying to fight into Garage, and it just did not work. But this is funny, Spiders now starting to get the lay of the land in terms of how these retakes work, realizing that Root and Crest is just getting run through, and that's where I'm a bit worried that MVSK are just rinse and repeating these C execs, because it is a very coin tossy effect. And in the meantime, Spiders are happy to trade that away for all of this information. Scary Shark all the way through, and they can Phoenix hook right back in.
Okay, MVSK, they're kind of clearing on this one right now. Wait a minute. Spooky gets that classic over Bunny Bee? Okay, wait, this becomes very dangerous now for Spider. They just ripped off the ult right off the bat, coming back in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay. That was a god dart from Kalsushi. Never mind, everything's okay. Just when you thought it wasn't gonna be, how did they turn that around?
I mean, that's just Spiders being scrappy, and that's why some of those mistakes start slipping through, but yeah. Gun upgrades found. And now they're flank play. I think MVSK need to slow things down, because Spiders are now up to double digits. Mentioned how it's been C-hit, C-hit, C-hit. We might be due for another timeout from them sooner rather than later as well. And we'll see if that's the case, but for the time being, Spiders... Nora's one off from the Tour de Force, which might be why she's okay anchoring C-site this time around. They also might be finally expecting for something to stray, so it's not just CCC from the side of MVSK, and they would be right. Fate.
Scanning ahead.
Eyes drawn towards them with this Judge and Short yet again. This is a swap up. They usually only have the Sova and the Phoenix here.
Nice dodges. And a great trade, though. They're still going to keep pressuring this. Kalsushi gets a bit of a stand through the wall there, and then a penalizing kill as they trade again. Tempting fate over and over again. Kalsushi comes out on top after the tussle. And they start to now run around, giving the audio to Spooky.
Enemy down.
First kill. But this has to go into combat mode now, knowing she is surrounded. I was gonna say, that is an insane amount of wherewithal to check the garage. Quickly hearing Scary Shark. 11 rounds though for Spider as they source out the members of MVSK and continue to hunt them down. Talked about them feeling like they had more momentum on the first half, while they indeed carried it into the second here.
Yep, there's that time that we mentioned for MVSK that was due any time. And I mean, looking at their buy situation, they have a big decision to make if they want to force into a broken buy here, since looks like Fell and maybe a Sober could also get away with a Vandal purchase, but last round, again, it's showing how the smallest things fundamentally can have the biggest impact, right? Like, so you can't dodge the Bunny Bee flash, like they pair it with you thinking you're going to shoot the recon from Kalsushi, like that little step up. And I mean, the way that they just launch into counterattack so confidently once they have numbers as well. But MVSK, and they were the ones that looked steady, and there were some oversights in the calling last half, but here it's just been, I think, the fact that it's been a bit stale in the calling, and I think that's where the timeout comes through as well, is because you're one off from Fell's overdrive, you have a lockdown 100's Fury, right? Like, this should give you the tools that you need to improve the post plant. They've been getting on the sites just fine, I would say, aside from the previous round being an outlier. Like, honestly, if you get on the C side, pop a lockdown, get Sober Sushi in plant position, like, I think they could avoid Spiders and how they've been playing this retake, but that's where Spiders look like they are throwing most of their standard strats out the window. Solo anchor from Bunny Bee backside. Looking like we're gonna have Scary Shark with the Tour de Force walk out garage. Oh no. Oh no.
Playing that one to the last second, huh? Very close on getting a second one. Whoa, wait a minute. A low buy. Bunny Bee goes down. B's gonna be that pressure. They want to get these shotguns and sheriffs to do a lot of damage, so they're trying to take B. But Spider is more than welcoming to these guests. You are invited. Heading up towards window. Fate thinking everything was okay. But Sober Sushi had other plans, and they are going to be able to slip the net and probably get a plant down here.
Yeah. And it looks like Spiders are just going to allow them, right? Scary Shark playing just close enough for sound confirmation of this drone or of this spike tap, and then the rest will rotate over. You have a player position on every single site for info gathering. And my only concern is that we've seen Logic crack out these positions, and now Sober Sushi can't even play her ult from long.
Oh. Go through garage.
No time.
Only we know. It's easier to say that with a UAV. Rune Crest taking down Sober Sushi. And really, Spiders, they're not leaving anything to chance. Played that one safe, letting Sound do the work for them. Nice identify off a Scary Shark, and they just made sure to get that defused. No worry about the plant.
Match point.
That will put them up to map point as well. Which, granted, this is Spider's map pick and their best map in the pool, so it's not like a reinvention of the wheel, but
yep.
MVSK. 5 rounds needed. 4 ultimates on the board.
Perfect.
Too far off if they can make these work. And we said in the last round that we wanted to see those ults go towards improving the post plants, and C's been their best site for guaranteeing at least a post plant scenario. So I do like this. Again, the Agnes Mollies have been so strong. They've avoided the first blood from Scary Shark as well. My only concern is all it takes is one Ruin Crest anchor round.
So they try to reroute in. Oh, Ruin Crest feels steady in sight. And they both knock down a few kills. Sober Sushi gets the kill with the Hunter's Fury as they enter. But this just looks like
Spike down, C.
Spider is ready to stay and defend no matter what was coming through that choke point.
Was that Ruin Crest anchor round?
Oh my gosh, yeah, crazy. 13-7 for Spider's first round. Pretty dominant on Haven to start things off. But MVSK definitely needing, I think, to warm up here to get themselves into the game, because we did see that those firepower rounds and the strats coming together.
Yeah, I think we saw again about halfway through that map, the mine block and maybe a little bit of misexperience starting to line up again when they got a bit repetitive in those calls. But I am glad that they came into this series so far with the confidence with hitting the ground running, because if you're heading into a map like Sunset that's been a coin toss for Spider, is that you have won and know what winning looks like for you guys, and then have a strat book to pull from and experience to pull from. I do think that they won't get stuck in that same kind of hole. And again, the biggest thing is mindset. That's what you have to have in the right place as a dark horse going up against these main event level names time and time and time again. And we saw those shining points that I can't wait to dive into a little bit deeper.
Well, we'll see if MVSK can regroup for map 2, as we'll have that right after the break. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant after this. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America. We are ready to get on to Sunset here between MVSK Secret and Spiders. Spiders finding a lot of momentum and pretty much keeping control of it there on Haven. Great strategies, just kind of running straight into the site each time, causing chaos, and that chaos just could not be handled by MVSK.
Yeah, they never really let off the gas. It was just in what direction they were accelerating, right? And I think the first blood just kind of translated most of the time into that victory. And you can just see by how many times they were able to get the spike plant down when starting on that attack side. Like, that's what made the difference. Even if there were some nice retakes out of MVSK, like in the scrappiness of it all, it was more once the side swap happened, you could just tell how many retakes were going Spider's way. And MVSK just didn't have enough time to then patch up that gap as it was coming apart. So unfortunate to see after we saw some heroics, right? We saw obviously Carly with a really good 4K, and we saw as well some great attempts from Fell in that overdrive. But yeah, I think Spiders, once they got heated up into it, it was hard to shut them down.
And we move on to Sunset for our next one. Looking okay for MVS Secret because of that one play. We can't go by the numbers. We have to see it in game now. You can see here the scoreboard for the last one. 22-9 for Cal Sushi is kind of ridiculous coming from the Sova as well. Doing a lot of that mid-round work.
And I will say as well, with Bunny Bee as well being at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's 13-15 because she was the one baiting that Cal Sushi would then trade out to get all of those kills to go 22-9.
Yeah, Phoenix problems.
I'm sure Buddy V was happy to do it, just bounce on in. But I will say for MVSK, and like you mentioned, looking towards Sunset, Logic being 17 and 14 in this map is going to be really, really important because they'll likely be switching over to the chamber, and you need your chamber to be frying to be an effective anchor. And it will also allow them to escape what we mentioned was they weren't outward sticking on their defense, right? It was very hard anchor in this site. Maybe after Spike was going down, they would flank and take that space, but it was never like in the early round in the same way we saw that encapsulation effect in, say, our first series of the day, right? And I think something like that is intrinsic to Sunset and how a chamber should function on that map. They also might pick up the double senti as well with Spooky on the stage, so that could be fun, and it's gonna, I think, help them a lot out on their defensive half, considering they are starting out on the defense once again. But yeah. I'm trying to think about what else we can hope for. I know Turbo Sushi can fry a lot more than what we saw. That's something else to look out for. There's a lot.
Yeah, the Sage will be nice because you're going up against the double duelist again, right? In that meta of Neon and Phoenix and trying to slow them down into whatever they could do getting into the site. MVSK, like you said, will be on defense first, so they'll have to worry about that quite a bit and how it's going to be worked. Also, the B main orb control, the A orb control, the Sunset, I don't know why, but it's become kind of the ascent where people remember that you need to be orb maxing. So we should see that as well coming from the Spiders. You have a Phoenix, get out there and grab them.
Yeah, that'll be Bunny Bee as well. Honestly, after what we saw on Haven, there is a world, Riv, and I want to prepare you for it, that Bunny Bee says, I'm having enough of being baited on the Phoenix, and switches back to the Reyna. There's a world. It's what they did the first time they played Sunset. It could happen again. And it circles back to what we mentioned, is how much do they respect MVSK as opponents? I think that does help determine what age and composition that they're going to go for. But my hope is that because you just got signed by Oregon, because there's a main event slot up for grabs, that they are going to go with the Phoenix still. And we saw how it can function with Fate as well. And I think the fast lane and setting up those flashes, and my other thing to look into is how both of these teams run the Sova. Like, there's no fade this time around as well, so it is going to be just scan and spray, and it's going to be not as much of those Nightfall, like, definitive execs that you can see when it's like a Sova versus fade head-to-head, so that's going to make the attack side a little bit more interesting, and I think it's going to make it a little bit harder for some of these teams to get out of that rut, unless Cow Sushi and Sober Sushi are just having some great Hunter's Fury execs.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. Last time we saw, looking over at Spider side, Nora, Scary Shark, last Sunset went 7-0 first kills, first deaths, 11-2 overall on that series. So the Cypher goes hard here for Nora. It's crazy that I was like, oh yeah, I'll see what they played. That must be the chamber. No, the Cypher opening like that and being able to just dissect the map. So there's a lot of power for both of these teams slotted into the positions, and Sunset could do it for one of them. Keep it alive here for MVSK, or send Spiders to the main event. They can find a win here.
If we head to that map 3, it would be Ascent, where the sides will swap for one final time.
Yeah.
And we just ended a series on Ascent. We know how spicy it can get, and how it can suddenly go from like a dominance to a tied competitive match, and then right back. But all in all, I don't expect any composition shifts. I think for the situation, the double Senti is going to be great for MVSK, but I'm typically not a fan of it just because it's going to make that attack side really, really hard for this team unless, like, you have really good communication between Fel and Spooky, since those slows and those walls can't really impede Fel from scaling in any way, or you're going to have some really big difficulties. But all in all, the fact that Logic's been having a crazy day, the fact that Carly as well had a really good map one and is going to be reprising that Omen here, ideally, is going to be really fun to see. But again, we need answers, and here they come. And oh, come on, Buddy V, come on. I brought it out as a little tidbit, you know, a little fun fact. I didn't actually expect her to do it. Oh, that means she's disrespecting. It's over, Rivington. It's over. We're going map 3. It's going to be MVSK upsetting them.
And they also don't go with the raise in this combination this time. They keep with the neon. So a little more meta focus, still getting the walls, being able to split a few more things to make sure they can get in just as fast as they want. I do like the Reina flashes here. There's a lot of walls that are connected to the site where you can throw that through the wall and really set something up from market side, or kind of like a tiles one that kind of gets everybody who's in elbow when you quick peek. Really neat stuff. Combined with the Omen, you could do a little bit more. So spiders would be a trick up their sleeve, like you said. Bunny B, that means they're feeling it. So I'm ready. I'm ready to see what they're going to deliver. And the SK now, pressure is on to bring us to a map 3 here on Sunset.
If not, quick reminder, this is your 3 and 2 teams, so there will be one more opportunity for both Senators we saw with the loss earlier today and whoever loses this series to go into round 7 and get that ticket punched a little bit later and catch that last train out of the station. But coming into this pistol round, we're not seeing Spiders any less W key gaming inclined than they were over on Haven. I mean, look at this mid. Look at this opening kill.
Insane. Insane. Start things off. Already up mid. 10 seconds into the round. And Carly will punish one, but this is going to be Carly being swarmed.
Wow.
And there's Fate for the second kill of the round. Looking for a third towards Boba. Already pushed with Bunny B to set up. They have to be careful with reload timings and pressure. And they are. Oh, the paranoia ready. Set up. Sees them. Confirm. Oh, that's so crazy. 3 looking for the A's here if they can source it out. Fate just a few kills off. Sober Sushi's another kill. Sushi gets one and a 4th one for Fate, making it look too easy.
Yeah, the one that discombobulates Carly on attempting to anchor, which we saw were able to do over on Haven, and then just is the one that spawns off that little shock paranoia combo into Boba. And that's that forward aggressive style that you're going to see that just is so fluid, right, from Spiders, and again comes from that collaborative calling nature as well. So coming into the next though, nice little paranoia play, maybe set up for a main. We'll see how active Fel decides to get. Other than that though, right, a little 4-stack here on the A site. We'll see if it works out, or if again the mid start from Spiders will relinquish a lot of that pressure. Bunny B, and now you gotta devour for later, but you gotta get the kill first.
Fate's feeling it. You saw at the beginning of the round, this ghost right here was dropped from Fate to Scary. Said, I'm on a Vandal. I'm feeling it. Just let me go. Let me run in here.
I like this.
See what damage they can do.
Talked about Phoenix ult cycling with no Phoenix and feeding it towards Scary Shark and the Neural Theft, since she's the one on the lurk. Promising. I also do like that they wait until everyone's here to break that stage wall, because then it's going to add more of a surprise element. The issue is that MVSK did quick scale down a long, so it's going to take a lot of time to get over here, and trapwire broken should clue now them in, and that should, I would say, convince them they can scale deeper, but it's just Fate here, and that gets punished. Hey, Nora.
My camera is destroyed.
Hello.
Oh, she's gonna hit the backstab through market. Now you just kind of need your players to delay on site. Ruinpress has done that so far, and so is Bunny B.
Oh, paranoia denied. Shot, decision, indecision. We trade a few. 3 here, though, for Spiders. They should be able to clean this one up.
One enemy remaining.
Waiting to enter, cleaned, and Scary Shark, quiet as ever. Breathing around through Boba, gets another one on the round and upgrades to a Vandal for all that work. Going into the bonus now for Spider. They're actually looking pretty well set.
Yep. salvage the big weapons, and we'll get right back to business. We don't really expect them to slow down at all during this half unless, again, the double sentry starts hitting, unless Logic starts fragging outs, and I haven't seen that just yet. We also haven't seen Spiders run directly into the aggro stack between the Really Bolt and the Paranoia, so I'm curious how this is gonna go for MVSK.
Oh, straight through. Paranoia eats the last member, so they cannot help Fate. Oh, the spray's there. They all stood in the same line after trying to reset. And that is super punished by MVSK.
Cage triggered.
Scary's gonna work through. I think that was just on the outside of Logic being able to hear, but they haven't turned around to look as they're focusing on where the spike might be in the situation. And this timing is getting a little crazy here.
They saw
can
it.
Just buy a few
saw
more
it.
seconds. Yeah.
They saw it.
They turned.
Oh.
They're ready. It doesn't matter. It's Scary Shark. Fell. Finally able to do just that and get a kill on Scary.
Why wasn't Kalsushi making more noise, being more aggressive, generating pinch pressure? Right? Could have easily gotten that final player to keep both alive and go into this with a 2v2. And now it's all down to him. I mean, that being a bonus already, I mean, some damage was dealt. You write it off, but MVSK, really nice opening fight. Gets a little dicey because of the slip through mid. Talked about those cages and what impact they can have for sure. Shown in full display, but keep that in mind for later. Perfect. But coming into the next, yeah, Spiders will learn their lesson. They're gonna stay away from main until they're absolutely sure that there's no aggro fight coming through.
All right. So how do MVSK kind of reset? Don't get themselves in too much trouble. I like the forward pushes and just obviously one way is to deter and slow everything. Keep the fundamentals clean. And these orb fights are keep happening.
Hyped up Logic after map 1. It's been kind of getting dipped in these opening engages a bit, so nice to see the support from the drone coming through to try and isolate discombobulate Bunny Bee, who's just playing Ring Around the Pillar. So SWAT team 2v1 style, but with Nora getting that kill, and is gonna see all the space for AS free. She's gonna take that space, even if the rotate doesn't come through. They're gonna fake it as an exec, actually, to draw numbers further off while they contact without any util into this B side. It is perfect. Hook, line, and sinker because of that dark cover on Bend.
The noise, the trap being heard, placed by Sober Sushi, that sells everything so much.
Now look at the control.
Spike gets planted, and already, Fate has lived here as a second home this map in Boba.
And this,
they're calling them here.
I can't tell if they're going to be rerouting their market if they're calling for the save. Either way, Scary Shark will know that that was the agenda, and they're actually going to speed up off that frag into Boba, but the high-low. How do you break this up? And look at the util.
My ultimate is ready. It is finished.
Answers are so good. They're setting up these little traps that even when MVSK knows there's a trap, there's still a way Spiders gets them to fall into it. It's... Wow.
Yeah.
That goes there.
This is going to be a next round kind of timeout territory, depending on if this eco has any legs to it. I mean, you're one off from the res, you're one off from the shadows, so there is a world. I'm glad that we're not seeing MVSK without an idea, without a swap, without a solution. This round, in particular for the eco, is going to be fighting out into mid, tooth and nail. Now, does that mean that Spiders aren't going to just shut them down on that? We'll have to see. Yeah, I think we're seeing. There's only one. It could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Cutting their vision.
Those are the excellent blinds we were talking about. Oh, it's just such a different timing than you're used to. And Bunny Bee is having a heyday on the Reyna. They've identified Spooky, chased down. Scary Sharks tagged on that. And I already have Sober Sushi's locked down for
Spike planted.
where they are. So this could be a kill. Alt save for next round. But the alts are mounting on the side of SPID as well.
I mean, they're just hitting their shots, and it hurts there that Sober Sushi couldn't support, maybe, when she heard the pathing through top mid, maybe. Just didn't disrespect the cage or anything, but here's the timeout as we mentioned. Yeah, this is going to be a must-win round. Ults for ults, buy for buy. If not, Spiders will get a dominant lead at the half. And we just mentioned how this composition itself should be a defensive crutch, right? With that double senti. And I mean, we set some of the conditions that we needed to see was number 1, Logic going crazy, and 2 and 4 right now, at least as the operator out, so that could be the tipping point. But also mentioned Spooky, and I feel like the Sage util has been more used to further sell the traps and the fast-paced exits from spiders than stop them at times. So I think I'm waiting for the second half to see how the Sage will kind of solidify this composition, but Sober Sushi has stepped up, and that's kind of all we can talk about for the side of MVSK. I mean, I haven't even gotten to see like a full committed retake from them either just yet, Rivington, right? Like the best look for them was when Spider's RNG ran into them on the A main anchor, but you can't expect that every round.
Yeah, and they're feeling confident to purchase through on the op here. I mean, you're gonna get that in the Tour de Force, but this, I feel like with the way Spider's playing, this means you almost need to hit an opening shot. You need to find somebody, because retaking with this op against Spider right now is gonna feel near impossible.
The hunt begins.
They are up to the challenge.
Oh, mentioned it. Trying to take that early engagement shot, but yeah, the time while they're forced off is rough. What can you do?
There's no safe place to stand, and you didn't even see anybody really. You shot at a ghost sliding across the floor. Fate still going for more, finally taken down. He's way behind enemy lines. The backstab comes through twice. That's how fast Spiders are moving around MVSK.
Yeah, it's like they forgot that Scary Sharknor was on top mid with them, but yeah, this is what we mentioned. It's like each player, yes, the surface level might be doing their own thing, but they all come together at the perfect time, right? Like there's that much in rhythm with each other. Columns have got to be entering flow state right about now. 5-1.
Yeah.
Money reset for MVSK is not a good look, and an overdrive as well. I think this is a round where they're like, okay, money's sour. There's no way we can't win against, even if they are holding crosses on it. So, Logic, have fun. Good luck. Your team is 4-stacked walking down B main. You might just want to get out and play retake.
Zooming in.
Nora's got to expect that they're flanking
here.
or something's up.
Yeah. Might look for some kills. Yeah, they're not going for a spike death.
One enemy remaining.
Flawless. Oh, every player hitting their shots. At this point, it's going to be a battle for who gets MVP.
Yeah, seriously, that was very, very clean. You said flow state, and you weren't wrong. They're farming ecos, but you just see it's not taking any type of really stress. Everything's clean, calm, confident. That means nobody's second guessing angles, and MVSK cannot find any place to trick Spider right now.
And that's the thing, is it also feels different from Haven, because on Haven, MVSK weren't making mistakes, right? They weren't getting out-duped, right? I think there was one round like where it was a really well-sold like C-exit. That was the Viper's Pit round where they like got back onto A and deserted. But here, they're just like over-rotating. These gaps are getting exploited. It's just a completely different scenario. And even now, look at where Runecast is ulted into to get a backstab on the fell. Like, this shouldn't be happening. Oh,
yeah, another one. It's gonna happen again.
No,
the turnaround from Logic. Another. Oh, the stuck under. That's. What is this cinema? What did we just see?
It's like you sliding the door as it like slams shut.
That's crazy. Sober Sushi and Carly now. Trying to make their way through Boba. I've said it so many times, but it's gonna be Spider there to shut it down. No entry, no service. Please come back another time. 7-1 now. A dominating lead for Spiders.
And it is just laser precision as well on these Vandals right now for the side of Spiders, just to add an extra, layer onto what is already a perfect pastry cake. And I don't know, MVSK. Somebody would contemplate a second time out, but I do think they have a decent swap-up idea here. They're gonna send.
Well done.
Fell down mid solo. My question is it gonna be loud and brazen like overdrive off barrier drop, or is it gonna be walk down? And we see it's gonna be the first. And look at the recon. Wait, this is nice.
Oh, that's a big stun, but can't commit. The corner's a little too deep, and they're gonna try to come right back out of that corner.
Oh, now you don't have a gun, Fell.
They swung it real hard and then turned.
that Lear bought so much time that you couldn't get anything off the overdrive, and that hurts. And the backpedaling is near perfect as well. Like, yeah, you have all this A space, sure. We'll break the stage wall, we're gonna get in, and you're from the shadows. Well, that's just gonna be what feels like a liability. Yep.
Right to anchor sight. It would have been so good at Boba. Create a little bit of a crossfire. Now
One
we're taking
enemy
out
remaining.
one by one. Fate again in this spot by one. Another 4K deja vu from pistol round to round 9. It is Fate.
Yeah. And just the way in which they can pivot so fast after these traps develop for MVSK. Like, that round MVSK tried. They tried for sure. And this round looking like they also want to go for a sort of mid-walk down together proves that they are continuing to try, that they are not going down without a fight. But Spiders right now, again, looking clinical. What can you do? This is a team that is dead set on main event right now. And it's that experience and that mechanical cross that we mentioned was going to be coming into this head-to-head already. This time, though, a little bit deeper of a slow. I like it, but you've got to get those shots. You've got to lean into logic and these one-taps. That quick-witted flick we saw on Haven just non-existent. And I mean, that's just the B main fight, right? The real objective is here on A, where, wait a minute, Spike is down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I thought that was
And
the
the
same
players are
shot.
down.
Okay. I thought that was all Fate for a second. I almost lost it. It's just that's how quick and cooperative they are when they take these sites.
Nah, mini timeout
Get
time.
the kill. Who wants to plan?
Bullseye.
Ooh, nice recovery on that. And they're going to source out the kill here. Okay, now we know why Scary Shark was 7-0 first kills, first deaths with the opening on B main like that. Over and over around the map. Again, from the Cypher, not the chamber. That is disgusting.
Makes sense. And this is what I mentioned about Scary Shark embracing her own performance arc, right? Instead of being that support player that I feel like, and that flex player and that respected leader. And yeah, this deserves a team picture, I will say, as we go into the MVSK timeout. We mentioned needing one for the end of this half. I think it should have been a round or two ago, but I think the only thing that would complete this family photo is, like, we need an ace from somebody on Spiders before this map is over, Rivington, right? Like,
yeah.
It'll be kind of criminal if it doesn't happen.
Fate's been one off twice. So, I mean, do with that what you will.
Well, but Fate's a promising candidate as well. Calsushi's had a few 3Ks, Bunny B as well, so really it could be any player on this team and we would be like, yeah, the ace, there we go! But 9-1 here. MVSK second timeout off of this bye. Logic back with the operator. Not quite sure where they're going to be headed since they're still tucked in spawn here. Might be a top mid angle at this rate. Only place you can get to before the timer expires. No trip even out yet.
Perfect.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Do they not have a trip? They do. Okay.
Take flight.
They cannot be seen by this
making
drone.
a lot of noise for Scary Shark to hear right now. And they're going to take B, knowing the big rotation on the right side. So the coverage here is going to be behind the smokes. Quickly peeks. Bunny B knows that angle's going to be on 10s. And now they have Boba this time, Fate. Not again. Right?
Fate does not want them to have Boba this time. And
Still wants to peek it. And they go down. Finally down. They're going to get a res on this one, too. And MVSK making a case for pushing back real hard. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. One more shot to ring across the team. Okay, cleaned up. Nora on one. The defuse fully coming through. It's going to be tough to make that happen. No, opposite. Ooh, Fell says no. Do they take it?
Last round
They
in
do.
the half.
Another round for MVSK. And never too little too late on your final possible map.
it would have been really funny if we're like, oh, it's about time for Spiders to get an ace, and then Fell comes in an ace. That would have been great. But yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Like MVSK to play a cohesive style retake, and Fell gets set up really, really well there. And good containment at the backstep as well from Scary Shark. So again, we mentioned how it felt like Spiders were taking advantage of these timings, were exploiting mistakes from MVSK. There weren't those mistakes this time around. So even though the pacing obviously caught them off guard and the operator got taken down by logic, picking up the pieces, keeping that Boba space with numbers was exactly what they needed. And even here, look, that's the same idea. Instead of taking their time and flanking every round like we saw on Haven, it's these players rotating top mid while the stage wall is trying to delay the exec. Oh, good stun.
Empress on. They're going for
6
Boba
bullets.
again. One through. They're going to try to get the trades on here. Spooky's got a lot to do. Rune Crest coming up with another one with Bunny B. And who else is there? Fate looking for more. Again, from the same position, MVSK going to try their hand to come through. The operator locked online. And it takes off the hand of Rune Crest. Can't shoot too much without that. Hidden behind the box.
One enemy remaining.
Swung on. Fate's there for 2. And what a first half from Spiders. A
Switching
statement
sides.
first half as the team comes online to put the pressure on MVSK.
Yeah, I mean, I think before the map started, I was joking, saying, you know what, that was like a good 13-10 coming in this map, right? It's been a coin toss for both,
and it's still
right?
a possibility.
It is still a possibility. it still is, and it would be one heck of a story, win or lose here. And it would definitely give some confidence back to MVSK before they go towards, at this rate, around 7 chance of qualification. But hey, we've seen, I feel like this season in particular, I feel like we've seen more 2-10 comebacks than normal. So we'll see if we can add another one to the docket here real quick. Get a script change, but side swap coming through. A must-win pistol for MVSK, and it could all break apart if this corner doesn't get cleared. Nora. Oh no. Rune Crest is going to distract for it.
Yep. I love it. They have to wonder, right? Waiting. One by one by one by one again! It's going to be... Oh, Rune Crest, how could you?
Okay. In Rune Crest's defense, Rune Crest did bait to set Nora up for that 4K, so they would have been the one that made it possible anyway, so they have the right to steal it away. But that is killer. From the momentum we just said, they needed from the pistol to the mental, and it would require now to claw yourself out. The 9-12 rounds.
The equivalent of I brought you your drink so I get a sip.
Or like the girlfriend stealing your food.
Yeah, oh my god, no. Alright, that's an 11th, and that draws them ever closer to a 13-2 scoreline. Wait a minute. Inside 8 seconds. What?
They got a force going.
Cruising around, trying to make it happen. Fell is playing some weird back and forth inside sight. Does not get the better of Cal Sushi. Actually, I thought they were going to get that, causing all the chaos. And now, Spider
split out.
2 or 3v2 in favor of the defense.
Good regroup.
One enemy remaining.
And they're gonna keep killing Rune Crest with another 2. Or 1, I should say, with a second to get that one. Match series point, and it is gonna mean it is main event point for Spiders.
Just the way Rune Crest turns away from every multi-kill is so funny to see, and yeah, at this rate, MVSK going to be required to win 10 in a row, and it'll start with another eco attempt given the force of last round. That, granted, almost worked like we mentioned because of the quick scaling that caught Spiders off guard, but into mid you go, and into Bunny B you leap. Good little leg set. Good shutdown.
Clean up more. Love to get that Guardian down in mid, but I don't think it's
mid.
gonna happen. That was losing another one. Everybody's got to stay safe now.
One away.
Oh, the one
TP
way
was
does
too far.
shut it down. It was just the shoot at the feet game and anticipate where the head might be.
One
She
enemy
walked down.
remaining.
Oh, they're never
Disrespectful. The judge. And a stun. And that's gonna be game.
Ace.
Dang, that's it.
Defenders win.
Spiders have the final kill in a dominant 13-2 fashion. They take down MVSK and find themselves rolling on to the main event.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we mentioned, MVSK, the new kids on the block, learning that the veterans are here and they are not playing around, right? Respectful map 1 performance, proving that they deserve their spot, holding their own against this team for a long time. But when it got to map 2, again, it was like W Key Gaming times 10 from what we saw on map 1. And I knew as soon as Bunny B locked that rain that this map was going to be downright disrespectful, Rivington. And I mean, that's kind of it summed up in a nutshell.
That was intense. I can't wait to break that one down and get an interview with one of the members of Spiders as they are now heading to that main event. Don't go anywhere. We have a little bit more here from Valorant Game Changers North America to break down the day and set you up for what's to come. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America, brought to you by Verizon. We're here to close out the day, get an interview win, and break down that last series as we've got teams moving to the main event. And the next one is the Spiders. They find a win here over MVSK Secret, and in pretty dominant fashion, as you can see on the scoreboards. The second map, even more so. A 13-2 with 12 first kills. I mean, what a better way to seal the deal.
And only one successful retake there for MVSK. Yeah. I mean, Whew, I'm honestly surprised that the plant number isn't lower from them just getting elimination kills over Raidiant, to be honest. So 10's impressive. But yeah, you look at this and every single player was fragging out, having a ball. And I'll be honest, I think 2 of those rounds were Kalsushi 3 kills. So it's funny that Kalsushi didn't have more kills. But yeah, Nora, I mean, map 1 and map 2 was just looking really lethal. And I mean, I know I set up the agenda that she was focusing on herself in her performance with the role swap, but she proved that, like, statistically in the server and in the impact today.
It has been wild. They continue to pick each other up if anybody misses. They were there for the trades, and we get to talk to Bunny B for your Verizon post-match interview to see how the game went and say, first off, congratulations. Amazing match and way to finish that out on Sunset. So first question to you is just getting audio quick.
We're gonna get that audio sorted. I mean,
hello.
Oh, yay!
Hey, okay, cool.
Also, congratulations again. An amazing
Thank you so
match.
much.
My first question was really just kind of how did it feel? The team felt like they were hitting all the check boxes that you may have came in to check. Is that true?
Yeah, vibes were good. Everyone was having fun. It was awesome.
Amazing. And speaking of the vibes going into map 3, I feel like you have a habit no matter what team of if you are having a blast and map 1's dominant, we see the Reyna start coming out. And I know you guys had played both the Reyna and the Phoenix. Is there like a line that you draw and you're like, okay, if we pass this line, we go silly. If we don't, we go serious compositions. And what made the Reyna come out today in particular?
I mean, to an extent, it's just about having fun, whatever I feel at the moment. But we did have like a 1 map safety net. So I was like, sure, I'll play Reyna.
That always feels good. I mean, if you're not confident, what are you doing out there, right? You gotta play confidence. So it's a lot of Phoenix now, and Bunny B in the past is movement, jumping around on Rays, doing things. You still have some of the most rounds ever played on your Rays. How's it feel being on the Phoenix? Do you wish you could kind of bounce around still?
Yeah, I mean, after they nerfed Ray satchels, it's just the character's not really that fun to me anymore, and so I'll play whatever. I do miss old Yoru too.
Yeah.
Just see the Yoder come back out. But as we said, congratulations on making main event. And I feel like we've said that so many times for you on so many different rosters. And I wanted to know, what do you think like makes you such a consistent player and a player that can kind of slot into so many rosters to find like, again, with so many different teams, this main event qualification? And what makes this team, right, with SPID feel a little bit different than maybe your prior qualifications?
I don't know. There's a lot of new talent, I'd say, with Rune, Crest, and Fate. They're like newer players, and I can always get back up here because I've been doing it for so long. It's not that, low bar, but yeah.
I mean, if you call it a low bar, then what's your goal for this stage aside from making main event with this team, right? You guys like trying to like hit a certain like placement, or do you think you guys are gonna try and like make the LAN, or like what's the goals for this team aside from having fun?
I personally, I want to get my team as far as possible, but I'm just here for fun mostly nowadays. Not really playing much Valorant, but just having a lot of fun is when I can. So I'd say like I'd want to get like top 3. That'd be cool.
Heck yeah, that'd be an amazing goal. And honestly, I think having fun is when that flow states hits. We saw it today for the team, in and out of the plays everywhere, despite what map you were playing. Final thoughts, shout outs to fans before we let you go.
Cool. Shout out to my team too. They're lovely.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on main event. Thank you so much for joining us, Bunny B, and best of luck on the road ahead.
Thank you so much.
That was your Verizon post-match interview with Bunny B of Spiders. They take down MVSK Secret, and pretty handily as well. They controlled that first game, even though it was more of a back and forth, but it felt like the momentum was in their favor. And for a team to carry momentum from map to map, that can be pretty scary.
Oh, 100%. And that does mean that we have our 2 teams that have punched their tickets. I do know there were some more matches as well as some elimination games going on off stream. I believe also Axolotl punched their ticket to the main event. Not a big surprise, I would say, in that regard, Rivington. I'll have to go check out some of the other results to see if any upsets occurred, like our first match of the day delivered.
It was a big battle of the 3 and 2s today. That's going to do it for all of our matches here on the Verizon Valorant North American Game Changers stream. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Don't forget to come back on the 17th to catch more action for that round 7 as the teams try to book their final ticket to the main event and other teams going to be eliminated. Thank you so much for watching today. We really appreciate it. For myself and Zobi, have a great night.